Chapter 1399. In less time than it took to eat a meal, Kai Zhuoxia flew over. Seeing Xiao Hua's flabbergasted expression, Kai Zhuoxia giggled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you're the only one allowed to advance to the middle stage of the third layer of the aura refining realm? But I can't also enter closed-door cultivation?" Xiao Hua looked at Kai Zhuoxia's peak fifth layer of the aura refining realm and said with a bitter smile, cough. I only thought fellow Taoist had already gone to the sobbing mountain range. I simply didn't expect fellow Taoist to be nearby. Could it be that fellow Taoist already picked some mother-child spirit fruit? What does fellow Taoist Xiao think? Kai Zhuoxia didn't answer, and instead asked a question. This. Xiao Hua slightly frowned, but he immediately smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist Kai went to the sobbing mountain range, presumably you would have greeted I. Since I didn't receive any message from fellow Taoist Kai, presumably you still haven't gone to the sobbing mountain range, right?" Kai Zhuoxia clapped her hands and said, "Worthy of being the fellow Taoist I think highly of. Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist actually believes in I so much. This really makes I gratified." How could Xiao Hua think so much? It was just that he saw Kai Zhuoxia's cultivation increase, and inside his jade bottle was a foundation-building pill. He reckoned Kai Zhuoxia's jade bottle was about the same, so he casually asked. Just as Xiao Hua smiled and wanted to say something, he suddenly froze and said involuntarily, "Fellow Taoist Kai, could it be you took a foundation-building pill?" Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxia slightly sighed. She neither nodded nor shook her head. She only raised her eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. After a long while, she said, "I wanted to take it, but I know my cultivation level is too low. The medicinal power of this foundation-building pill is far from what a fifth layer of the aura-refining realm can bear." "Oh," Xiao Hua nodded, but Kai Zhuoxia immediately said, "I can only take 20% of a foundation-building pill." 20%? Xiao Hua said involuntarily, "Fellow Taoist Kai, still took it in the end. What will happen when you build your foundation in the future?" "Foundation?" Kai Zhuoxia said self-mockingly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, how confident you are that you can cultivate I to build foundation." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This cultivation level was truly far away, so how could he know? 10%. Kai Zhuoxia raised a finger and said without hesitation, "My Kai family's cultivation method only goes up to the 10th layer of qi refining. I have only cultivated up to the 5th layer, and I have been stuck at the 5th layer for many years. If I can't break through in a few more years, then I will only be able to cultivate up to the 8th layer of qi refining. Furthermore, even if I were to reach the 10th layer of qi refining, I would still be unable to reach the 12th layer of qi refining by relying solely on the techniques of the Kai clan. Foundation establishment is nothing but a pipe dream. Rather than that, I might as well use the foundation establishment pill to increase my cultivation." Kai Zhuoxia said in disappointment, "I believe that fellow Taoist Xiao also understands I's urgency to obtain the embryonic breathing pill, right?" Xiao Hua was speechless and could only nod slightly. Compared to Kai Zhuoxia, he was even more pitiful. Up until now, he only had a low-level cultivation method that could allow him to cultivate up to the 5th layer of qi refining. If Kai Zhuoxia only had a 10% chance of reaching foundation establishment, then he himself didn't even have a 5% chance. No matter what, ever since I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I's good luck has been unceasing. Not only did I obtain the keepsake of Old Man Thousand Zhong, I also escaped death on Thousand Zhong Peak and obtained some foundation establishment pills. Presumably, with fellow Taoist Zhao's company, that mother-child spirit fruit will also be easy to obtain. In the future, when I reach foundation establishment, I will also have a lot more confidence." Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile. "With fellow Taoist Kai's auspicious words, I also hope that everything will go smoothly and I will reach foundation establishment as soon as possible." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, then let's go to sobbing Meng Mountains together according to what we agreed on half a year ago?" Kai Zhuoxia stared with her big eyes, looking forward to Xiao Hua's answer. "I will listen to fellow Taoist Kai's arrangement." Kai Zhuoxia was overjoyed and said with a smile, "With fellow Taoist Zhao's help, this alphabet spirit fruit will certainly be easy to obtain." Immediately, under Kai Zhuoxia's lead, the two of them flew towards the northwest. On the way, Xiao Hua very casually asked about the other person that Kai Zhuoxia wanted to invite. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, That person wasn't an alchemist like Xiao Hua had imagined. Instead, he was the same as Kai Zhuoxia, a disciple of a cultivator family. His name was Yan Liwei. Seeing Xiao Hua's very strange expression, Kai Zhuoxia finally told him the reason. As it turned out, although this Yan Liwei's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the qi refining realm, he was the nephew of a foundation establishment alchemist from Xuanyan School. Kai Zhuoxia wanted to use Yan Liwei's relationship to ask that alchemist from Xuanyan School to refine embryonic breathing pills for her. AI, so that's how it is. After he understood, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He didn't think that nepotism was so important in the cultivation world. It seemed that his idea of learning alchemy was going to fall through. After several days of continuous travel, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. A large village appeared in front of the two of them. This is the Yan clan. Kai Zhuoxia pointed at the continuous village and said, "This is where the clansmen of the Yan clan who don't cultivate live. Their disciples who truly cultivate are all in the valley behind the village. It's said that the valley has a formation set up by a gold core senior. Ordinary people can't casually enter." After flying close to the village, Kai Zhuoxia landed on the ground. There were already several young people who looked very capable coming up to greet her. Seeing that Kai Zhuoxia was a female cultivator, a girl around 20 years old stepped out from the crowd and said in a soft and clear voice, "I am Yan Feng. Greetings to the female immortal. May I know why the female immortal has come to visit my Yan clan?" Kai Zhuoxia nodded slightly and said, "I am a disciple of Liang's Kai clan. Previously, I sent a letter to your honorable senior martial brother, Yan Liwei. Now, I've come as promised." "Oh, so you're looking for martial uncle Yan." The girl, Yan Feng, looked at Kai Zhuoxia several times and then looked at Xiao Hua. She smiled and said, "Martial uncle Kai, please follow disciple to the village and wait for a moment. Disciple will immediately send someone to invite martial uncle Yan." "Thank you for your trouble." Kai Zhuoxia nodded slightly and then saw the two young disciples quickly walk into the village. Yan Feng accompanied Kai Zhuoxia as they slowly walked forward. When they arrived at the small pavilion in front of the village, Yan Feng took out some spirit fruits for Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua to enjoy. She and the other disciples accompanied them. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a slightly frivolous voice sounded, "Io, fellow Taoist Kai, I received your message and have been thinking about you day and night. I've always been looking forward to your arrival. Who would have thought that you would delay for half a year?" Xiao Hua didn't turn around and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "This guy, is he a cultivator?" But when he looked at Kai Zhuoxia, he didn't see anything strange on her face. Presumably, she didn't find this strange. He stood up from his chair and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yan, I had some mundane matters to attend to and was delayed. Sorry for making you wait." Xiao Hua also stood up and turned around to look. It was a cultivator dressed like a young master. He was holding something that looked like a folding fan in his hand and was swaying as he walked over. This cultivator's eyebrows were raised, his pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, and his nose was tall. He looked very handsome. "This fellow Taoist is?" Yan didn't return the greeting. His left hand lightly waved the folding fan, and his peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Hua strangely as he asked Kai Zhuoxia. "He, fellow Taoist Yan, this is fellow Taoist Xiao Hua. I invited him to help." Kai Zhuoxia didn't reveal Xiao Hua's background and vaguely said, "Help? With his cultivation?" Yan curled his lips and said without any trace of politeness, "My Yan clan has plenty of disciples like him. If you want to help, I can grab a bunch of them. Why would I need him?" Fellow Taoist Kai, are you not at ease with I?" Kai Zhuoxia quickly waved her hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Yan is a disciple of a famous clan. How can I not believe you? It's just that. I owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I have no choice but to invite him. Consider it as returning the favor. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." Xiao Hua understood and cupped his hands in greeting. "Fellow Taoist?" Yan snorted from his nose and sat next to the two. He said, "You're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If you were in my Yan clan, you should call me martial uncle. Even if you're outside my Yan clan, you should still call me senior. Fellow Taoist Yan." Kai Zhuoxia was afraid Xiao Hua would get angry, so she quickly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, our friendship is shallow. I hope fellow Taoist Yan can forgive me for calling you fellow Taoist." That's fellow Taoist Kai's friendship with him. What does it have to do with I? Yenli picked up a spiritual fruit from the stone table and put it in his mouth. He said noncommittally. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly and gave Xiaohua a meaningful look. It seemed she didn't want to make things difficult for Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He was very clear in his heart. If Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction saw this situation, wouldn't he have already beaten this guy black and blue? I'm just asking for some embryonic breathing pill. There's no need to give Yenli any face. Just as Xiaohua frowned and was about to speak, Yenli opened his mouth again. He flipped his folding fan and pretended to be magnanimous. Forget it, forget it. I am also a disciple of a cultivation family. How can I lower myself to the same level as you, a little rogue cultivator? Kai Zhuoxia didn't explain Xiaohua's background, but Yan Liwei seemed to understand. Then he said to Kai Zhuoxia, half a year ago, fellow Taoist Kai told this poor Taoist about this matter. This poor Taoist has already considered it. If we go together, fellow Taoist Kai will have to give this poor Taoist 70% of the pills. What? 70%? Kai Zhuoxia didn't wait for Yan Liwei to finish speaking and said in surprise, didn't I say 50%? At that time, didn't fellow Taoist Yan also not object? Yan Liwei seemed to have already expected Kai Zhuoxia's surprise. He didn't panic at all. He lightly waved his folding fan and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Kai, think about it. You just told me the whereabouts of that thing, and I still have to accompany you. I also have to take the risk to pick it. After picking it, I still have to beg the elders of my sect to refine it. From beginning to end, fellow Taoist Kai is only leading the way. I still have to take care of fellow Taoist's safety. You say, 50%, is it appropriate? Of course, if fellow Taoist Kai is willing to dual cultivate with I, then I naturally won't bicker with fellow Taoists so much. Dual cultivate. Xiaohua was very happy. He thought of the dual cultivation technique in his space, and also thought of Li Zongbao's furious appearance. Chapter 1400. Kai Zhuoxia's face was slightly red, but she wasn't angry at all. She looked at Xiaohua helplessly, then turned around and said with a smile, I originally wanted to give 20% to fellow Taoist Xiao, but fellow Taoist Yan's method of distribution. How can I deal with myself? Haha, isn't this good? Fellow Taoist Kai and I are of one mind. Isn't this 30% exactly what fellow Taoist Kai wants? Yan Liwei laughed and pointed his fan at Xiaohua. This guy is a burden. Why are you bringing him along? Even if you want to return his favor, you can just give him 1 or 2 pills later. Besides, with his cultivation, there's no reason to waste pills. Xiaohua's expression changed, and Kai Zhuoxia hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Yan, you can say that, but isn't fellow Taoist Yan taking a bit too much? I put in the most effort, so I naturally take more. If fellow Taoist Kai isn't willing, we can go our separate ways. Yan Liwei said without hesitation, as if he knew Kai Zhuoxia wouldn't leave in a huff. Sure enough, Kai Zhuoxia clenched her teeth, pondered for a moment, and said to Xiaohua with a bitter smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, it seems I can't fulfill what I promised you before. If fellow Taoist thinks it's not worth it, it's not too late to withdraw now. Kai Zhuoxia didn't tell Xiaohua about the split before, but the information about the mother-child spirit fruit was obtained from the things Xiaohua gave her. Since she didn't say anything, it should be the two of them splitting it equally. Now, Kai Zhuoxia was willing to split it equally with him. It was only about 10% of the dan, but it was still far from what he thought before. But Xiaohua looked at Kai Zhuoxia's appearance, then looked at Yan Liwei, and his heart was clear. Kai Zhuoxia pulled him, first, to return his favor, second, to pull him in as a helper. What she had to resist was precisely this Yan Liwei. If he withdrew, Kai Zhuoxia would be in an absolute disadvantage. But if she didn't find Yan Liwei, how could she find an alchemist who could refine pills? Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I's cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid 1 or 2 pills will be enough. If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't mind, I'm still willing to take a trip. Kai Zhuoxia's face was filled with joy, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. She smiled and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, for helping me. Help? Li Yanwei sneered. I am the one helping. Forget it, forget it. It's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with I. Yan Liwei stood up and said, If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't object to I's suggestion, let's make a vow. All right, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Yan's arrangements. Kai Zhuoxia nodded deeply. Thus, the two of them clapped their hands and made an oath. Shortly after, they said sternly, Fellow Taoist Kai, Please wait for a moment. Things will follow you immediately. Yen Wei left for the time it took to finish a meal before he returned with a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He smiled and said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist Kai. Let's go quickly and return quickly. My martial uncle Yen might come to the Yen clan in a month or so. If we can take advantage of that time to find him, I'm afraid we have a 70% chance of success." Kai Zhuoxia beamed with joy and said with a smile, "That's great. That place, we should be able to return within a month or so." Return within a month or so. Yen Liwei's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, "I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Kai to lead the way." Soon after, the three of them flew into the air. Kai Zhuoxia accompanied Yen Liwei and led the way. Xiao Hua silently followed behind them, secretly putting some distance between them. This Xiao Hua actually has some real skills. A third-layer aura refining cultivator can actually catch up with a fifth-layer aura refining cultivator. Yen Liwei was originally disdainful of Xiao Hua, but when he saw that Xiao Hua's flying speed wasn't slow, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he wanted to test it out, Kai Zhuoxia didn't fly fast at all. Yen Liwei pondered for a moment and eventually gave up. After flying like this for several days, Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong because the direction they were flying in seemed to be different from the direction Kai Zhuoxia told Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua couldn't distinguish the specific direction, he had a general idea. Sure enough, after another day, when Kai Zhuoxia suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction, Yen Liwei's expression slightly changed. He asked with extreme displeasure, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't trust one?" "Of course not. In this country of Shi, if I can't even trust fellow Taoist Yen, who else can?" Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile. "However, this trip is really important to I, so I have no choice but to be a bit more cautious. TSK, isn't it just embryonic breathing pills? My martial uncle Yen has plenty of them. Who would be greedy for your few?" Yen Liwei said disdainfully. Kai Zhuoxia smiled but didn't say anything. The three of them flew for an entire day. When the sky gradually darkened, they found a cave where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was slightly denser. Each of them took a cave and prepared to adjust their breathing and rest. Yen Liwei was different from the previous few days. He patted his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans from within. Urging his transcendence energy, the yellow talismans all turned into green and lustrous balls of light and sank into various parts of the cave. Then he made a few more at the entrance of the cave. Finally, he took a slightly larger yellow talisman and steadily entered the cave. Looking at Yen Liwei's somewhat strange behavior, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, this fellow Taoist Yen, what is he doing? It seems to be similar to a warning talisman?" Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. This is a special formation talisman. Its function is extremely different from a warning talisman. The warning talisman only serves as a warning, but this formation talisman is used to set up a formation. Looking at fellow Taoist Yen's appearance, it seems that he has set up formation talismans all around the cave. The cave is enveloped by his formation talismans, and no external objects can enter. Strange, why didn't he take it out a few days ago? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're about to reach the Sobbing Mountain range. Xiao Hua disagreed, but he also couldn't think of any other reason. Thus, he returned to the nearby cave. Xiao Hua was very simple. He directly used several large rocks to block the entrance of the cave. Xiao Hua practiced a series of basic cultivation techniques and spells. He also practiced that indescribable incantation for a while. Xiao Hua had been practicing this indescribable incantation for more than half a year. He himself couldn't tell what specific effects it had. He only felt that his ears and eyes were somewhat clear, and his spirit was extremely good. If it was another cultivator, wouldn't they have already given up? Xiao Hua didn't have too many cultivation techniques to practice. Since he felt that it was useful, he persevered and practiced it. Just as Xiao Hua was reciting the incantation, he suddenly entered a very strange state. It was as if his eyes and ears could leave his body. He could perceive everything inside and outside the cave. Of course, this kind of perception was vague and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Divine sense? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. His first reaction was that he had divine sense. However, he immediately shook his head inwardly. That divine sense should be able to see things outside the cave. I can only sense things, but I can't clearly see them. It's still far from the legendary divine sense. At this moment, there was an extremely slight movement outside the cave. Xiaohua immediately sensed it. Thus, Xiaohua stood up and walked to the cave entrance. He looked outside through a crack in the mountain rock. It was already night. The moon didn't show its head. The entire outside was pitch black. But in the pitch-black distance, he could faintly see a figure slowly flying away. Isn't this Yan Xinwei? Why is he going out? Xiaohua thought and wanted to push the mountain rock away. But when his palm touched the mountain rock, he changed his mind. He brushed his hand and took out an Earth Escape talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and urged his magic power. A familiar feeling appeared again. His body sank into the ground. Following the direction of Yan Xinwei's vital energy, Xiaohua hid on the ground and slowly searched. Yan Xinwei quietly flew in the air until he was about 1 mile away. Then he stopped. He looked left and right and didn't find anything unusual. He walked to a big tree and stretched out his hand. After drawing a strange mark on the big tree, he took out a yellow talisman. He opened his mouth and said a few words on the yellow talisman. Then he placed the yellow talisman in a small hole in the tree. Then he looked left and right again and quietly flew back. After he disappeared for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's figure slowly rose from the ground. Xiaohua looked at the direction Yan Xinwei disappeared and then looked at the place where Yan Xinwei was standing. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy, what is he trying to do? No matter if it's the mother-child spirit fruit or the embryonic breathing pill, he has 70% of them. Is there a need for him to do anything? The night was extremely dark, and Xiaohua was underground, so he didn't see what Yan Ganwei was doing. Xiaohua looked around the big tree, and then wandered around for a while, but didn't find any clues. He couldn't help but wonder, this guy, what is he doing here? Maybe if I wait here, I can find something? Xiaohua thought. He hid his body well and waited to see who would come here. However, after waiting for almost a night, he didn't see anyone coming. Xiaohua looked at the bright sky in the east, and then went back into the cave. Although he didn't find anything, how could Yan Xinwei suddenly come out from the cave in the middle of the night for no reason? If something is unusual, it must be a demon. When the three of them moved, Xiaohua wanted to find a chance to explain to Kai Zhuoxia. However, Yan Xinwei and Kai Zhuoxia were flying in front of him. Xiaohua didn't have a chance to explain. In the next few days, Yan Xinwei didn't go out at night. Instead, he was very quiet. Yan Xinwei didn't have any unusual behavior. Xiaohua didn't want to tell Kai Zhuoxia anymore. He couldn't figure out what was Yan Xinwei's purpose. Or maybe this guy just got up to relieve himself? However, just when Xiaohua was hesitating, something happened again. Similarly, Kai Zhuoxia also changed her direction. Yan Xinwei's face was like frost. Only this time, Yan Xinwei didn't say anything. He just looked coldly and was extremely silent. Kai Zhuoxia originally wanted to explain, but looking at Yan Xinwei's expression, she didn't want to explain. However, at night, Xiaohua stared at the cave where Yan Xinwei was resting for a long time and didn't see him come out. Chapter 1401. Maybe. I've really wronged him. As Xiaohua thought about this, he sat down cross-legged and calmly cultivated the nameless chant. However, when he entered a meditative state, all the movements in his surroundings were reflected in his mind. He suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual energy about 10 feet in front of his cave. Those fluctuations gradually moved further and further away. This guy. Xiaohua opened his eyes. He also realized that he had an Earth Escape talisman. Yan Yanwei naturally had one too. He was definitely escaping far away. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then came out of the cave. He walked in front of Kai Zhuoxia's cave and called out softly, "Fellow Taoist Kai." After a moment, he heard Kai Zhuoxia reply from inside, "Fellow Taoist Xiao? Do you need something?" Looking at Kai Zhuoxia's appearance, her expression was somewhat gloomy and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't look like she was cultivating at all. Xiaohua was stunned, but then he acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, fellow Taoist Yan, isn't in the cave. If he isn't, then he isn't. What does that have to do with anything?" Kai Zhuoxia thought Xiaohua would say something important, but when she heard this, her face became slightly unhappy. "It's like this, fellow Taoist Kai. Last time when you changed directions, fellow Taoist Yen went out and happened to be seen by I. However, I followed him and didn't see anything. So I didn't tell fellow Taoist. Now that fellow Taoist just changed directions. Fellow Taoist Yen actually went out again. I feel that there's definitely something fishy going on. Ah, is that so? Hearing Xiaohua say that he saw Yen Yenwei go out twice in a row, and both times happened after she changed directions, Kai Zhuixia couldn't help but become vigilant. But then she said doubtfully, fellow Taoist Xiao, I was also cultivating in the cave. How could I not notice? Moreover, fellow Taoist Yen is inside the talisman. If he went out, Kai Zhuixia didn't suspect Xiaohua, but she didn't understand how he knew. Xiaohua said with a smile, the first time was when I casually looked outside the cave during a break in cultivation and discovered fellow Taoist Yan's whereabouts. Just now, of course, I paid special attention. Then he pointed at the cave and said, if fellow Taoist Kai doesn't believe me, why don't you go over and shout? And Kai Zhuixia trusted Xiaohua very much. She walked to the front of the cave where Yen Liwei was and called out a few times, but there wasn't any sound from inside the cave. Ah, thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuixia sighed and shook her head slightly. I don't understand. He has already taken 70% of the mother-child spirit fruit. What else does he want? I don't understand this either, but he definitely had a premeditated plan. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's better for you to make plans early. Xiaohua saw that his goal had been achieved, so he cupped his hands in salute and turned around to leave. By the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, I remember that the first time I changed directions, there was no moon on that night, right? It was such a dark night, but fellow Taoist was actually able to see clearly? Kai Zhuixia suddenly asked. This. Xiaohua stared blankly. Soon after, he said, it's normal for cultivators to be able to see with their eyes, right? Yen Yenwei is a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. How can he walk like a normal person? Kai Zhuixia pursed her lips and laughed. Besides, the full moon is overhead today. He shouldn't fly out of the cave, right? Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he flew back into his cave. Upon seeing this, Kai Zhuixia knew that Yen Yenwei had returned. She didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly flew back into the cave. After returning to the cave, Kai Zhuixia didn't do anything. She only focused her attention on the outside of the cave, wanting to see Yen Yenwei's movements. But after listening for the time it took to eat a meal, the outside was quiet, without the slightest sound. Ah, this Xiaohua is Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect yet. In the end, Kai Zhuixia sighed and rubbed her eyes that had long since become dry from crying. She forced herself to calm down and cultivate. At daybreak the next day, Kai Zhuixia saw Yen Yenwei and smiled as usual. Fellow Taoist Yen, did you rest well last night? Because he was used to asking about it every day, Yen Yenwei didn't have the slightest doubt. He shook his head and said, last night, I worked hard in the cave for an entire night. My cultivation didn't advance an inch. Ah, to be honest, if it wasn't for this, I might not have been able to come to fellow Taoist Kai's matter regarding the mother-child spirit fruit. And that's good. I also encountered the same bottleneck as fellow Taoist. I hope that this time, the search for the spirit fruit will go smoothly. Kai Zhuixia nodded. In the next few days, Kai Zhuixia didn't change her direction, and Yen Yenwei also didn't have any abnormal behavior. Xiaohua also paid more attention to the nameless mnemonic chant while cultivating. On this day, he saw a vast expanse of green in his field of vision. That green was like a green cloud, accumulating in the distance, making people feel a kind of earth-shattering freshness from the bottom of their hearts. Sobbing Meng Mountains? Yen Yenwei saw and couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and asked, is the mother-child spirit fruit here? Kai Zhuixia smiled and said, it is here. It can't be. My family's senior came to Sobbing Meng Mountains many times before and never saw the mother-child spirit fruit. Moreover, Xuanyan School also has disciples who are training here, and I've never heard them mention it. Yen Yenwei didn't believe it too much. If anyone can know about it, then wouldn't this information be worthless? Kai Zhuixia said mysteriously. Then please lead the way, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua saw that Kai Zhuixia still led Yen Yenwei to Sobbing Meng Mountains and wasn't surprised. He didn't believe that Kai Zhuixia, knowing that there was a problem with Yen Yenwei, would still give him the mother-child spirit fruit. As expected, the three of them flew for more than half a day. When night fell, they arrived at a hidden mountain stream. The mountain stream gurgled and flowed out from a crack in the mountain wall. The surroundings of the stream were lush and verdant. Countless thriving weeds, brambles, and shrubs grew. In addition, there were also many vines growing out from the mountain wall. They flew through the air and hung on the thick trees in the surroundings. This place. Yan Yanwei saw that Kai Zhuoxia found a hidden place and was originally somewhat happy. But looking at the surrounding situation, this wasn't a place where the spirit fruit grew? Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment, Kai Zhuoxia said to Yan Yanwei with a smile. She turned and walked in front of a stone wall. Just as Kai Zhuoxia turned around, she inadvertently glanced at Xiao Hua from the corner of her eyes. Xiao Hua also blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood. He also inadvertently crossed his hands behind his head with a relaxed appearance. Kai Zhuoxia faced the stone wall and held her breath for a moment. She formed a seal in her hand and urged her magic power to hit the stone wall. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Kai Zhuoxia didn't know how many seals she had hit on the stone wall, but that stone wall didn't have any reaction at all. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia's performance so hard, Xiao Hua laughed until his belly split open. But Yan Yanwei, who was at the side, frowned tightly. When Kai Zhuoxia's forehead was covered in sweat and she retreated, Yan Yanwei quickly stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what's going on?" Cough cough, fellow Taoist Yan. I also don't know what's going on. It's obviously here, but that seal, it doesn't work. Kai Zhuoxia panted slightly and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The place is right, and the seal is also right. I can't open it for no reason. Wait for I to rest for a while, then I'll try again. Yan Yanwei's face changed slightly, but he endured it and nodded. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Kai. Kai Zhuoxia rested for a moment, then stepped forward again and hit the blank stone wall with a series of seals. But the result was naturally to no avail. When Kai Zhuoxia turned around dejectedly, Yan Yanwei's face was gloomy and uncertain. Fellow Taoist Yan, I am really sorry. I really didn't expect that the information was actually fake. I've made fellow Taoist Yan come here in vain. Yan Yanwei stared into Kai Zhuoxia's eyes, and Kai Zhuoxia still didn't fear him. After a long while, Yan Yanwei sneered and said, "Since it's like this, can fellow Taoist Kai show me the jade slip or book that recorded this information? Perhaps we can find the real place by brainstorming together." I can't agree to fellow Taoist Yan's request. Kai Zhuoxia's face changed slightly, and she smiled apologetically. I've already looked at this thing no less than 10 times. The place and the seal are absolutely correct. Fellow Taoist Yan, please believe in I. I believe in you, but I don't believe in this place. Yan Yanwei suddenly became angry. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman. Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua were greatly alarmed. They both retreated half a step, but their hands weren't slow either. They wanted to take out a yellow talisman, but Yan Yanwei's fireball didn't fly towards them, but directly hit the stone wall. With a loud boom, a large hole the size of a bowl was actually blasted into the blank stone wall. But that was merely a large hole created by the explosion. There was nothing else strange about the stone wall. It really is the magic power of a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. This mid-grade fireball talisman was actually used by him to such an extent. Xiao Hua thought, somewhat flabbergasted. How is it, fellow Taoist Kai? The place you chose is still wrong. Why don't you take it out and let I examine it together with you? Yan Yanwei said coldly. How could Kai Zhuoxia be willing? She resolutely shook her head. Fellow Taoist Yan, perhaps I have comprehended it incorrectly. However, I still hope that fellow Taoist can give me a few more days. Once I find the correct place, I will immediately inform fellow Taoist. Haha, Yan Yanwei faced the sky and laughed, saying, You stinky girl, your face looks like a village girl. No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a female cultivator at all. You make I lose my appetite. Kai Zhuoxia's complexion greatly changed. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua rushed to Kai Zhuoxia's side, pulled her sleeve, and said in a low voice, Let's go, there's a 5th-layer qi refining cultivator flying towards us from behind. Right now, Kai Zhuoxia didn't have the time to investigate how Xiao Hua sensed a cultivator flying towards them from behind. She herself didn't know anything. She hurriedly urged her magic power, and her figure flew up, wanting to escape into the sky. Yan Yanwei had already noticed. Seeing Xiao Hua fly up, he shook his hand, and a fire net talisman appeared, covering the two of them from top to bottom. Right at this moment, two rough and obscene voices simultaneously sounded. Fellow Taoist Yen, were those two adulterous men and women executed? He looked left and right, but other than a few unlicensed taxi drivers, there was no one else. Third Tanhua very decisively dialed 999, but before 999 arrived, the woman started to wobble again. Third Tanhua advised her to sit on the ground and rest while waiting for the ambulance, but the woman's face was blank. Moreover, she continued to walk crookedly towards the entrance of the district. Most importantly, one of the woman's handbags was thrown on the ground. She simply didn't know about it. Third Tanhua wanted the unlicensed taxi driver next to him to help look after the handbag, but the driver waved his hand and didn't say a word. Third Tanhua was helpless. He could only carry the handbag and chase after the woman. Fortunately, just as the woman left the district, she sat on the ground again, and the ambulance arrived. Third Tanhua hurriedly placed the handbag next to the woman and told the ambulance what happened. He even asked the district security guard next to him to call 110, and he left. Third Tanhua's heart still had lingering fear. He didn't know if the woman's handbag had a problem, and if she would blame it on him. Chapter 1402. The Blue Twin Bears? This obscene voice was extremely familiar. Xiaohua recognized it immediately. Not to mention Kai Zhuoxia. Kai Zhuoxia's face was already slightly pale, as if she was very afraid of the Blue Twin Bears. Quickly leave. Xiaohua was also greatly alarmed. He only thought that Yan Ganwei had a backup plan, but he didn't expect it to be an old enemy. That day, he tricked the two of them, causing them to flee with their faces covered in dirt. When they realized what had happened, didn't they still want to grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Now that he saw it, how could he not know that the two of them had already colluded with Yan Ganwei? They wanted to take Kai Zhuoxia's life, and he was a pitiful fish in the pond. However, Xiaohua knew that the Blue Twin Bears hated him even more than Kai Zhuoxia. Yan Ganwei's fire net talisman was indeed fast. With a shake of his hand, it covered the top of Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia's heads, and in the blink of an eye, it fell a foot above their heads. But the scene before his eyes was absolutely out of Yan Liwei's expectations. Xiaohua was like an arrow that left the bow, his figure flashing rapidly. His hand pulled Kai Zhuoxia's sleeve, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he actually narrowly avoided the fire net talisman. Don't think of leaving. Yan Ganwei saw this, and was more surprised than angry. Although he had heard the Blue Twin Bears say that Xiaohua's flying speed was fast, in his eyes, Xiaohua was only a little thing in the first layer of the qi refining realm. Although he was now at the third layer of the qi refining realm, he was only a toy in his hands. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. He only needed to let go of his strength and not let him get close to him, and he could easily deal with him. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would actually escape from his plot? How could he not have the intention to kill him? Yan Ganwei shouted loudly, the magic power in his body surging, fiercely urging the flying talisman, quickly chasing after Xiaohua. At the same time, he waved his hand, took out the ice thorn talisman from his storage bag, and stabbed it towards Kai Zhuoxia's back. The Blue Twin Bears also didn't hesitate, similarly waving their hands, and several yellow talismans shot out. Their target was Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about them, his figure flew, his speed comparable to the peak of the qi refining realm. In the blink of an eye, he flew a distance of 10 feet. However, at this moment, something embarrassing happened. With a tearing sound, Kai Zhuoxia's sleeve was actually torn off from her Taoist robe by Xiaohua's great strength. Beneath Kai Zhuoxia's great shame, she was even more alarmed. Just now, she had already aroused all of her body's magic force and used it all on the flight talisman. That speed was something she had never achieved in her entire life, but even so, she was still far inferior to Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua's speed had ripped off her sleeve. Kai Zhuoxia's complexion was slightly dark, but the skin on her arms and forearms was sparkling and translucent like jade. For a moment, they were all exposed. Sorry. In this moment of delay, Yan Liwei's icicle talisman and the twin blue bear's fireball talismans all hit within a foot of Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't have time to think carefully and grabbed Kai Zhuoxia's wrist. A huge force was transmitted, and Kai Zhuoxia's figure immediately floated up like a cloud behind Xiaohua, flying far away. You think you can leave? Behind them, Yan Liwei saw that the icicle talisman had missed, and he also mobilized his true qi, and aroused his flight talisman to chase after them. Although Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, he didn't know what was going on. But although Kai Zhuoxia was also using all of her magic force and using her fastest speed to chase after him, there was a resistance blocking Xiaohua's arm, restricting his flying speed. As a result, Xiaohua's flying speed was only around the 9th level of qi refinement, unable to increase. Ha ha ha, Yan Liwei sneered. Under the urging of the flight talisman, his speed was already comparable to the 9th level of qi refinement. The distance that Xiaohua had suddenly pulled apart a moment ago was unceasingly shrinking. Looking at the twin blue bears again, although their cultivation was at the 6th level of qi refinement, at this moment, they were still insufficient. They spared no effort to fly behind the three people, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. What's going on? Xiaohua stared blankly, and then became very anxious. He had killed a 6th level qi refinement cultivator before, but he had never fought a 7th level qi refinement cultivator before. Although he saw that Yan Liwei's magic force was formidable, he had some confidence in protecting himself, but with Kai Zhuoxia, he was definitely not a match. No wonder. There's a flight duel talisman. At this moment, Xiaohua was very regretful that he didn't buy a flight duel talisman. Little thief, hand over your life. Yan Liwei chased a bit closer, and a yellow talisman shot out. A flying sword condensed, and directly stabbed towards Xiaohua's back. Fellow Daoist Xiao, let go of I. Kai Zhuoxia was very anxious, and exerted all of her strength to pull her arm back. Just as Kai Zhuoxia struggled free of her arm, Xiaohua's mind lit up, and he shouted, Fellow Daoist Kai, withdraw your magic force. Don't use your true qi in the slightest. Kai Zhuoxia didn't understand, but at this moment, she obeyed Xiaohua, and immediately dispersed her magic force, no longer urging the flight talisman. A miracle appeared. Just as Kai Zhuoxia's magic force dispersed, the force blocking Xiaohua's arm suddenly disappeared. How heavy was Kai Zhuoxia? In Xiaohua's hand, she was about the same as a kitten. With just a slight pull of his hand, she was pulled to his side, and Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerated, like a shooting star. Not only did he dodge Yan Liwei's flying sword, he even flew far away, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Yan Liwei saw that the situation was hopeless, and he also made a prompt decision, stopping his figure. His face was filled with inconceivable shock, and he looked at Xiaohua's flying little black dot from afar, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, the twin bear's pylon also caught up. Looking at the void in midair, the two of them looked at each other and whispered, Fellow Daoist Yan, this guy's flying speed has become a lot faster compared to that day when we met. What's the origin of this guy? Yan Liwei waved his hand, stopping the two of them from continuing to speak. We've asked around, but no one knows this guy's name. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Yan's message, the two of us wouldn't have known that this guy is called Xiaohua. The twin bears' pylon shook their heads. I heard Kai Zhuoxia say that this Xiaohua is a loose cultivator, but his cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, but his flying speed is comparable to the 10th layer of qi refining. How could he be a loose cultivator? That's right, fellow Daoist Yan. When the two of us met last year, Xiaohua was only at the 1st layer of qi refining. And, in a year, advancing from the 1st layer of qi refining to the 3rd layer of qi refining isn't rare, so it doesn't count as anything. If he's a loose cultivator, then there's a problem. Yan Liwei pinched his chin and sneered. After returning from the sobbing Meng Mountains, put in more effort. Since you know this guy's name, you must drag him out. You must know, if he can escape from our hands today, he can kill us tomorrow. If we don't take advantage of his shallow cultivation to strike first and gain the upper hand, I'm afraid there won't be a good ending in the future. Yes, I understand. Pylon and the twin bears bowed and saluted. Soon after, they said embarrassedly, the two of us aren't talented, so we don't know how we exposed ourselves, causing fellow Daoist Yan to be unable to do as you wish. Hee, it has nothing to do with you. The two of them were extremely cautious and changed directions twice. I'm afraid that when I went out to send a message, I gave myself away. Yan Liwei smiled and waved his hand. However, even so, they still left behind a flaw. Fellow Daoist Yan, please speak. Pylon and the twin bears were stunned and asked. The sobbing Meng Mountains are extremely vast, so how could they find an extremely hidden place in such a hurry? In order to not arouse Ai's suspicion, Kai Zhuoxia presumably followed her previous plan and led I to the real place, then pretended that she couldn't find the place and coaxed I to leave. Only in the real place would I feel normal. So, as long as we carefully search the place just now, we'll definitely find some clues. Pai Lon and the twin bears felt that it was inconceivable, but after thinking about it carefully, it really was very possible. Even if it's not, what's the harm in us looking around again? Yen Liwei smiled and returned to the stone wall first. Sure enough, at the foot of a mountain in the distance, Kai Zhuoxia had already changed into a Taoist robe. The blush on her face hadn't faded, and she said in a low voice, I also had no choice. If it wasn't the real place, how could we deceive Yen Liwei? I only hoped that he wanted to take the mother-child spirit fruit for himself, and let us go when he didn't find a single one. Who would have thought? Hee, no matter. Xiaohua smiled and said, Isn't it better for us to keep our lives than anything else? But the Kai family of Liang is far inferior to the Yen family. I'm afraid that this offense will put my Kai family in a difficult situation. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly. Humph, if we're afraid of this, how can we still cultivate? Xiaohua sneered and muttered in his heart. Why don't you take out the name of Li Zongbao and the name of the Utmost Happiness faction? I'm sure even the Xuanyan school wouldn't dare to say this. Why should we be afraid of the small Yen family? Also, the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows, the restrictive spell doesn't seem to be very powerful. Although the place is hidden, if they can guess, I'm afraid the mother-child spirit fruit won't be safe. Kai Zhuoxia said again. You. Xiaohua was a little angry. Since he knew that Yen Liwei had bad intentions, why did he still go to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows? He could have just found another place. However, when he thought about Kai Zhuoxia's misgivings about not wanting to provoke the Yen family, Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Although the fierce look disappeared in a flash, it was seen clearly by Kai Zhuoxia. A chill rose from the bottom of Kai Zhuoxia's heart. Fellow Kai, please wait for a moment. I'll go back and take a look. If they leave, I'll come back to greet you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I'll listen to fellow Zhao's arrangements. Kai Zhuoxia's heart trembled. She didn't dare to ask Xiaohua's true meaning and hurriedly agreed. Then she said in a low voice, Fellow Xiao, be careful. Ah, don't worry, fellow Kai, I'll only watch from afar. When they leave, I'll turn back. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew towards the stone wall again. Looking at Xiaohua's figure gradually flying away, Kai Zhuoxia stared for a long time. She really didn't expect that a cultivator at the first level of qi refining would have such a great change in his cultivation in a mere year's time. A cultivator at the third level of qi refining actually dared to go back and face a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining and 2 cultivators at the 5th level of qi refining. Chapter 1403. Yen Liwei and the Pai Lon twin bears flew to the stone wall. They first looked around for a long time, then their gazes fell on the stone stream that flowed out of the stream. They saw that the stone stream was very thin. The stream flowed from top to bottom, filling the gaps between the stones, and gurgling unceasingly. Here. Yen Liwei laughed heartily. The water in this stone stream is too deliberate. Presumably, some cultivator used magic power to move the stones here to block the passage. Of course, no wonder there weren't any spiritual power fluctuations. The Pai Lon twin bears echoed. Let I see what's going on. As Yen Liwei spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a palm-sized object from his storage bag. This object was oval in shape, and there was a thumb-sized hole in the middle. Yen Liwei took that object and took out a yellow talisman in his other hand. Under the urging of magic power, the yellow talisman flashed with an orange brilliance. Soon after, Yen Liwei stuck the yellow talisman onto the palm-sized object. The yellow talisman's brilliance sank into the object. Soon after, the hole in the middle of the object flashed with a milky white brilliance, and then it disappeared. Then, Yen Liwei held the object in front of his eyes. A strange thing happened. Through the hole, Yen Liwei could actually clearly see what was behind the stone wall. Oh, this is a big stone. Look, here is the original gap. Someone used magic power to seal it. It looks like a complete stone wall. Yen Liwei squinted one eye, looking as he spoke. At this time, there was suddenly a slight ringing sound. Huh? The Pai Lon twin bears jumped in fright. Looking up, they saw a small bell tied to Yen Liwei's waist. Ah, there's an enemy? Yen Liwei was also shocked. He absolutely didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly turn around. Moreover, he was already within 10 feet of him. But where was the enemy? Yen Liwei was vigilant and hurriedly added several defensive yellow talismans to his body. Which fellow Taoist is here? I am Su Yan's Yen clan disciple. Fellow Taoist, please show yourself. Yen Liwei said loudly. But after a long time, no one appeared, and the small bell on Yen Liwei's waist was still ringing. Underground, Pai Lan and the twin bears were shocked. They suddenly realized something and looked down. Yen Yenwei also came to his senses. Holding the yellow talisman in his hand, he raised the object with the hole in front of his eyes and looked down. Through the hole, everything about 3 feet underground was presented before his eyes. Under Yen Ganwei's careful inspection, he found that about 3 feet below his feet, a ball of yellow light was covering a human figure. Just as Yen Ganwei lowered his head to check, the human figure in the brilliance seemed to have sensed Yen Ganwei's detection. It suddenly stood up and rushed towards another direction on the ground. Earth Escape Talisman? Yen Liwei sneered. You want to run? No way. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Under the urging of magic power, various yellow talismans rained down. As long as the human figure rushed out from the ground, it was bound to be hit by the yellow talismans. Yen Liwei's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile, as if he could already see the miserable state of this person being hit by the yellow talismans. Who knew? That person seemed to have a divine sense. He was actually able to perceive Yen Liwei's yellow talismans. Just as he rushed out from the ground, he suddenly rushed towards Yen Liwei's feet. That speed was faster than an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Yen Liwei's feet. Courting death. Yen Liwei was furious. He slapped his hand and was just about to take out the yellow talismans from his storage bag. At this time, the human figure rushed out from the ground. The thin figure was holding a pitch-black spear in his hand. Xiao Hua! The 2 Pai blue bears weren't far away, so they naturally saw clearly. They scratched their heads, but they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually dare to come back. Moreover, he was even hiding under their feet. Humph! Yen Liwei shook his hand, and his magic power was about to urge the yellow talismans. It was also at this time that Xiao Hua's spear pierced the crook of Yen Liwei's leg. A tremendous force transmitted. Without waiting for Yen Liwei to scream, a burst of brilliance flashed. Yen Liwei's defensive yellow talismans had already been pierced through by Xiao Hua's devil's spear. Audacious! Yen Liwei was worthy of being a 7th-level qi condensation cultivator. His defensive yellow talismans were broken, and the black qi of the devil's spear pierced through. However, his magic power still urged the yellow talismans in his hand. Several icicle talismans followed Yen Liwei's hand and stabbed down. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive sounds rang out. The iron cloak talismans on Xiao Hua's body were quickly broken, and the remaining icicles pierced his shoulder with extreme ease. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He didn't even have time to look at Yen Liwei's injury. His figure didn't even change. Maintaining his previous posture, he retreated at extreme speed. Xiao Hua's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he retreated 10 meters away. You! Yen Liwei pointed at Xiao Hua in astonishment. His hand didn't stop, and he took out some medicinal pills from his storage pouch and placed them in his mouth. Unfortunately, before the medicinal pills in his mouth could melt, a black qi pervaded his face. Yen Liwei's finger that was pointing at Xiao Hua also gradually stiffened. His figure fell to the ground with a bang, and he no longer made a sound. Upon seeing this, the twin Pai blue bears felt as if they were dreaming. This was a 7th-level qi condensation cultivator. His cultivation was far stronger than theirs. Now, he was actually killed by a 3rd-level qi condensation cultivator. Although it was a sneak attack, and there was no lack of trickery involved. Yen Liwei died at Xiao Hua's hands after all. Run! This thought emerged in the minds of the twin Pai blue bears at the same time. What was laughable was that, as 5th-level qi condensation cultivators, the twin Pai blue bears had encountered Xiao Hua twice. Both times, they had ended their confrontation with Xiao Hua by running away. The first time, the twin Pai blue bears had escaped, but what about this time? The twin Pai blue bears had long since reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. One of them fled into the sobbing Meng Mountain Range, and the other fled out of the sobbing Meng Mountain Range. As for the injured Xiao Hua, he didn't care about his injuries at this time. He stood up and directly chased after the twin Pai Blue Bears who were fleeing out of the sobbing Meng mountain range. The hearts of the twin Pai Blue Bears who were fleeing out of the mountain range trembled with fear. They threw out their yellow talismans with all their might, only wanting to prevent Xiaohua from getting close to them. They wanted to prevent Xiaohua from using force to break through their magic. Who would have thought that when Xiaohua saw the yellow talismans flying over, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He similarly waved his hand, and several fireball talismans were activated by his transcendence energy. Like hailstones, they pelted down on the twin Pai Blue Bears and sealed off their surroundings. Rumble, 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 rumble. Xiaohua wasn't stingy with the yellow talismans in his hand, and he threw out several handfuls in succession. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the explosion of the fireball. Soon after, a charred corpse fell from midair, falling straight to the ground. One of the twin Pai Blue Bears, a 5th-level Qi-refining cultivator, was actually burned to death by the fireball talismans that Xiaohua refined himself. Seeing the twin Pai Blue Bears' corpses fall, Xiaohua still didn't dare to be at ease. He lowered his body and flew past the twin Pai Blue Bears' corpses. The tip of the devil's spear in his hand still pierced the corpses' backs. Only then did he fly far away, chasing after the twin Pai Blue Bears who were flying into the sobbing Meng mountain range. The twin Pai Blue Bears were 5th-level Qi refining cultivators, which was the middle level of the Qi refining realm. Compared to Xiaohua, who was a low-level cultivator at the middle level of the 3rd level, their cultivation was much higher. Although Xiaohua's cultivation progress was very slow, the transcendence energy in his body far surpassed those of the same level. He wasn't much different from the twin Pai Blue Bears, who were in the middle level of the Qi refining realm. If the twin Pai Blue Bears worked together, they might have had a chance. At the very least, they wouldn't have been defeated like this. However, the twin Pai Blue Bears had long suspected that Xiaohua was concealing his cultivation level and planted a seed of fear in their hearts. Secondly, when they saw the 7th-level Qi refining cultivator, Yan Wei, was actually killed by Xiaohua, how could they dare to block his attack? The first thought in their minds was run. After Xiaohua killed one of the twin Pai Blue Bears, he immediately flew high again, chasing after them in the direction of the sobbing Meng mountain range. While Xiaohua was burning the other one, the other twin Pai Blue Bears was already about to escape into an emerald green thicket. If he fell, this sobbing Meng mountain range was so big, and Xiaohua didn't have a divine sense, he would probably escape. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and urged his transcendence energy. He completely ignored the several wounds on his shoulder that were caused by the icicle talisman and chased after them with extreme speed. However, the distance between Xiaohua and the twin Pai Blue Bears was still a bit far. He was still a bit slow. Just when he was still several tens of feet away from the twin Pai Blue Bears, the twin Pai Blue Bears turned their heads and saw Xiaohua chasing after them. They no longer flew forward and plunged into the thicket in the mountain range. When Xiaohua flew to the same place where they fell, there was only a thick layer of fallen leaves, decaying and damp. Where was the shadow of the twin Pai Blue Bears? Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He sat cross-legged and silently circulated the nameless mnemonic chant, wanting to use that inexplicable perception. However, the movements of several tens of feet around him were all reflected in his heart in a hazy manner, but they were all very normal. How could he find any trace of the twin Pai Blue Bears? After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua stood up. He secretly sighed and flew up from his original position. He actually didn't care about the twin Pai Blue Bears. Currently, it wasn't difficult for him to kill this kind of trash. What he was worried about was that the twin Pai Blue Bears would send the news of him killing Yan Wei to the Yan clan, or even Xuanyan school. Regardless of whether it was Xuanyan school or the Yan clan, Xiaohua didn't want to provoke them. Forget it. How could a cultivator be afraid of these grudges? Since I can't kill them, then I'll just let nature take its course. Xiaohua directly flew out of the Weimeng mountain range. However, just as he flew out several tens of feet, he suddenly heard a bird's cry behind him. Although this sound wasn't as breathtaking as the bird's cry he heard on the southern plains that day, it still caused his magic power to slightly stagnate and his body to stop for a moment. When Xiaohua turned his head in shock, he saw a goshawk spreading its wings and flying out from the lush greenery of the Weimeng mountain range. And in front of the goshawk were precisely the twin Pai Blue Bears. How did this ruffian provoke the goshawk? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. However, he was also delighted in his heart. He prepared to intercept the twin pie blue bears. Those twin pie blue bears were also strange. They rushed out from the forest and didn't evade when they saw Xiaohua. Instead, they directly rushed over. Strange, could it be? Xiaohua secretly cried out in surprise. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 1404. Seeing that one of the pylon bears didn't escape to other places, but instead chose to fly in his direction, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, before he could turn around and fly away, a bloody scene occurred. That goshawk's figure was rather large. Its 2 wings were about 3 meters wide. Although the pylon bears were flying fast, that goshawk was actually much faster than them. With a flap of its wings, it flew to the top of the pylon bears' heads. It was very strange. When the goshawk stretched out its sharp claws that flashed with cold light and grabbed downwards, it didn't grab at the heads that were closest to the goshawk's claws, but instead directly grabbed at the backs of the pylon bears. The pylon bears' faces had long lost color. Feeling the swift and fierce wind on their backs, they immediately changed direction and accelerated their flight. The goshawk's claws missed. It opened its beak and screeched angrily again. Following this screech, the pylon bears' bodies slightly stagnated. In the blink of an eye, that goshawk's 2 sharp claws grabbed at the same time. The defensive yellow talismans on the pylon bears' bodies were like paper. Without even flashing brilliance, they were immediately torn apart. Immediately after, the goshawk's sharp claws deeply pierced into the backs of the pylon bears. Ah! With a miserable cry, the pylon bears' bodies were actually torn in half by the goshawk. The internal organs and some flesh of the pylon bears immediately scattered in midair. However, immediately after, they were blown by the strong mountain wind and scattered in all directions. However, something strange happened. Just as the pylon bears were torn apart by the goshawk, an earthy yellow shadow flew out from the backs of the pylon bears and directly landed on a tree on the ground. The goshawk also immediately threw away the remains of the pylon bears in its claws. With a flap of its wings, it chased after that earthy yellow shadow. That shadow was very small, almost invisible from far away. If not for Xiaohua's sharp eyes and ears, he probably wouldn't have seen it. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Because that earthy yellow shadow was very obvious on the emerald green ground. Its speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed several meters. That direction was precisely where Xiaohua was standing. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to change direction and desperately fled out of the sobbing Meng Mountain range. At this time, Xiaohua already couldn't care about concealing himself, couldn't care about elegance, only wanted to escape from this sobbing Meng Mountains, only wanted to escape from this incomparably powerful goshawk's sharp claws. Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua's current flying speed is comparable to that of a peak qi refining cultivator, the 2 spirit beasts behind him are also extraordinary. The earthy yellow shadow in the front has the appearance of a small mouse. The most ridiculous thing is that on the back of that small mouse, there is an even smaller mouse cub. That mouse cub's eyes haven't even opened, and its body doesn't have many fine hairs. Only a small tail is entangled with the mouse's tail. Although this mouse was still dragging its baby, its speed was still much faster than Xiaohua's. It was like a flying yellow line rapidly extending across the emerald green canopy. That goshawk is even more powerful. With a few flaps of its wings, it caught up with the mouse. Its sharp claws are everywhere on the mouse's back. The mouse's fleeing speed isn't fast enough, but it dodges extremely fast. Every time it is caught by the sharp claws, it will be dodged, and countless trees under the mouse's body will be torn apart by the goshawk's sharp claws. Xiaohua desperately fled in front, but, in just a few breaths of time, that mouse and goshawk caught up with him. 2 ice-cold divine senses swept over Xiaohua's body, causing Xiaohua's heart to die like ashes. Is there a mistake? Both of them have the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua secretly criticized, "You guys fight, there's no need to bring disaster to mortals." Thinking this, Xiaohua clenched his teeth, turned around, and immediately flew in another direction. Moreover, he flew higher and higher. He knew that this goshawk was chasing after the mouse. As long as the mouse doesn't catch up to him, he will have a chance to survive. Things don't go as he wishes. Xiaohua had just flown away when that mouse that had been fleeing on the treetop suddenly flew into the air. Like a perfectly straight yellow line, it shot towards Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. With a wave of his hand, a stack of yellow talismans was thrown towards the mouse, as if they were free of charge. With a rumbling sound, a dozen or so fireballs exploded behind him. But in the midst of the exploding fireballs, that mouse unexpectedly flew onto Xiaohua's back unscathed. How could Xiaohua dare to let it get on his back? The tip of the devil's spear in his hand thrust forward. That mouse only slightly turned and dodged the tip of the spear, steadily landing on Xiaohua's back. By the time the mouse grasped the Taoist robe on Xiaohua's back, that mouse's expression was dispirited, as if its vitality had been greatly damaged. It wanted to rely on Xiaohua to throw off the goshawk on its back. Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed with his back hand, but even though the mouse's eyes were slightly narrowed, its divine sense was still there. No matter how Xiaohua stretched out his hand, he simply couldn't grab even half a strand of mouse hair. Why am I so unlucky? Without waiting for Xiaohua to complain in exasperation, a black shadow descended from the sky. A 3-zhang wide wing blocked Xiaohua's head, and in the fierce sound of the wind, the goshawk's sharp claws grabbed at the mouse on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken. Needless to say, this mouse would definitely be able to dodge this claw, and the goshawk's claws would most likely land on his body. Therefore, he was no longer able to throw off the mouse. He once again clenched his teeth, and the true qi in his entire body rapidly revolved. Urging his magic power, he quickly flew in another direction with incomparable speed. At this time, there was already no other thought in his mind. He only wanted to fly even faster, to escape the goshawk's sharp claws. However, he had only flown for a few breaths of time before another sharp gust of wind attacked his back from above. That goshawk's sharp claws fell again. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He fiercely took out the tip of the devil's spear from his space, and with a turn of his hand, he wanted to stab it into the goshawk's claw. With a clang, it seemed like two sharp objects had collided. Some sparks burst out from between the tip of the spear and the goshawk's claw, but there wasn't any damage on the goshawk's claw. Good heavens! Is this still a goshawk's claw? I'm afraid that even metal and stone aren't this sturdy. Xiaohua's heart trembled again. However, the strength of Xiaohua's stab was extremely great. Although the goshawk's wind was also strong, it was still struck back a few steps. Its 2 huge wings fiercely flapped, and it stabilized itself. Jie, a resounding eagle cry rang out. That goshawk was infuriated by Xiaohua's counterattack. Going berserk, its wings flapped, and its 2 eagle claws rapidly clawed at 2 places on Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua saw that the tip of the devil's spear was able to block the goshawk's sharp claws. His heart was a bit shaken, and at the same time, he lowered his head and flew rapidly. At the same time, he circulated the nameless chant, and all his attention was focused on the movements behind him. Seeing the goshawk's claw coming down, he immediately blocked the tip of the devil's spear behind him just like before. With another clang, Xiaohua blocked one of the goshawk's claws, but in the instant he blocked it, the other goshawk's claw came from another direction. This claw was like lightning. The Iron Cloak Talisman and Weak Water Talisman on Xiaohua's body were like paper under this sharp claw. In an instant, it pierced into his Taoist robe. At this crucial moment, the muscles on Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. His entire body suddenly hugged into a ball, and Xiaohua seemed to be on flat ground. With an extremely ingenious movement technique, he actually dodged the goshawk's sharp claws. The pleasant surprise didn't stop there. At the same time that Xiaohua used his movement technique, his other hand very naturally took out the devil's spear from the space. He slightly unfolded it in the air, and like using an iron rod, he swatted it at the goshawk's sharp claws from an extremely strange angle. The goshawk's sharp claws did its best to dodge, but under Xiaohua's ingenious angle and excellent timing, it still couldn't dodge and was hit by the devil's spear. Caw, the goshawk's sharp claws fiercely retracted. It raised its beak to the sky and cried out several times. Immediately, its 3-meter-long wings fiercely flapped, and a hurricane-like force directly attacked Xiaohua. That hurricane hadn't yet come close, but a suffocating feeling hit Xiaohua in the face. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. This wasn't a simple force, but a hurricane formed from spiritual aura. This was the furious attack of a Foundation establishment goshawk. How could a trifling, aura-refining cultivator like him withstand it? Not daring to hesitate, Xiaohua immediately changed direction. Head down, he flew straight to the ground. Moreover, at the same time he flew down, Xiaohua immediately used an Earth Escape talisman on his body. This was also the flash of inspiration he had just now. Sure enough, the goshawk was caught off guard by Xiaohua's sudden descent. In an instant, it rushed far away. By the time the goshawk landed again, Xiaohua had already fallen a lot. The goshawk had been teased time and time again. This time it was thoroughly angry. With a flap of its giant wings, a black shadow of 10 feet in size swooped down from the sky towards Xiaohua's back. Its sharp claws actually emitted a cold light under the sunlight. If Xiaohua was caught by these claws, he would most likely end up with his flesh and blood flying everywhere. Quick, quick, quick! Xiaohua almost wanted to reach out a hand in his heart, wanting to quickly land on the ground. Unfortunately, the goshawk's sharp claws attacked when he was about 100 feet above the ground. Xiaohua didn't even think. His entire body flew at an extremely beautiful angle in midair. The devil's spear in his hand was similarly incomparably gorgeous, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it blocked between his back and the goshawk's claws. The strange thing was that this devil's spear wasn't the same as before. In this attack, there wasn't any strength. Instead, at the same time it collided with the goshawk's claws, it used a kind of ingenious method to borrow the enormous force of the goshawk's claws to rapidly push Xiaohua's own body towards the ground. Xiaohua only needed a breath to cover the distance of 100 feet. Just as his body landed on the ground, a burst of brilliance flashed on Xiaohua's body. The Earth Escape talisman came into effect. Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared under the ground. The goshawk saw that it had been teased time and time again. Its prey, an extremely weak thing, had actually disappeared in front of its eyes. It was abnormally furious. Its body flew on the ground, and its divine sense ruthlessly swept over Xiaohua's body, who was deep underground. Xiaohua was underground and had already sensed the goshawk's divine sense. Greatly alarmed, he hurriedly fled to other places. Unfortunately, when he fled 100 feet, the goshawk also flew 100 feet. The goshawk's body had always been above Xiaohua's head. Chapter 1405. Xiaohua's Earth Escape talisman had a time limit. Not long after, he saw his body flashing with light. Xiaohua hurriedly put another Earth Escape talisman on his body and fled to another place. After so many times, the Earth Escape talismans in Xiaohua's space had been exhausted. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black sky in panic, not knowing what to do. Although he couldn't see the goshawk on the ground, the goshawk's divine sense had never left his side. He had already fled for a long time, but the divine sense was like a maggot in his bones. He couldn't escape. What should I do? Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the last Earth Escape talisman. After using this Earth Escape talisman, he could only be obediently squeezed out of the ground, exposing himself to the goshawk's sharp claws and huge wings. Facing a Foundation establishment goshawk, Xiaohua was like a defenseless baby. At this moment, a squeaking sound was heard. The rat that had been lying on his back all this time flew up and floated in front of him out of thin air. I forgot to escape. This mouse is the real prey that the goshawk is chasing. I'm just a fish in the pond. Xiaohua saw the mouse and suddenly realized. At this moment, the mouse seemed to have recovered a bit of its vitality. Its eyes were wide open, and it stared at Xiaohua from top to bottom. "Ai, big brother," Xiaohua said, "I don't know where you came from, but you should escape. Why are you pulling me? Even if I cultivate for 10 years, I'm afraid I won't be a match for that goshawk. If big brother has good intentions, you should leave quickly. While I can still hide for a while, let me live." Saying this, Xiaohua put his hands together and saluted the mouse. Mouse also didn't know if he could understand, but after a moment, he also held his 2 mouse paws in front of his chest and couldn't help but smile as he saluted Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and muttered, "Big brother, don't laugh at this little Taoist. You leaving quickly is already a grace to this little Taoist." While speaking, the light around Xiaohua's body flickered. Xiaohua knew that the Earth Escape talisman was about to lose its effect, so he quickly used the last Earth Escape talisman on himself. Right at this moment, the rat's tail moved slightly, and it actually brought the little rat on its back that hadn't opened its eyes to his eyes. The amazing thing was that the little rat actually floated in midair and didn't seem to fall. The rat stared at the rat cub in front of it for a long time. There was an indescribable meaning in its tiny eyes. Xiaohua did not understand it at first, but when his gaze met the rat's, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a giant hammer. In the rat's eyes, there was a kind of pity, a kind of reluctance, a kind of determination, and an unparalleled love. Xiaohua watched in disbelief. He didn't dare to believe that he was actually able to see such a scene through his narrow vision. His eyes had long since become moist. At this moment, he also understood the rat's intentions. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the rat's decision. Sure enough, in just a moment, the rat suddenly retracted its gaze. An ice-cold divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. The rat's mouth was still making jiji sounds, saying a language that Xiaohua didn't understand. Xiaohua's face was heavy. He also looked straight at it, seemingly not retreating. Soon after, the rat shook its tail, separating it from the rat cub's tail. Then, with a tap of its tail, the rat cub floated towards Xiaohua. However, just as it floated a few inches, the rat's tail curled up and suddenly pulled the rat cub back. The rat's tail coiled around the rat cub, and a doting feeling filled the entire space. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He also couldn't bear it in his heart. Soon after, the rat pushed the rat cub. Without waiting for the rat cub to float in front of Xiaohua, the rat's figure flashed, and it actually easily escaped from the halo of Xiaohua's Earth Escape talisman. And just as the rat left the ground and disappeared from Xiaohua's sight, Xiaohua clearly saw that the rat suddenly turned its head, and its eyes lovingly looked at the rat cub in midair. Xiaohua didn't know the situation above the ground. He only knew that just as the rat left the ground, the goshawk's ice-cold divine sense immediately disappeared from his body. When the divine sense disappeared, the rat cub floated in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This was an extremely cute little thing. Its eyes hadn't opened yet, and its red body was covered in fine fur. Its small tail unconsciously moved, as if it was looking for its mother's warmth. Sigh, Xiaohua. How could he bear to ignore this rat cub? He gently extended his hands to hold it. The weightless rat cub was slightly warm as it leaned against Xiaohua's palm. Its small tail had just touched Xiaohua's finger when it instinctively curled up, tightly curling around Xiaohua's little finger. A kind of indescribable warmth flowed in Xiaohua's heart. Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly escaped underground and quickly fled in a direction. When the Earth Escape talisman was about to lose its effect, he rushed out of the ground. Sure enough, on the ground, there were no traces of the goshawk and rat. When Xiaohua saw this, he knew that he had escaped with his life. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at the pink lump of meat in his palm, and the corner of his mouth curled up. His palm slightly curled up, and he was about to put it into his spirit storage pouch. However, the rat cub's small tail was tightly wrapped around Xiaohua's little finger, and it didn't loosen. Xiaohua was unable to put it in. What should I do? I can't always hold it in my hand, right? Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the ice worm king's egg and water-patterned butterfly's egg in the space. He brushed his hand and tried to send the rat cub into the space. Strangely enough, the rat cub's body actually smoothly entered the space, but its small tail was still wrapped around Xiaohua's finger. However, when the light from reverse light shone on the rat cub's body, the rat cub immediately floated comfortably in the space, and its small tail also loosened from Xiaohua's finger. This place is safe. I'll let this little guy slowly grow up. In any case, I won't let down the rat mother who generously went to her death. Xiaohua laughed and raised his eyes to discern the direction. He urged his magic power, and his entire figure didn't fly high. Following the treetops, he flew out of the sobbing Meng mountain range at extreme speed. At the foot of the mountain, Kaizhuaxia had long been running in circles. However, she didn't dare to fly back to the sobbing Meng mountain range. When she saw Xiaohua's figure flying over, her eyes held an indescribable astonishment and peace of mind. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kaizhuaxia couldn't wait to welcome him and impatiently asked, Pailon, the twin bears, and Yen Shenwei, how are they? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, and he landed on the foot of the mountain. He laughed. What does fellow Taoist Kai think? Kaizhuaxia's face revealed joy, and she laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao can return. Then they, not waiting for Kaizhuaxia to finish speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, How can I be a match for the three seniors? I only watched the three of them fight from afar. As for what happened to them, I also didn't dare to show my face. I only shot them a glance, and then hurriedly fled. If they perished together, that's also possible. Kai Zhuoxia's eyes turned, and she hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. I also had the same thought." Moreover, just now, the sobbing Meng mountain range let out a great cry of the firmament shaking. Maybe it's also normal for them to be killed by the firmament shaking. Firmament shaking? Xiaohua's brows furrowed, and he inwardly said, in all likelihood, that goshawk is the firmament shaking. Just by hearing this name, I can tell it's not a master that's easy to worry about. Thus he laughed. Isn't that right, fellow Taoist Kai? What rank is this firmament shaking? When I heard that hawk cry, I trembled with fear. I couldn't even fly. The firmament shaking is a third-rank spirit beast, and its strength is comparable to a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator like me. Not to mention us, even a seventh-stage qi condensation cultivator like Yan Shenwei wouldn't be lucky enough to encounter it. Kai Zhuoxia chuckled. However, since the firmament shaking has appeared here, fellow Taoist Xiao can forget about the spirit-seeking mouse. Why is that? Xiaohua asked. Spirit-seeking mice are different from ordinary spirit beasts. They have strength ranging from the initial to the third rank, and even the fourth rank. The initial rank is naturally equivalent to a first-level qi refining cultivator, and the fourth rank is equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I was still thinking that if fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is good, you can encounter a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse. Moreover, fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed is very fast, so your chances of catching a low-rank spirit-seeking mouse are also much higher. Kai Zhuoxia pursed her lips and said regretfully, unfortunately, the firmament shaking is the natural enemy of spirit-seeking mice. No matter what rank the spirit-seeking mouse is, when it sees the firmament shaking, all of its bones and tendons will go limp, and it won't be able to escape even half a step. Today, the firmament shaking has appeared, and I'm afraid we won't be able to see any more spirit-seeking mice in the surroundings. No matter. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, our goal isn't the spirit-seeking mouse. As long as we can find the mother-child spirit fruit, it's fine. Of course. Kai Zhuoxia clapped her hands and said, then, let's go now? How could Xiaohua go now? He shook his head and said, the firmament shaking has just appeared, and the Sabmon mountain range is still very dangerous. Let's wait a few more days. I's a bit impatient. Kai Zhuoxia echoed. Soon after, Xiaohua and Xiaohua each found a place to rest in the mountains. After 3 days, they quietly arrived at the stone wall where the mother-child spirit fruit was located. The corpses of Yan Liwei and the Blue Bear duo had long since disappeared. Only their blood-stained Taoist robes and the storage pouches were left behind. Presumably, the corpses had already been eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains. Seeing that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with the location of the 3 corpses, Kai Zhuoxia wasn't surprised in the slightest. During these 3 days, she also understood that the higher Xiaohua's cultivation was, the more beneficial it was to her. Therefore, when Xiaohua held the 3 storage pouches in his hand, Kai Zhuoxia didn't wait for him to speak and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is indeed good. This storage pouch should be a gift from the heavens to fellow Taoist. How come I didn't see it? It seems like I really have no fate with the things inside the storage pouch. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He no longer held back and hung the 3 storage pouches on his waist. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow I. Kai Zhuoxia waited for Xiaohua to finish packing, then led Xiaohua to the place where the stream of water flowed on the stone wall. She used her hand to point at the stream and said, this is the passage that leads to the place where the mother-child spirit fruit grows. We only need to use magic power to break the stone walls on both sides of the stream, and we'll be able to see it. Chapter 1406. Xiaohua had long known about the mystery of the stone wall. Since Kai Zhuoxia didn't covet the storage bags of Yan Yanwei and the Blue Bears, Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't take advantage of Kai Zhuoxia, so he smiled and said, it's all thanks to fellow Kai's guidance. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to see that the water flow on the stone wall was actually the entrance. Kai Zhuoxia pursed her lips and smiled. She walked in front of the water flow, looked left and right, then patted her storage bag and took out several strange yellow talismans. She activated her magic power, turning them into various colors of brilliance. With the wave of Kai Zhuoxia's slender hands, they hit various parts of the stone wall. Formation talismans? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He saw Yan Yanwei use this thing before, and Kai Zhuoxia also didn't explain much. Now that he saw Kai Zhuoxia take it out, she must have prepared it during the half-year he was in seclusion. Soon after, Kai Zhuoxia activated her magic power. Her hands formed simple seals and hit the formation talismans on the stone wall. Following the seals, the stone wall gradually overflowed with a faint brilliance. Xiaohua took a few glances and saw that the seals were very simple, so he lost interest. Soon after, he reached out and opened the storage bag at his waist, rummaging through the things inside. There were many things in Yan Yanwei's storage bag. There were some formation talismans, many yellow talismans, and several alchemy books. What made Xiaohua the most happy was that there were many marrow cleansing pills and clear pleasure pills, and even some Giji pills. These Giji pills were the same as the clear pleasure pills. They were also pills that could increase magic power. Xiaohua only learned about them after studying alchemy for this half-year, and they were also the pills he prepared to choose after taking the clear pleasure pill. Now that he saw them, of course he was wild with joy. Moreover, this Yan Yanwei was indeed the direct bloodline of Xuanyan School's alchemists. Not only were there many marrow-cleansing pills, there were also many clear pleasure pills that exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. In contrast, there weren't many good things in the storage bags of the blue bears, only some ordinary pills. Not to mention any cultivation methods. Even the yellow talismans were missing. This really made Xiaohua somewhat disdainful. What's wrong with these people? They don't even bring their own cultivation methods with them, and still hide them. Is it so important? As she thought of this, she looked down on them and quietly put these things into her space so that no one would be able to find them. Fortunately, the quality of these three people's storage pouches was not bad. They could be exchanged for some high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua put them in his sleeve and accepted them with a smile. While Xiaohua Qing was counting the medicinal pills, Kai Zhuoxia was also nearing the end. Kai Zhuoxia shouted, "Quick!" Her face flushed red. She formed a seal with both hands and raised it in front of her chest with great difficulty. Then, she slowly pushed it forward as if she was lifting a 1,000-kilogram boulder. After casting the seal with great difficulty, Kai Zhuoxia's body trembled slightly. Sweat immediately seeped out of her face. This was the sign of overdraft of her supernatural power. Following Kai Zhuoxia's final seal, a brilliant brilliance appeared on the stone wall. It was extremely dazzling. However, just as Xiaohua squinted his eyes and stared at it, that brilliance flashed and the stone wall returned to its original appearance. Xiaohua stared blankly, turning his head to look at Kai Zhuoxia. The redness on Kai Zhuoxia's face disappeared, revealing a pale white. Alas, Kai Zhuoxia sighed and shook her head slightly. After a long while, she said in a low voice, My supernatural power is still insufficient. This stone wall, I'm afraid it can't be broken." Soon after, as if explaining, she said embarrassedly, "I found Yan Yanwei because he's a 7th-level qi refining cultivator. His supernatural power is much stronger than I. That's why." Xiaohua nodded and didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, he walked to the front of the stone wall and looked at the place where Kai Zhuoxia had just inserted the formation talisman. Then he jumped into the stream of water on the stone wall, took a good stand, and placed his hand on the side of the stone wall. Taking a deep breath, he circulated all the strength in his body and moved the stone wall to the outside. Xiaohua's strength wasn't just for show. Following Xiaohua's exertion of strength, that stone wall's brilliance began to flash. Moreover, it became increasingly resplendent, almost exactly the same as when Kai Zhuoxia used the formation talisman just a moment ago. "Ah?" Kai Zhuoxia stood beside the stream of water, her face full of astonishment. She really didn't think that when a cultivator's strength reached a certain degree, they could actually break through magic with force. But the matter still wasn't as simple as Xiaohua thought. Just as the stone wall faintly swayed, his fingertips suddenly slipped. It seemed like the restriction on the stone wall had some effect. Xiaohua's figure immediately lost balance and fell into the stream of water. Kai Zhuoxia was startled. Just as she raised her hand and wanted to do something, Xiaohua's figure that fell in midair suddenly spun strangely. He didn't use any magic power at all and steadily fell into the stream of water. Okay, Kai Zhuoxia didn't know why, but she suddenly cried out. Xiaohua scratched his head, looked at Kai Zhuoxia with an embarrassed smile, and went forward to try again. In the end, that stone wall's restriction was still as smooth as before. Xiaohua was the same as before, unable to move the stone wall away. Xiaohua slightly frowned. Thinking for a moment, he took out the devil's spear tip. Just as he wanted to use the spear tip to break the restriction, he was stopped by Kai Zhuoxia. Fellow Taoist Xiao, wait a moment. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Kai? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head and said, this restriction is somewhat strange. In the information that I received, the restriction on this stone wall must be completely broken at the same time. Only then can the passage be completely opened. Otherwise, the restriction will have a backup plan that will destroy the mother-child spirit fruit in the passage. Just now, fellow Taoist Xiao used force to break the restriction. You should be able to move the entire stone wall away, and the backup plan of the restriction won't be triggered. If you use this spear tip to break the formation, I'm afraid there will be a bad result. Ah, there's such a wonderful formation? Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly put away the devil's spear tip. Then what should we do? Xiaohua didn't have any other methods besides using force to break the restriction. I also have no other way. Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. Unless we find another person whose magic power is even higher than I's. Although that's what she said, and in the cultivation world of the country of Shi, there were many cultivators with higher cultivation than Kai Zhuoxia. But how many of them could Kai Zhuoxia and Xiaohua trust? How about, fellow Taoist Xiao, wait a moment. I will go and invite my sister over? She's a 7th level qi refining cultivator. She should be able to break the restriction. Kai Zhuoxia's eyes lit up. Fairy Hongxia? Xiaohua heard Kai Zhuoxia mention her before, so he said with a smile, of course it's possible. But Kai Zhuoxia slightly bit her pearly white teeth and said hesitantly, when I came out, my sister was in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid she still hasn't come out yet. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and muttered in his stomach. The two of them pondered for half a day, but they still couldn't think of any good method, so they had no choice but to leave the sobbing Meng Mountains. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plan in his heart, so he cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Kai, how about this? Since we don't have any effective methods for the time being, we'll cultivate here first. If fellow Taoist can make a breakthrough, wouldn't we be able to open the passage? Kai Zhuoxia bitterly smiled. She had just taken a foundation establishment pill, so it was easy for her to make a breakthrough. Even if she took another pill now, it was impossible for her magic power to increase by too much. The restriction on the stone wall still couldn't be broken. But apart from this, what other methods did she have? After all, being able to pick the mother-child spirit fruit and refine the embryonic breathing pill was her only hope at this moment. All right, we can only do this. Kai Zhuoxia slightly nodded. At this moment, she could be considered as being forced to do something beyond her ability. The two of them found a secluded place, and each of them found a clean cave, and started to cultivate. Before Xiaohua entered the cave, he also asked for a copy of the method to use the array talisman to break the restriction on the stone wall. Kai Zhuoxia wasn't stingy and gave it to him. In a flash, several months passed. Kai Zhuoxia's cultivation was still at the same place, without any improvement. Xiaohua's cultivation, with the support of the Clear Breeze pill and Marrow Cleansing pill, directly reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. But just as Xiaohua was about to take the last Marrow Cleansing pill and Clear Breeze pill to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm and enter the 4th level, Kai Zhuoxia didn't want to. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia's summoning talisman, Xiaohua could only get up from his closed-door cultivation and very helplessly push away the huge rock blocking the entrance of the cave. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Outside the cave, Kai Zhuoxia was very apologetic. Just as she cupped her hands and was about to apologize, her eyes lit up again. She smiled, almost jealously, and said, Congratulations, congratulations. I didn't expect that in a mere few months, fellow Taoist, your cultivation would advance again. You've already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the qi refining realm. Immediately, Kai Zhuoxia came to her senses and slapped her forehead. I was too impatient. Alas, if it wasn't for I sending you a message, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist would have been able to enter the 4th level of the qi refining realm in a little more than a month, right? Atonement, atonement. Xiaohua smiled and said, Look at what fellow Taoist Kai is saying. Fellow Taoist cultivated to the 3rd level of the qi refining realm many years ago. I only reached the 3rd level of the qi refining realm at such an age. What's there to be proud of? Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. She was very clear in her heart that from the second level of the Qi refining realm to the third level of the Qi refining realm, and then from the third level of the Qi refining realm to the fourth level of the Qi refining realm, she spent a lot of time. As for Xiao Hua, from the first level of the Qi refining realm she saw until now, he was at the peak of the third level of the Qi refining realm. How much time did he spend? Comparisons are odious. This was the only thought in Kai Zhuoxia's mind. Fellow Taoist Kai, I haven't made any progress in these past few months. Counting with my fingers, it should be about time for my younger sister to come out of closed-door cultivation. We can't just stay here forever. If possible, I want to take a trip back to Luyang and see if I can call my younger sister over. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Kai's idea is indeed wonderful. However, before fellow Taoist Kai leaves, I also want to give it a try and see if I can break the restriction on that stone wall. Kai Zhuoxia was overjoyed. She clapped her hands and said, Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhao's strength has increased again in these past few months? Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Soon after, the two of them tidied up and once again arrived in front of the stone wall. The flowing water in front of the stone wall was still gurgling, as if it hadn't changed at all due to the passage of time. Chapter 1407. Xiaohua walked in front of the stone wall and carefully examined it. Then he extended his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Kai, I'll have to trouble you to lend me the talisman. What? Talisman? Kai Zhuoxia was originally looking forward to seeing Xiaohua's divine power, but she didn't expect Xiaohua to actually ask her for talisman. She stuttered for a moment. Yes, talisman. I want to give it a try, Xiaohua said as expected. How? Kai Zhuoxia originally wanted to say, how is that possible? But when the words reached her mouth, she hurriedly stopped. Then, she thought for a moment, patted her storage bag, took out several talismans, and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already asked Kai Zhuoxia how to use talismans before entering closed-door cultivation. Moreover, the technique wasn't very complicated. To be honest, Xiaohua had already practiced it skillfully a few days before he entered closed-door cultivation. Therefore, Xiaohua took the talismans and didn't answer. He walked in front of the stone wall in a flash. Just like how Kai Zhuoxia controlled the talismans several months ago, he calmly inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Then he also urged his magic power, formed a technique, and inserted the talismans into the stone wall one by one. Seeing the stone wall gradually flash with brilliance, Kai Zhuoxia was completely dumbfounded. No matter if it was the technique Xiaohua used to insert the talismans into the stone wall, or the technique he used to activate the technique, they were all extremely nimble. It was as if he had immersed himself in it for dozens of years. It was far from what she could compare to. And the resplendent brilliance on the stone wall, as well as the magic power displayed by Xiaohua, also made Kai Zhuoxia astonished. He's only at the peak of the third level of the Qi refining realm. His magic power, how can it be stronger than mine? Kai Zhuoxia's mind turned rapidly, and the expression on her face was also uncertain. I'm at the peak of the fifth level of the Qi refining realm. I'm about to break through to the sixth level of the Qi refining realm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone wall moved and made a series of rumbling sounds. In addition, there was the sound of water splashing. Xiaohua actually used his own magic power to use a formation talisman to completely break the restriction on the stone wall. After the stone wall moved away, it revealed a stone cave that was about 10 feet in size. Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he looked at the green and slippery moss all around the cave and the stream that occasionally flowed out. Ever since he came out of the 1,000-foot peak's cave, he still had some lingering fear towards this cave. He didn't dare to rashly try it out. Xiao, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia couldn't help but ask with a stutter, Your magic power, how is it so deep? That's right, not only is his divine power astonishing, even his magic power is more profound than a cultivator at the peak of the fifth layer of Qi refining. How can you let him live? Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black cave and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Kai, are there any restrictions in this cave? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, Kai Zhuoxia's face turned red. Thinking about it, this was his secret. If she asked for no reason, he definitely wouldn't answer. Kai Zhuoxia calmed her mind and said with a smile, Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This passage was used by the senior who discovered the mother-child spirit fruit. He only placed a restriction on the stone walls, but there is no restriction inside. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly and turned his head to ask, then, I'll lead the way in front. What do you think, fellow Taoist Kai? Kai Zhuoxiao was a bit hesitant. Xiaohua leading the way in front would certainly reduce her danger by a lot, but on the other hand, Xiaohua could see the mother-child spirit fruit first. Wouldn't she lose the initiative? Just as Kai Zhuoxiao was hesitating, she inadvertently saw Xiaohua's thought-provoking gaze. Kai Zhuoxiao's heart immediately trembled. The current Xiaohua was no longer the little cultivator at the first layer of qi refining she met before the new year. Since Xiaohua could kill the blue twin bears and also have the severe might of a 7th layer qi refining cultivator, then she was definitely not Xiaohua's opponent. Since he was leading the way, he obviously had the intention of letting her take advantage of him. Why should she think so much? Thinking of this, Kai Zhuoxia immediately cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go first. Xiaohua nodded, then clapped his hands and took out the demonic spear shaft from his storage pouch. Taking advantage of the situation, he made a staff flower-like move in his hand. Urging his magic power, he flew into the cave. Kai Zhuoxia's gaze was very complicated as she looked at Xiaohua's back. In her mind, Xiaohua's confidence and the very strange staff in his hand flashed. Sighing, she took out a moonstone from her storage pouch and also followed him. Ever since Xiaohua used a strange move to fight Firmament Shocker in the Qiming mountain range several months ago, Xiaohua thought about his very strange staff technique for a long time. When he was in closed-door cultivation and cultivating his cultivation method, he also took out the demonic spear shaft and familiarized himself with it. Although he didn't have a clear memory in his mind, when he fumbled with his hands, he actually remembered the 360 moves of the staff technique. And at the same time that he recalled the staff technique, the name of the staff technique, Heavenly Staff Technique, also appeared in Xiaohua's mind. What an arrogant name. This was Xiaohua's only thought at that time. In the following few months, Xiaohua often practiced this Heavenly Staff Technique. Therefore, when he took out the demonic spear shaft just now, he very naturally made a staff flower-like move with the demonic spear shaft. Xiaohua flew in front, holding the demonic spear shaft in one hand and the moonstone in the other. The cave was pitch black and also very long. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia flew for a cup of tea's worth of time before they saw light. When Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia flew out of the mountain path, they discovered that this was a space of several hundred feet in size. This space was surrounded by towering stone walls, and above them were verdant vines that tightly covered this space. Moreover, those vines were abruptly hanging high in the sky. If there wasn't a strange restriction, Xiaohua wouldn't believe it no matter what. Xiaohua first sized up the surroundings, then flew into the space and landed on the ground. Kai Zhuoxia flew in after him, but before she could land, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Her gaze was lifeless as she looked at a spirit fruit that was taller than a person not far in front of her. That spirit fruit stem was as thick as a fist, and at the top was a gourd-like object. However, this object was flat, more like half a gourd. Moreover, that gourd-like protrusion was raised high up, facing the light between the vines in the sky. Mother-child spirit fruit. Kai Zhuoxia murmured, It's really the mother-child spirit fruit. This is the mother-child spirit fruit? Xiaohua was a bit baffled. He thought that the mother-child spirit fruit was two spirit fruits that were born together, one big and one small. He didn't expect that this spirit fruit that was like half a gourd was actually the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look. That mother-child spirit fruit is thin on the top and thick on the bottom. Isn't it the appearance of a pregnant baby? That's why it's called the mother-child spirit fruit. Kai Zhuoxia's gaze was somewhat infatuated as she explained in a low voice. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua understood. At the same time, he also thought to himself, embryonic breathing pill. Is it also related to this pregnant baby? Fellow Taoist Xiao, this mother-child spirit fruit. How are you and I going to split it? Kai Zhuoxia came back to her senses and asked somewhat hesitantly. Fellow Taoist Kai, there are still many mother-child spirit fruits in this space. I'm afraid it's enough for us to pick. Xiaohua used his finger to point and said with a smile. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao probably still doesn't understand the characteristics of this mother-child spirit fruit. Although there are many mother-child spirit fruits in this space, but only one stalk is the true mother-child spirit fruit. Without waiting for this stalk of mother-child spirit fruit to be picked, all the other mother-child spirit fruits won't truly mature. Isn't that simple? Pick the mature one, wait for the next one to mature, then we'll just pick it. Xiaohua very naturally thought. There is a gap of 10 years between two mature mother-child spirit fruits. Kaizhuasha said calmly. Ah, so it's like that. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled, and he said in astonishment then, how are these mother-child spirit fruits grown? It's said that if a mature mother-child spirit fruit isn't refined into embryonic breathing pill, then its fruit will contain the seeds of the mother-child spirit fruit. When the fruit is fully ripe, the entire fruit will burst open, and the seeds will also scatter in all directions, growing into a new mother-child spirit fruit. Kaizhuasha explained very detailedly. Then, is this stalk mature? Xiaohua pointed at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of him and asked. Kaizhuasha shook her head. No, that mature mother-child spirit fruit's fruit will have light gold stripes on it. This fruit is still light green, so it definitely isn't. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, since it's like that, you and I will split it 60-40. You and I will split up to search, and whoever finds it will get 60% of the embryonic breathing pill. Really? Kaizhuasha said with joy at the unexpected turn of events. Of course, go ahead. I always keep my word. Xiaohua said with a grin. Good. Kaizhuasha was overjoyed, and she followed the direction that Xiaohua pointed to search. Xiaohua waited for Kaizhuasha to walk far away, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the puppet from the space. He cast a spell, and the puppet automatically dug out all the mother-child spirit fruits from the ground. Xiaohua himself also walked slowly. Every time he walked in front of a mother-child spirit fruit, he would patiently cast a spell, transplanting these mother-child spirit fruits into his space one by one. Just when Xiaohua and the puppet transplanted the 20th mother-child spirit fruit into the space, Kaizhuasha's exclamation suddenly came from afar. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and he stored the puppet into the space. His figure flew up, and he flew towards the place where Kaizhuasha exclaimed. Without waiting for Xiaohua to fly to the place where the sound came from, he saw Kaizhuasha flying back from afar in a panic, and behind her, there was a huge dragonfly chasing after her. That dragonfly was 3 feet long, and its entire body was red. Within the red, there were many leopard patterns. On top of its head, fist-sized eyes were flickering with red light, and its light red wings were flashing extremely quickly. Its flying speed was only slightly slower than Kaizhuasha's leopard dragonfly. Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw this. This was a first-grade spirit beast recorded in the insect scripture. Xiaohua obtained the insect scripture from a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect in the southern colored plain. He had never read it carefully, and only took it out to read it after encountering the spirit-seeking mouse. I didn't expect it to be the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit. At this moment, Kaizhuasha also saw Xiaohua, and her face revealed a happy expression. Her figure flew towards Xiaohua. Chapter 1408. At this moment, in Kaizhuasha's heart, Xiaohua was no longer a first-layer aura refining cultivator, nor was he a low-level disciple whom she wanted to repay with some kindness. Instead, he was a mysterious cultivator whose cultivation level was a bit higher than hers, and who also had endless strength. This was a fact that Kaizhuasha was unwilling to admit, but she had no choice but to face. Therefore, when Kaizhuasha saw Xiaohua while being chased by the leopard dragonfly, she immediately wanted to fly towards him. However, when Xiaohua saw this, he slightly frowned, seeing Xiaohua's strange expression. Kaizhuasha was also bewildered, but she immediately realized that although the leopard dragonfly was the guardian spirit beast of the mother-child spirit fruit, it was only a first-rank spirit beast after all. Its strength was only comparable to a 5th-layer aura refining cultivator. Her current cultivation level was also at the peak of the 5th-layer aura refining realm, so she should be able to fight against the leopard dragonfly. If she lured the leopard dragonfly to Xiaohua as soon as she met him, wouldn't she not be of any use in this process of finding the mother-child spirit fruit? Since she couldn't be of any use, what qualifications did she have to obtain more mother-child spirit fruits? After thinking it through, Kaizhuasha's expression turned cold. She clenched her teeth, turned around, and lured the leopard dragonfly to another place. While Kaizhuasha was hesitating, the leopard dragonfly had already caught up. Its wings buzzed and flashed, and its dragonfly tail, which was like a wooden stick, suddenly danced rapidly. Then, the head of the leopard dragonfly suddenly stretched forward, and a sharp, long icicle pierced towards Kai Zhuoxia's back with lightning speed. Kai Zhuoxia had just turned around when the icicle pierced towards her. Greatly shocked, Kai Zhuoxia hurriedly twisted her body and did her best to dodge, but the icicle was too fast. With a flash of brilliance on Kai Zhuoxia's back, the iron cloak talisman she had previously put on was pierced by the icicle. Moreover, the icicle's momentum wasn't over yet, and it stabbed diagonally into Kai Zhuoxia's Daoist robe and into her back. Fortunately, Kai Zhuoxia reacted quickly and dodged, so the icicle didn't pierce her vital points and only stabbed diagonally into her back and shoulder. While Kai Zhuoxia was in pain, she took out the fireball talisman in her hand and threw it without hesitation. However, something shocking happened. The leopard dragonfly didn't seem to panic as the fireball grew larger and larger. It waved its tail rapidly, and a snow-like spiritual energy flew toward the fireball to cover it. Rumble! The fireball talisman exploded, but it was blocked by the spiritual energy of ice and snow. The leopard dragonfly was not injured in the slightest. However, Kai Zhuoxia took advantage of this opportunity to escape far away. Xiaohua saw that Kai Zhuoxia had lured the leopard dragonfly away, and he understood in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he took out the puppet again and had it continue to dig out the mother-child spirit fruits. Then he concealed himself and directly flew towards where Kai Zhuoxia had come from. Not long after, Xiaohua's nose smelled a whiff of frankincense. Looking over, there was a dazzling golden object about 10 zhang away. It was a ripe mother-child spirit fruit. When Xiaohua flew closer, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. This ripe mother-child spirit fruit was different from the unripe ones he had seen before. This mother-child spirit fruit no longer looked like a gourd from its outer appearance. The top of the gourd had already shrunk a lot and gradually condensed into a sphere, similar to the shape of a human head. The bottom of the gourd was even larger, like the belly of a full month pregnant. At this time, the entire body of the mother-child spirit fruit was entwined with golden fine lines. They looked like runes, but they weren't runes, emitting a faint brilliance. Xiaohua's brows furrowed even tighter. When he learned that Kai Zhuoxia had obtained this mother-child spirit fruit from Qing Fengmin's storage pouch, he was somewhat puzzled. This thing was only the main ingredient of the Cultivation world's embryonic breathing pill. It had nothing to do with the devil world, so what did Qing Fengmin want it for? Of course, Xiaohua also suspected that Qing Fengmin had obtained it from other cultivators. But looking at this mother-child spirit fruit that looked like a pregnant woman, and then thinking about Qing Fengmin's blood shadow's appearance, Xiaohua felt that there must be some connection. And, fortunately, that evil blood shadow has already been destroyed by Li Zongbao. This place, if it was Qing Fengmin's doing, I won't have any more doubts. Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, Xiaohua didn't recklessly pick the mother-child spirit fruit. Instead, he carefully sized up his surroundings. When he felt that there wasn't anything abnormal, he pinched his hand and urged his magic power, wanting to pick the mother-child spirit fruit. But when the magic seal touched the mother-child spirit fruit, the mother-child spirit fruit flashed with brilliance and actually blocked Xiaohua's magic seal to the side. Ouch! Xiaohua was startled in his heart. Not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua was startled, a ripple of brilliance appeared at the location of the vines in the air. Immediately after, a ball of slightly jet-black brilliance formed a sphere and struck down at the location of the mother-child spirit fruit. And the leopard dragonfly chasing Kai Zhuoxia was also alarmed by the abnormal movement in the space. It abandoned Kai Zhuoxia and turned around to fly back. Hee. When Xiaohua saw the jet-black brilliance, his heart calmed down. With a wave of his hand, the demonic spear came out. Then, his figure suddenly flew up, and a move of the heavenly staff technique directly hit that jet-black brilliance. It was also strange. That brilliance seemed to be invisible, but under the demonic spear and under Xiaohua's ingenious staff technique, it actually hit the jet-black brilliance. That brilliance quickly flashed a few times and then disappeared. Roar! In the distance, there was the angry roar of a cheetah. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. How can there be cheetahs in this space? But immediately, Xiaohua understood that this was probably the leopard dragonfly's roar. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He put away the demonic spear and took out the demonic spear tip. Gathering all the strength in his body, he he stabbed at the lower part of the mother-child spirit fruit. Kacha! Like glass shattering, the brilliance was annihilated. The restriction around the mother-child spirit fruit was indeed broken by Xiaohua. At the same time, a large ripple of brilliance above the space was brewing an even greater attack. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He casually cast a spell and plucked that pale golden mother-child spirit fruit, calmly putting it into his storage bag. As for the stem below the mother-child spirit fruit, it immediately shrank rapidly and soon disappeared. Roar! There was another angry roar of the leopard dragonfly. At this time, it was already within 100 feet. Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile. His figure leisurely floated up and flew towards the leopard dragonfly. The leopard dragonfly fiercely flapped its wings. Every time it flashed, a roar would come from its wings. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually coming head-on, the leopard dragonfly stretched out its head and shot out icicles at lightning speed. Why would Xiaohua fight with it? Seeing the icicles flying towards him, he quickly dodged them and flew towards the puppet. In this short period of time, the puppet had dug out more than 10 mother-child spirit fruits. Xiaohua passed by these mother-child spirit fruits, and with a wave of his hand, he kept them together with the puppet into the space. Then, with a loud laugh, he flew towards the entrance of the space without consulting anyone. Before he could fly to the entrance, he saw Kai Zhuoxia flying up with a joyful expression. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and waved his hand with a smile. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Zhuoxia laughed softly, and also turned to follow Xiaohua. Roar, roar. The leopard dragonfly behind them kept roaring. Unfortunately, in this several hundred feet space, Xiaohua's flying speed was really too fast. It simply couldn't catch up. When it flew to the entrance of the cave, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia's figures had already disappeared inside the cave. Looking at the pitch-black cave, the leopard dragonfly didn't dare to go forward. It could only flap its wings and hover up and down. At this time, there was a faint scent of milk in the space, and it immediately disappeared. The leopard dragonfly seemed to have calmed down. It turned around and flew towards a corner of the space. In that corner, a mother-child spirit fruit appeared to have a faint golden color. Several days later, on the foothills of a mountain covered with green cypresses and pine trees, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia stood on top of a pine tree. Their expressions were relaxed. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have been rushing for several days. This place is already far away from the Weimeng mountain range. It can be considered safe. We can finally relax." Xiaohua turned his head and looked behind him. He said with some lingering fear, "Of course. I didn't expect that the periphery of the Weimeng mountain range also had powerful spirit beasts. They actually flew so fast. If it wasn't for our vigilance and immediately escaping after coming out of the cave, we might really have been buried in the Weimeng mountain range." Kai Zhuoxia's face was also a little panicked. She nodded and said, "The leopard dragonfly inside the cave couldn't be dealt with. Who would have thought that there was actually a fire cloud sparrow hiding above the stone wall? If fellow Taoist Zhao's flying speed wasn't fast, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since we have already escaped, those things are already in the past." Xiaohua waved his hand. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He handed it over to Kai Zhuoxia and said, "This is the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Taoist Kai, please keep it first." This. Looking at the mother-child spirit fruit in front of her, Kai Zhuoxia really didn't dare to believe her eyes. She immediately pushed it back and said, "This mother-child spirit fruit was picked by fellow Taoist Xiao. Moreover, I was very clear about the process. Other than the location of this stone wall being provided by I, everything else was all thanks to fellow Taoist. Moreover, the location of this stone wall was also recorded in the things that fellow Taoist Xiao gave I indirectly. It is also fellow Taoist Zhao's." Kai Zhuoxia pursed her lips and said with a bitter smile, "I really didn't contribute anything. How can I take this mother-child spirit fruit?" Seeing Xiaohua frown, Kai Zhuoxia said again, "Moreover, this thing, without Yen Liwei's recommendation, we still don't know how to find someone to refine the embryonic breathing pill. Temporarily leaving it with I. I'm afraid it's not safe. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it. Let's talk about it again, after I think of a way to find someone to refine the pill." So it's like this. Xiaohua thought about it and also agreed. He also didn't hold back and put the mother-child spirit fruit into his space. Soon after, he said, I actually have a way. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 1409. Huh. What good idea does fellow Taoist Xiao have? Hearing this, Kaizhuasha's heart was happy at first, but then she became a bit sad. The more tricks Xiaohua had, the less useful she would be, and the embryonic breathing pills she would get would naturally be less. Xiaohua didn't see Kaizhuasha's sadness and said with a smile, "Doesn't Yan Ganwei have a direct elder in Xuanyan school? If we find a disciple we're familiar with in Xuanyan school, wouldn't we also be able to find a famous pill master?" "I don't know Xuanyan school's disciples." Kaizhuasha shook her head. "The disciples of the country of Xi's three major sects are all arrogant, not easy to get along with. My Liang's Kai family's strength is small, simply not enough to enter their discerning eyes." Immediately, Kaizhuasha came to a realization. Could it be? Fellow Taoist Xiao knows Xuanyan school's disciples? But ordinary disciples, I'm afraid they can't say anything. Kaizhuasha added somewhat worriedly. "Is that so?" Xiaohua also scratched his head and asked, "Then, what about 11th level qi refining disciples? Will they be useful?" "Great." Kaizhuasha heard and her face was somewhat happy. "This cultivation level is just right. It's just enough." Xiaohua didn't understand and asked curiously, "Why?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the 11th level of qi refining is the most delicate period of the qi refining realm, and also the most crucial period. If a disciple of a cultivation sect breaks through to the 12th level of qi refining, they'll have divine sense, and with the foundation establishment pill, the cultivation level of foundation establishment should be within reach. Therefore, 11th level qi refining disciples are very sensitive in cultivation sections. No one knows if this disciple can break through to the peak of qi refining. If they really offend them, they might break through to foundation establishment, and it'll be difficult to avoid awkwardness when they meet in the future." Kaizhuasha's smile was like a flower as she explained. "Moreover, this embryonic breathing pill is the most useful for breaking through bottlenecks. Presumably, that Xuanyan school's 11th level qi refining disciple will also help fellow Taoist Xiao, right?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was also overjoyed. Kaizhuasha's words were extremely right. Could Xuanyan school's Zhuo Qingyuan reject this embryonic breathing pill delivered to his door? Even if Xiaohua didn't meet him in Jinghua City and he didn't send him a summoning talisman, Zhuo Qingyuan would still eagerly help. "I wonder which disciple of Xuanyan school fellow Xiao is acquainted with? Should we rush to Xuanyan school right now?" Kaizhuasha asked joyfully. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I still have some things to do, so for the time being, I can't go." Kaizhuasha was stunned and whispered, Then when can we go?" "It's hard to say, maybe a few days, maybe a few months." Xiaohua looked at the clear and cloudless sky and said, "I want to cultivate in seclusion here, strive to break through to the 4th level of the aura refining realm. I don't know how long it will take. If fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to wait here, you can go to other places. When I come out of seclusion, I'll send you a messaging talisman." When Kaizhuasha heard this, she inwardly nodded her head. Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm, so it was time for him to attempt to break through the bottleneck and step into the 4th layer of the qi refining realm in one go. If he really failed, then it wouldn't be too late to seek out the embryonic breathing pill. However, when Kaizhuasha broke through the bottleneck that year, the time she spent was calculated in years. If Xiaohua cultivated in seclusion here for several years, she couldn't always accompany him here, right? Therefore, Kaizhuasha thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I can understand fellow Taoist Zhao's feelings, but the range of a messaging talisman is limited. If I'm too far away, I'm afraid fellow Taoist will find me. How about this? I will also cultivate nearby and wait for fellow Taoist for a while. If fellow Taoist still hasn't broken through, I will first return to Liang's Kai clan. I haven't returned since I left for more than a year, so I'm somewhat worried. When fellow Taoist comes out of seclusion, how about we go straight to Liang to find I? On the other hand, I can also introduce my younger sister to fellow Taoist Xiao." "Great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Let's do as fellow Taoist Kai says. I've often heard fellow Taoist mention your younger sister, Fairy Hongxia, so I'd like to see her." Soon after, the two of them each found a secret place and started to cultivate in seclusion just like before. Actually, in Kaizhuasha's heart, This kind of seclusion really wasn't necessary because it had only been a dozen or so days since they went into seclusion last time. If Xiaohua could break through, he would have already broken through last time. Why wait until now? Moreover, based on Kai Zhuoxia's experience, since one encountered a bottleneck, one couldn't just cultivate in seclusion. One had to go out and travel to see if there were any fated chances. This time, Kai Zhuoxia's travels were exactly like this. She just happened to come across a foundation-building pill, which allowed her to break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. Of course, as for whether or not taking the foundation-building pill was not worth the loss, it wasn't something Kai Zhuoxia could consider for the time being. Therefore, Kai Zhuoxia went into seclusion in the cave for 2 months before coming out. She prepared to return to Liang's Kai clan first and bring back the foundation-building pills and other items she obtained from Thousand-Zhang Peak. With these foundation-building pills, Liang's Kai clan's overall strength might be able to rise by a level. This could also be considered Kai Zhuoxia's contribution to her clan. When Kai Zhuoxia came out of the cave, it was a sunny day. She squinted her eyes and looked at the blazing sun in the sky. She took a deep breath and used a flying talisman on her body. She didn't even look at Xiaohua's mountain peak and directly flew in a certain direction. However, when Kai Zhuoxia leaped into the air and flew a few hundred feet, she suddenly heard Xiaohua's voice behind her. Fellow Taoist Kai, why didn't you send me a summoning talisman after coming out of seclusion? Xiaohua anxiously flew out from the mountain peak he was cultivating in seclusion and caught up with Kai Zhuoxia in a few breaths. So fellow Taoist Xiao came out of seclusion a long time ago. Kai Zhuoxia didn't turn her head and replied with a smile. It seems fellow Taoist Xiao. As she spoke, Kai Zhuoxia turned around. However, when she saw Xiaohua, she couldn't help but be dumbstruck. She pointed her finger at Xiaohua in disbelief and said, You're actually already in the early 4th layer of the qi refining realm? Xiaohua's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, as if this was an extremely unremarkable progress. He said with a smile, even if I'm in the 4th layer of the qi refining realm, I'm still only in the early stages of the qi refining realm. Compared to fellow Taoist Kai who's in the middle stages of the qi refining realm, there's still a huge difference. Kai Zhuoxia let out a groan. She almost resisted the shock in her heart and said, fellow Taoist Zhao's magic power in the 3rd layer of the qi refining realm is already stronger than the peak of the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. Wouldn't this early 4th layer of the qi refining realm be comparable to the 6th or 7th layer of the qi refining realm? Fellow Taoist, breaking through bottlenecks is as smooth as ordinary cultivation. Foundation establishment should be as easy as lifting a hand. That's right, Kai Zhuoxia definitely didn't expect that Xiaohua would actually break through to the 4th layer of the qi refining realm in just 2 months. When she heard the noise earlier, she thought it was Xiaohua coming out of seclusion in advance because he saw that things weren't going well. Not at all, foundation establishment is easier said than done. Thinking about Li Zongbao's abnormal state when he stepped into the foundation establishment realm, Xiaohua's heart was filled with envy. However, he also knew that right now he was only in the early stages of the qi refining realm. The distance between him and that realm wasn't just a tiny bit. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to be modest. Previously, I thought that apart from the disciples of the great cultivation sects, my younger sister was a person with outstanding talent. However, compared to fellow Taoist Xiao, my younger sister is still lacking by quite a bit, Kai Zhuoxia said with a bitter smile. Family members know family matters best, Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, he looked in the direction Kai Zhuoxia was going and asked, fellow Taoist Kai, are you going back to Liang? Yes, that's right. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiao would come out of seclusion so early. I wanted to return to Liang first. Then what about now? Kai Zhuoxia's eyes flashed with a trace of passion as she said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come out of seclusion, we naturally have to go to Xuanyan cult. I also want to quickly obtain the embryonic breathing pill, so that I can quickly break through my bottleneck. Oh, that's right. Fellow Taoist Kai, apart from refining the embryonic breathing pill, does this mother-child spirit fruit have any other miraculous uses? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Other miraculous uses? Kai Zhuoxia stared blankly. I wonder what fellow Taoist Xiao knows. This. I also don't know. I just want to ask. Xiaohua said with a smile. This doesn't seem to have any other uses. Kai Zhuoxia thought carefully for a moment and shook her head. I also don't understand alchemy. These are all hearsay. Moreover, my Kai clan has never obtained the mother-child spirit fruit. I can't answer fellow Taoist's question. Oh. Xiaohua nodded and said, then forget it. Let's wait for another opportunity to ask other cultivators. It's still early. Fellow Taoist Kai, shall we depart? Of course. There are still several tens of days of travel from here to Xuanyan cult. How can we not depart early? Kai Zhuoxia smiled. Her figure unfolded and flew in another direction. At the same time that Kai Zhuoxia and Xiaohua set off for Xuanyan cult, in front of the hidden stone wall in the sobbing Meng Mountains, another mysterious cultivator arrived. This cultivator wore a camouflage robe. His face couldn't be seen and his cultivation couldn't be seen. This cultivator very familiarly landed in front of the stone wall. He patted his hand and took out several talismans from his storage pouch. Similarly, he struck them at various places on the stone wall. Then he very easily struck out a spell seal, revealing the black hole behind the stone wall. That cultivator turned his head to look. Then his figure flew into the black hole. After the cultivator entered, the stone wall also slowly closed up after he struck a spell seal. When that cultivator entered the space, he was also very careful. When he familiarly arrived at the place where Xiaohua picked the mother-child spirit fruit, he looked at the empty ground and couldn't help but be startled. After a long while, he let out a hoarse voice, as if he was talking to himself. Who would come here? Li Zongbao? Kai Zhuoxia? Or Xiaohua? They shouldn't know the secret of the nascent cultivating fruit. Oh, the mother-child spirit fruit. When this mysterious cultivator finished looking through the entire space, he sighed and said, Li Zongbao. Little vile spawn, you actually dared to spoil this old man's great plans. This old man has been waiting for this mother-child spirit fruit for many years. All this time, I haven't picked it. It was all for today. Who would have thought that this little bastard would take the initiative? If you want to pick it, just pick it. Why did you transplant so many of this old man's mother-child spirit fruit? Just based on your utmost happiness faction's methods, can you raise this mother-child spirit fruit? Chapter 14:10. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia each flew up and activated their flying talismans, flying in the direction of Xuanyan School. As early as when he was at the peak of the qi refining stage, Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to the peak of the qi refining stage. Now, needless to say, Xiaohua didn't move, leisurely following beside Kai Zhuoxia. When Kai Zhuoxia spoke to Xiaohua, it was obviously different from before. Her tone was a bit more respectful, but in her heart, she was a bit more curious. The bottleneck from the third level of the qi refining stage to the fourth level of the qi refining stage is admittedly not as difficult as the fourth level of the qi refining stage to the fifth level of the qi refining stage. But, after all, it is still a big leap. Kai Zhuoxia has never heard of a non-cultivation sect disciple who could smoothly cross the bottleneck in 2 months. Even her sister, who was already a genius in her eyes, used nearly half a year of bitter cultivation to enter the fourth level of the qi refining stage from the third level of the qi refining stage. The more Kai Zhuoxia thought about it, the more she felt that Xiaohua's body was full of mystery, and the more she felt it was inconceivable. However, this kind of cultivation is a cultivator's biggest secret. Even within the same sect, they wouldn't reveal it, not to mention the relationship between Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia. Xiaohua didn't know the location of Xuanyan School, but he also didn't ask much. Along the way, he chatted with Kai Zhuoxia and learned a lot about the cultivation world in the country of Xi. Just a few times, Xiaohua deliberately led the topic to the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao, wanting to probe Kai Zhuoxia's thoughts. Who knew that Kai Zhuoxia would change the topic, as if she had never met Li Zongbao? Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart and didn't ask any more questions. This kind of thing all depends on fate. Admittedly, he knew some of Li Zongbao's intentions, but after all, he wasn't Li Zongbao. So many things were better left unsaid. On this day, while the two were flying, they suddenly saw a group of young men and women, about 10 people. The men had delicate features, extremely handsome, and the women had white teeth, red lips, almond-shaped eyes, and rosy cheeks. They were incomparably beautiful. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that these 10 men and women were about 10 years old, but their cultivation levels were at the 7th or 8th level of the qi refining stage, which really made Xiaohua admire them. Even more surprising was the fact that these young cultivators were all wearing different clothes. It would appear that they were not disciples from the same sect. The fact that these young cultivators with high cultivation bases were chatting and laughing together was truly eye-catching. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia were also very careful on the way. Whenever they encountered people with higher cultivation than them, they would avoid them. They would even stand respectfully from a distance. They absolutely didn't want to provoke any trouble. This time was also the same. They saw these young men and women immediately stop in midair, waiting for these people to pass by them. Those young men and women were talking to each other, seemingly ignoring Xiaohua and the others. However, in the blink of an eye, they flew past them. Looking at everyone's receding figures, Xiaohua smacked his lips and said in a low voice, "Did you see that, fellow Taoist Kai? During this time, fellow Taoist has been talking about I'd look at them. They're all in their teens and their cultivations have reached the 8th layer of the aura refining realm. They're real experts." Kai Zhuoxia was also puzzled. She said, "These cultivators look young, and their cultivation levels are high. However, they don't seem to be from a cultivation sect. Could it be that they are disciples of a cultivation family? But since they are disciples of a cultivation family, how can they be gathered together? Could it be that something happened in the cultivation world of our country of Xi? Oh, so they are disciples of a cultivation family." Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood. Cultivation families were second only to cultivation sections. Their disciples were nurtured with medicinal pills or secret techniques since they were young. It was reasonable for them to reach the 8th layer of the aura refining realm at such a young age. Ever since Kai Zhuoxia left Jinghua City, she came to Thousandjiang Peak and didn't go to Jinghua City again. Of course, she didn't understand what happened. Moreover, her Liang's Kai clan could barely be considered a cultivation family. Even if something happened between cultivation families, they wouldn't inform her. Therefore, Kai Zhuoxia was still lacking in this aspect. "Let's go. They have their own matters, and we have our own matters. Let's go about our own business." Xiaohua lacked interest in cultivation families and was too lazy to inquire. He only urged his magic power and flew away. Kai Zhuoxia looked at the already disappearing figure and sighed slightly before following. However, the matter wasn't over yet. In the next few days, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia would encounter several groups of young cultivators every day. Moreover, each one was more handsome than the other and more gorgeous than the other. Xiaohua was almost dumbstruck. "Fellow Taoist Kai, this cultivation family's disciples, are they all so outstanding?" Xiaohua muttered in his heart, "They are all so handsome. How can they still let others live?" as he asked Kai Zhuoxia. Pfft, Kai Zhuoxia laughed out loud. She covered her mouth and said, "I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that anyone who can set foot on the path of cultivation is a dragon or phoenix among men. Not to mention their heavenly talent, even their appearance is rarely seen. Moreover, cultivation families attach the most importance to bloodline and family background. If their families aren't well matched, they absolutely won't form a marriage alliance. Fellow Taoist, think about it. How can people with this kind of bloodline not be heavenly talents? Even if there is a slight difference in cultivation aptitude, their appearance and temperament are 100 times stronger than ordinary people." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua somewhat understood, but he immediately asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Kai seems to also be a member of a cultivation family. How?" Xiaohua's question was really indecent. However, he and Kai Zhuoxia could be considered to have gone through several life and death situations, and their friendship was also not ordinary. Kai Zhuoxia only blushed and covered her mouth, saying, "I am an anomaly and can't be counted." Hee. Xiaohua knew that he had misspoken and didn't dare to ask more. Just as he was about to urge the flight talisman, he heard Kai Zhuoxia cry out in surprise, "Oh my, someone from Su Yenyun's family also came." "Su Yenyun's family?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Are they very famous?" Kai Zhuoxia's eyes looked into the distance, and her expression was somewhat strange. She said in a low voice, "Qing Yang's Kai family and Su Yenyun's family. One is in the north of the country of Xi, and the other is in the south of the country of Xi. In the cultivation world, there is a saying that the Yun family is even more powerful than the Kai family. Look at the one in front of you. He's called Yun Guichong, and he's said to be an unparalleled figure of the Yun family." Just as she was speaking, for young cultivators about the same age as Xiaohua flew to the left of Xiaohua and the others. The one in the lead had a tall and sturdy figure, with a tiger's back and an ape's waist. He wore a neat Taoist robe. When Xiaohua saw him clearly, he couldn't help but feel jealous again. He saw that this person's face was fair and clean, and his appearance was like jade. In addition to his lacquer-like eyes and thick eyebrows, his entire body seemed to be without the slightest flaw. It was precisely the Yun Guichong that Kai Zhuoxia spoke of. This guy is the unparalleled Yun Guichong of the Yun family? How could he look like this? Do they still want others to live? Xiaohua muttered again. Yun Guichong seemed to have also seen Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia, and a strange expression appeared on his face. His originally flying figure stopped, and he flew in front of Kai Zhuoxia. He glanced at Xiaohua, cupped his hands, and said to Kai Zhuoxia, "Fellow Taoist Kai, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly an honor." As he spoke, his gaze looked to the left, as if he was looking for someone. "Fellow Taoist Yun, what a coincidence. It should have been 3 years since we last met, right? I didn't expect fellow Taoist's cultivation to be so fast. You've actually already set foot into the high level of the aura refining realm. This is truly worthy of celebration." Kai Zhuoxia's face was full of smiles again, and she cupped her hands in return. At this time, the 3 people behind Yun Guichong also flew over. The 3 of them were 2 men and a woman, and they all looked to be in the 6th level of the aura refining realm. Moreover, their faces were all handsome and charming. The 3 of them flew over with surprise on their faces. The female cultivator whispered, "Big brother, this fellow Taoist. Who is he?" "Haha, come, fellow Taoist Kai, let me introduce you. These 3 are disciples of the Yun family. The last time I went to the Kai family, they were still young, so they didn't follow me. They haven't met fellow Taoist yet." Yun Guichong smiled and pointed to the female cultivator next to him. "Her name is Yun Lan. She's 16 years old this year, the same age as Fairy Hong Xia." Fairy Hong Xia. When Yun Lan and the other 2 heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Without waiting for Yun Guichong to finish his introduction, Yun Lan waved her hand and said, "Big brother, that's enough. Isn't she the disciple of the famous Kai family of Liang? I've heard of her long ago. Don't be rude." Yun Guichong scolded with a cold face. "Isn't she?" Yun Lan stiffened her neck and said, "Big brother, what kind of person are you? So many young and beautiful female cultivators are fighting to marry Big brother, but Big brother doesn't like any of them. Instead, he likes Fairy Hong Xia from the Kai family of Liang. Humph, she's not even a direct descendant of the Kai family of Qingyang. Why is she so precious? She actually rejected Big brother and even said that she's still young and that her priority is cultivation. She won't consider dual cultivation for the time being. Take a look at what the elder sister looks like and how beautiful the younger sister can be. I'm afraid she rejected him because she doesn't dare to meet anyone." Yun Lan. Yun Guichong's expression changed drastically. He pointed to the distance and said, "Go, stay there. Big brother." Yun Lan pouted and said unwillingly, "The 2 of you, pull her over." Yun Guichong pointed to the 2 disciples beside him and said. The 2 disciples looked at each other and walked to Yun Lan's side. They gave her a look. Yun Lan looked at the anger on Yun Guichong's face and then looked at Kai Zhuoxia's ashen face. She snorted and flew over with her magic power. After Yun Lan flew away, Yun Guichong quickly bowed and said, "Fellow Kai, please don't blame her. Yun Lan has always been spoiled in the family. The most annoying thing is that she's extremely spoiled by the ancestors. We can't punish her. Here, I apologize to you." Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly and bowed. She said it was fine. When the atmosphere eased a little, Yun Guichong smiled and said, "Fellow Kai, Liang's Kai family only sent the 2 of you here for the Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment. Your sister, Fairy Hong Xiao, didn't come? Huanhua sect's disciple recruitment." Kai Zhuoxia was stunned. Could it be that fellow Kai didn't come here from Liang because of the Huanhua sect? Yun Guichong was also very curious when he saw Kai Zhuoxia in a daze. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head. "I came here because of other things. It's not because of the Huanhua sect." She then asked in confusion, "Doesn't the Huanhua sect recruit disciples every year?" "This year." Chapter 14:11. Kai Zhuoxia asked curiously, "Doesn't the Huanhua sect accept disciples every year? Why is it so special this year? Why is it so grand?" Haha, it seems that fellow Kai really doesn't know." Yun Guichong said with a smile. In the past, the Huanhua sect didn't have any restrictions on accepting disciples. Anyone who had some cultivation, even if they were in the first level of the qi refining realm, could participate. Of course, the disciples they accepted were either servants or apprentices. There were very few disciples who could cultivate directly. Even the servants and apprentices who were accepted only had more opportunities to improve themselves. But other than that, they were not as good as the cultivator families. Kai Zhuoxia nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. She knew about this. However, this year is different. Yun Guichong paused and said with excitement, "This year, the Huanhua sect released news that only cultivators in the fourth level of the qi refining realm were allowed to participate in the selection. Those below the fourth level of the qi refining realm were not allowed to participate." Why is that? Kai Zhuoxia was stunned and then said with surprise, Is there something special? Yun Guichong looked around and glanced at Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, which family are you from? I don't look familiar. I'm afraid you're not a disciple of the Kai family." Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiaohua, a rogue cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yun." A rogue cultivator? Yun Jichong frowned slightly. He turned his eyes and looked at Kai Zhuoxia. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. However, the disdain was very faint and could not be detected by others. Yun Jichong then cupped his hands with a smile and said, "So it is fellow Taoist Xiao. It is fate that we meet." Ha! Then, Yun Guichong said to Xiaohua with a smile, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao is not a disciple of the cultivator families, I'm afraid you can't hear what I'm going to say next. If possible, please leave us alone." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. He didn't say anything and activated his magic power to fly away. Kai Zhuoxia was not willing to let him go. She immediately called out, "Fellow Kai, please wait." "What's the matter?" Xiaohua stopped. "Fellow Taoist Yun, if you have something to say, then say it. Why did you ask fellow Taoist Xiao to leave? After fellow Taoist Yun leaves, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. If fellow Taoist Yun feels that it's inappropriate, then I won't listen." Kai Zhuoxia said coldly. "This." Yun Guichong's face was slightly embarrassed. His gaze shifted between the two of them a few times as if he was deep in thought. However, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia were both magnanimous, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After a while, Yun Guichong sighed and said with a smile, "Anyway, fellow cultivator Xiao will be a member of my family in the future. There's nothing wrong with saying it now." Kai Zhuoxia opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Yun Guichong said in a low voice, "According to a reliable source from my Yun family, the reason why the Huanhua sect is choosing disciples from cultivators above the fourth layer of the qi refining realm is because the 3 cultivators selected this time can directly become the Huanhua sect's cultivation disciples." "Ah, there's such a good thing?" Kai Zhuoxia was a little surprised. "That's not all. If that was all, I wouldn't have to be so careful." Yun Jichong smiled and said, "The most important thing is that the Huanhua sect has an elder in the gold core stage who has not found a suitable disciple to pass on his skills. Among the 3 disciples selected this time, one of them is the one who can inherit the mantle of this elder. Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this a wonderful thing that fell out of the blue? A gold core cultivator?" Kai Zhuoxia was completely stunned. Then she slapped her forehead and asked, This isn't a mistake, right? To be able to have a gold core cultivator as a teacher. Foundation establishment should be easy." Fellow Taoist Kai's words are a little naive, but if you think about it, it's not impossible. At least, you have a much higher chance of success than my family. When is the Huanhua sect's selection?" Kai Zhuoxia suddenly shouted. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. It's in 20 days. There's still plenty of time." Yun Guichong said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist Kai is willing, we can go together. But I don't know if my sister has received the news." Kai Zhuoxia said anxiously, with eyes cultivation, "Even if I go, I'll be at the bottom. Why would I find trouble for no reason? In my family, only my sister is qualified." Yun Guichong listened and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you're right. I also thought that your sister was beside you." Then he said with a smile, "All the cultivation families in the country of Shi have received the news. The Kai family of Liang must also know. And if you don't know by now, even if fellow Taoist Kai wants to inform your family, I'm afraid it's not enough." Hearing this, Kai Zhuoxia came to her senses and said with a bitter smile, "Faced with such a rare opportunity, I lost my sense of propriety. Excuse me, excuse me. Perhaps your sister is already on her way. After 10 days, you can see her. Fellow Taoist Kai, do you want to go with us? Yun Guichong suggested. Kai Zhuixia did want to go and have a look. She even wanted to try her luck. However, when she saw Xiaohua smiling and not saying anything, she cupped her hands and said to Yun Guichong, Fellow Taoist Yun, thank you for your kindness. I's cultivation is too low. My sister will go with you. I have other things to do. Well, if that's the case, then goodbye. I have to go there as soon as possible. Yun Guichong cupped his hands and said goodbye to Kai Zhuixia and Xiaohua. Before he left, he looked at Xiaohua meaningfully. Are you kidding me? Looking at Yun Guichong's eyes, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He almost stomped his feet, but then he sneered and said to himself, Humph, Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the one in your heart. Just wait and see. When the time comes, Li Zongbao will dig out your eyeballs. However, Xiaohua was stunned. Damn it, this guy likes I, not Kai Zhuixia. Why does he care about Li Zongbao? Alas, this Li Zongbao is really something. Kai Zhuixia has neither the man nor the beauty. Why does he like her? Just as Xiaohua was thinking about this, Kai Zhuixia flew over and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please forgive me. Don't mention it. Xiaohua waved his hands quickly. What does this have to do with you? Alas, the relationship between the Kai family and the Yun family is hard to say. As the two of them walked, Kai Zhuixia explained, back then, the Yun family suddenly came to our Kai family to propose marriage. It really made our Kai family flustered. Yun Guichong's reputation, appearance, and talent are all first-rate. He is worthy of my sister. However, at that time, my sister thought that she was still young, and she thought she wanted to marry I first, so she was a little hesitant. However, at that time, the Kai family of Qingyang sent a family order that the Kai family of Luyang was not allowed to marry Su Yenyun. Otherwise, the Kai family of Luyang would be expelled from the family tree. Although this order was abrupt, the Kai family of Luyang could not disobey it. After all, even if the Kai family of Luyang were to marry Su Yenyun, they could not completely protect the Kai family of Luyang. Therefore, the Kai family had to use the reason of my sister's young age to refuse first. Kai Zhuixia smiled bitterly. Until last year, when I was about to go out for training, I found out that a female disciple of the Kai family of Qingyang wanted to have dual cultivation with Yun Guichong. That's why the family order came about. Oh, so that's how it is. This pretty boy is quite attractive. Xiaohua spat out. Gigolo? When Kai Zhuixia heard this, she was flabbergasted at first, but soon after, she laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Only after a long while did she straighten up. Then she used her finger to point at Xiaohua, who was rubbing his nose and appeared to be very innocent, and said, This guy is a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. If he's a pretty boy, then all the disciples of the cultivation aristocratic families would be powerless people. Haha, gigolo. This is the first time in my life that I've heard someone say that about Yun Guichong. Haha, is it that funny? Xiaohua finally let out a breath and asked with a smile on his face. Although the encounter with Yun Guichong was a small interlude, Kai Zhuixia was obviously anxious for the next few days. Looking at her appearance, it was unclear whether she wanted to go to the Huanhua sect to see her so-called sister of Fairy Hong Xia, or to try her luck at the Huanhua sect. In short, she was urging Xiaohua to hurry. Xuanyan school arrived 5 days later. From afar, they could already see a stretch of auspicious clouds lingering in the sky. Amidst the splendor, there were countless spirit birds flying up and down. It was like a fairyland. Xiaohua flew in the air and took a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth hit him in the face. Xiaohua only needed to circulate his cultivation technique, and traces of spiritual energy were sucked into his meridians. Damn it, there's no mistake, right? Xiaohua cursed again. There seems to be some distance from here to Xuanyan cult. Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so rich? If you can cultivate here, how can your cultivation progress be slow? Kai Zhuixia covered her mouth and laughed. Let me tell fellow Kai, this Xuanyan cult is located in one of the famous paradises in the country of Shi, Xuanyan Mountain. Not only is there a fire vein, there are also spiritual mines. Otherwise, this Xuanyan cult wouldn't have been one of the 3 great cultivation sects. Then the auspicious clouds and splendor? Is it Xuanyan cult's protective array? Xiaohua pointed to the distance and asked. Compared to Jinghua City's protective array? It can't be compared. It also can't be compared. Kai Zhuixia waved her hand and said, Jinghua City's strength might be able to challenge Xuanyan cult, but many people know of Jinghua City's 9 Flames, 10,000 Winds Grand Array, and Heart-Cleansing Grand Array. And this Xuanyan cult has existed much longer than Jinghua City. What this protective array is, extremely few people know. As for power, fellow Taoist, how do you think it can be compared? That's also true. Xiao Hua scratched his head and was just about to speak when he heard Kai Zhuoxia remind him. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we're about to fall. We can't fly forward anymore. What? This seems to be far from Xuanyan cult. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Xiao really doesn't know. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly and said, you can't fly within 100 miles of Xuanyan cult. Cultivators who visit Xuanyan cult all have to wait in the guest pavilion. Sai, isn't that so? Xiao Hua also came to a realization. Flying was prohibited for a long distance in front of Jinghua City. One could only walk. This Xuanyan cult was naturally the same. The only difference was distance. Chapter 14:12. It's just that's 100 miles. If we walk, how long will it take? Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. Well, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Without waiting for Kai Zhuoxia's explanation, a dark green brilliance flashed not far from their feet. Soon after, a magic tool that looked like a small boat flew out from the foothills. There were several cultivators standing on it, and it went straight to the place overflowing with extraordinary splendor 100 miles away. I understand. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, looked at Kai Zhuoxia's smiling face, and said, loose cultivators, as expected, their knowledge is shallow. I've let fellow Taoist Kai see a joke. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't belittle yourself. Kai Zhuoxia pointed at the foothills on the other side and said, let's go there first. When Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia descended from the sky and turned around a mountain range and saw the guest pavilion built against the mountain, Xiao Hua was even more dumbstruck. He originally thought that the guest pavilion was just a pavilion used to welcome guests, and presumably it would be similar to Shang Huaming's guest pavilion. And at most, it would be a lot bigger. However, when he saw the large number of pavilions built against the mountain, which almost occupied the entire foothills, he was speechless. Was this still a pavilion? The most peculiar thing was that this large number of pavilions were all built with jade. They were divided into 3 floors, and each floor had a different color. Moreover, each floor had a different style. Xiao Hua probably wanted to ask why the guest pavilion was divided into 3 floors, but just as he opened his mouth, a fiery red brilliance came from the side. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the guest pavilion. It was a strange-shaped flying magic tool. Unlike Xiao Hua and the others, that flying magic tool didn't stop and directly flew to the 2nd floor of the guest pavilion. Xiao Hua understood that there were 2 foundation-building cultivators on the flying magic tool. All right, Xiao Hua shut his mouth. Needless to say, this guest pavilion was divided by cultivation level. They were aura-refining cultivators, so they could only go to the lowest floor. When the 2 of them were about 300 meters away from the pavilion, 2 boys with delicate features came up to them. They looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, but their cultivation bases were at the 5th layer of qi refining. The 2 boys smiled politely and cupped their fists. Xuanyan School's disciples, Ming Feng and Ming Cheng, greet senior brothers. May I know which sect you are from? What business do you have with my Xuanyan School? Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua hurriedly returned the greeting. Kai Zhuoxia smiled obsequiously and said, I am Kai Zhuoxia, a disciple of Liang's Kai family. I accompanied fellow Taoist Xiao to your esteemed sect for some private matters. The Kai family of Liang? The eyes of Ming Feng, the boy at the front, turned slightly. He was somewhat puzzled as he asked, I wonder, what relationship does fellow Taoist Kai have with the Clear Yang Kai family? My Liang Kai family is a branch of the Qingyang Kai family. Kai Zhuoxiao explained awkwardly. Oh, so it's like that. Ming Feng cupped his hands and said, I've heard a little about it. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao Hua smiled and said, My name is Xiao Hua. I'm a rogue cultivator. I'm here today. A rogue cultivator? Upon hearing that Xiao Hua was a rogue cultivator, the other boy named Ming Cheng inadvertently frowned. He opened his mouth and interrupted Xiao Hua's words, saying, Fellow Taoist Xiao, my Xuanyan School doesn't have any dealings with rogue cultivators. I'm afraid we can't let fellow Taoist enter the pavilion. Please turn back, fellow Taoist Xiao. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that the Xuanyan school's boy wouldn't wait for him to say anything and would drive him away. For a moment, he was somewhat at a loss for words. Fellow Taoist Kai, although cultivator aristocratic families have relations with my Xuanyan school, it's still necessary for official business. If it's a private matter, only disciples at the 10th layer of qi refining and above have the qualifications to enter my pavilion. As for rogue cultivators? Ming Qing shot a glance at Xiao Hua and said, only foundation establishment cultivators can enter my pavilion. We brothers have never received rogue cultivators before. Please turn back, fellow Taoist Kai, Ming Feng said with a smile. These two boys spoke in a cultured and refined manner. Their manners were also refined and courteous. Presumably, they had received systematic training from Xuanyan school. However, every word they spoke was also soaked with disdain for cultivator aristocratic families and rogue cultivators. Everywhere they spoke was filled with the arrogance of cultivator sects superior to others. Fellow Taoists, we don't have any urgent matters. We just want to. Seeing this, Kai Zhuoxia hurriedly took half a step forward and said with a smile. However, she still didn't finish speaking. Ming Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, since it's not an urgent matter, and it's still a private matter, please leave, fellow Taoists. But Kai Zhuoxia looked anxious. She wanted to say something, but a streak of light flew over from the distance and landed not far behind Xiao Hua and company. It was a flying magic tool. Several disciples disembarked from the flying magic tool. They were all around the 10th layer of qi refining and wore the same attire. Seeing this, Ming Qing and Ming Feng left Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia and quickly stepped forward. They smiled and cupped their hands, saying, so it's senior martial brothers from 7 Possibilities sect. May I know what business you have with our Xuanyan school? Hee, I came to pay a visit under the orders of my master. This is my master's token. The 10th layer disciple in front took out a token and handed it over. Ming Qing took it and said with a smile, may I know which master senior martial brother wants to visit? The disciple said his name. Ming Feng smiled and said, then I'll have to invite senior martial brothers to the guest pavilion for tea first. I'll send a message back to see if the master has time. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. The disciple cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia and said casually, these two fellow Taoists. Ming Qing smiled and said, one is a disciple from a cultivator clan and the other is an unknown rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please follow me inside. The 7 Possibilities sect disciple looked down at Xiao Hua with a disdainful smile on his face. He walked in with his head held high. The other disciples also looked down at him with disdainful smiles. Xiao Hua's face was ashen. Kai Zhuoxia's face was also gloomy. After everyone entered, Xiao Hua let out a long breath and said, let's go. We're not people that those famous sects want to see. But Kai Zhuoxia clenched her teeth and walked to Xiao Hua's side. She said in a low voice, but we're asking them for help. Moreover, this isn't a big deal. The humiliation that my Luoyang Kai clan suffered is far worse than this. Didn't you say that Su Yenyun clan wanted to form a marriage alliance with my Luoyang Kai clan? That's just a leaf in the forest. Qingyang Kai clan alone can order me around, not to mention the 3 great sects of the country of Xi. Enduring humiliation will always be my cultivation clan's way of survival. After Xiao Hua heard this, he stared at the guest pavilion in front of him for a long time. His expression softened and he snorted. Although a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, we cultivators are the most carefree. If it's not for transcendence, if it's not for freedom, who would give up their life and walk the path of cultivation? I'm just a loose cultivator. I can't stand the behavior of these great sects, so I don't care. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, there are good and bad people in cultivation sections. Zhuoqing Yuan, fellow Taoist Zhui gave fellow Taoist Xiao the summoning talisman. Isn't that the proof? Him. Xiao Hua snorted again. He recalled Zhuoqing Yuan's palm strike at Jinghua City's E.G. He sneered and said, they're just jackals of the same tribe. If he was sincere, why would he give him a summoning talisman? Why didn't he tell him about this guest pavilion? Sai, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Zhuo is already good like this. Fellow Taoist Xiao shouldn't misunderstand him. Kai Zhuoxia persuaded Xiao Hua, who wasn't clear about the matter between Xiao Hua and Zhuoqing Yuan. Xiao Hua knew Kai Zhuoxia's thoughts inside. How about I send out the summoning talisman? Don't do that. Kai Zhuixia hurriedly waved her hand. Xuanyan School's guest pavilion is Xuanyan School's only contact with the outside world. If fellow Taoist Zhua is in the sect, then he must pass through the guest pavilion. If fellow Taoist Xiao sends out a summoning talisman, let's not talk about whether the message can be sent in. Even if the message can be sent in, it will also implicate fellow Taoist Zhua. This won't do, that won't do either. Then what should we do? Xiaohua stretched out his hand, somewhat helpless. This Mingcheng and Mingfeng looked cultured and refined, but we didn't even say our purpose in coming, and we were rejected. Let's wait, Kai Zhuixia smiled bitterly. We have a request, so we can only lower our posture. Xiaohua was helpless and could only accompany Kai Zhuixia to stand guard in front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days passed very quickly. In front of Xuanyan School's guest pavilion, there were many cultivators coming and going. Some came to visit, some Xuanyan School's disciples went out on business. The guest pavilion's disciples also appeared many times, but everyone turned a blind eye to Xiaohua and Kai Zhuixia. They only swept a few glances and ignored them. At first, Xiaohua still had some hope. When he saw the guest pavilion's disciples, he still took a look. Later, he simply closed his eyes and stood there, immersing his mind into space and carefully comprehending the heavenly Tao's ascension realm. And at the same time, the dragonization art, nameless mnemonic chant, and so on in his body were also slowly cultivated. Looking at Kai Zhuixia again, her face was filled with anxiety. But in these 3 days, every time she saw the guest pavilion's disciples, she would greet them with a smile. Even if they ignored her, she would still smile and nod as a greeting. On this day, the sun had just risen. Several groups of Xuanyan School's disciples went out again. Kai Zhuixia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She walked in front of Xiaohua and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao." "What? Enduring humiliation doesn't work anymore?" Xiaohua opened his eyes and said very calmly, "Actually, if you want to endure humiliation, you might as well go directly to the utmost happiness faction." Hearing the utmost happiness faction, Kai Zhuixia's expression changed. Just as she was about to open her mouth, a cultivator around the 8th level of the qi refining stage walked out from the guest pavilion. That cultivator walked straight in front of Kai Zhuixia and asked, "Fellow Taoists, you've been waiting at my Xuanyan School for a long time. Do you have any important business?" Hearing this, Kai Zhuixia's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, please know. The two of us have come to pay a visit to fellow Taoist Zhuo Qingyuan. Fellow Taoist, please pass on the message." Senior Martial Brother Zhuo Qingyuan? That cultivator was slightly dazed. Why didn't fellow Taoists say so earlier? Nonsense. Xiaohua at the side sneered in his heart. I also need to have a chance to say it. Hee, your honorable school has a lot of business. We don't dare to disturb small matters. If fellow Taoist has free time, please help pass on the message. Kai Zhuixia smiled obsequiously. She clapped her hands and several mid-grade spirit stones were handed over. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 14:13. That cultivator's eyes swiveled, and he slightly tilted his body to take a look. With a flick of his big sleeve, he put away the spirit stone without leaving a trace and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. If you said this earlier, I would have already sent a message. Why wait until now?" Xiaohua glanced at Kai Zhuixia and was truly speechless. "Haha, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist," Kai Zhuixia said with a smile. "Do you have any proof?" That cultivator nodded and asked. "Here." Xiaohua understood and handed Zhuo Qingyuan's summoning talisman over. Yes, it's indeed Senior Martial Brother Zhuo's summoning talisman. Wait a moment. That cultivator took the summoning talisman and looked at it for a moment before handing it back to Xiaohua and instructing Xiaohua to wait a moment. He then directly returned to the guest pavilion. When that disciple entered the guest pavilion, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, since the spirit stone was useful, why didn't you take it out a few days ago?" Kai Zhuixia curled her lips and also replied in a low voice, "I did want to take it, but who would I give it to? If this disciple didn't come out and ask, even if you wanted to hand it over, I don't know if he'd be willing to accept it. If one didn't meet his expectations, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Since this disciple came out and asked, that means he could give it to me. That's why I dared to hand over the spirit stone." "Sigh, It seems like we should have tested Mingcheng and Mingfeng a few days ago when we met them. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this disciple is Mingcheng and Mingfeng. Just as Kai Zhuoxia was speaking, that disciple walked out from the guest pavilion and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Senior Marshal Brother Zhuo just happened to have something to do, and will be here soon." Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua were both delighted and cupped their hands, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." At this time, the two didn't care about the matter of the spirit stone. Sure enough, after a cup of tea's time, Zhuo Yuan came out from the guest pavilion. Seeing Xiao Hua, he was very shocked and frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. He cupped his hands, saying, "I was wondering which sex fellow Taoist, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what business do you have?" "I still have some official business within the sect, fellow Taoist. Please make it short." When Xiao Hua heard this, he rolled his eyes. Listening to the meaning of these words, it was as if he was the one who was begging for money, making the other party feel annoyed. But Xiao Hua still restrained his temper, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I have something good to discuss with fellow Taoist." "Good news?" Zhuo Yuan was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it, fellow Taoist." "This is Liang's Kai family's Kai Zhuoxia, fellow Taoist Kai." Xiao Hua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and introduced her. "Oh, fellow Taoist Kai, I greet you." Zhuo Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. But soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Kai Zhuoxia. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you look very familiar." Then he thought for a while and said, "I remember. 1 year ago, I seem to have seen fellow cultivator Kai in the Jingbo city. At that time, fellow cultivator Kai seemed to be with fellow cultivator Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuoxia had a strange expression on her face as she nodded slightly. "Hee, fellow Taoist Kai, where is fellow Taoist Li? I have admired fellow Taoist Li for a long time. But that day, I was leading the disciples of the faction to gain experience, and had no time to meet fellow Taoist Li." Zhuo Yuan's face was immediately filled with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Li only stayed in my country of Shi for a few days. Because of some matters in the faction, he rushed back to the Utopia faction." Kai Zhuoxia slightly gritted her teeth and replied, "Oh, it's really a pity. Fellow Taoist Li is at the peak of the Qi refining stage. I still wanted to meet fellow Taoist Li and ask for advice on cultivation." Zhuo Yuan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I'll let you know." Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, before fellow Taoist Li returned to the Utopia faction. He had already broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage and became a senior at the Foundation Establishment stage. "Ah? Li Zongbao finally broke through?" Zhuo Yuan's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, "Senior. Senior Li is really a weirdo." Zhuo Yuan followed this with a sigh. "Senior Li has advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage. I don't know. When will I be able to catch up to Senior Li's cultivation?" Kai Zhuoxia glared at Xiao Hua, somewhat dissatisfied that Xiao Hua revealed Li Zongbao's cultivation. But after listening to Xiao Hua's words, she immediately understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. Xiao Hua said, "Actually, I came here today precisely because of this matter." Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you explain this?" Zhuo Yuan said with envy and amazement. "It's like this," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai obtained an item in Jingbo City's city. On it, there's news of the mother-child spirit fruit." "Mother-child spirit fruit?" Zhuo Yuan's face lit up when he heard this, and he said urgently, "Where can I find this mother-child spirit fruit?" "Fellow Taoist Li, don't be anxious. I came here with fellow Taoist Kai precisely because of this matter," Xiao Hua said unhurriedly, after obtaining the news of the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior Li and fellow Taoist Kai searched for that clue to find the mother-child spirit fruit. However, fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is limited. Senior Li was worried that fellow Taoist Kai would encounter danger, so he had fellow Taoist Kai wait in a safe place. As a result, when fellow Taoist Kai saw Senior Li again, Senior Li was already a Foundation Establishment stage senior. "Then what about the mother-child spirit fruit?" Zhuo Yuan asked urgently. "Is Senior Li's advancement related to the mother-child spirit fruit?" Kai Zhuoxia also understood and said with a smile, "I don't know about this. I can't ask too much about this sort of thing." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhuo Yuan was somewhat disappointed. "Although I don't know whether Senior Li's advancement is related to the mother-child spirit fruit or not, seniorly left the mother-child spirit fruit to I. Kai Zhuixia continued. Ah, the mother-child spirit fruit is with fellow Taoist Kai? Zhuo Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised again. Yes, it's with I. Kai Zhuixia nodded. I don't know where seniorly went, but when he brought the mother-child spirit fruit back, he told I that the utmost happiness faction had an urgent matter that required him to return to. Moreover, he had just stepped into the foundation establishment stage and needed to return to the utmost happiness faction to meet with his teacher. Because of some reason, he left one of the mother-child spirit fruit for I. And I also couldn't find an alchemist who could refine the embryonic breathing pill. So when I met fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao knew fellow Taoist Zhuo. So I asked fellow Taoist Xiao to bring I to see fellow Taoist Zhuo. Oh, Zhuo Qingyuan understood and said with a nod. So that's how it is. I felt that this embryonic breathing pill must be useful to fellow Taoist Zhuo. So I rashly came to visit fellow Taoist Zhuo. I hope I didn't disturb fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiaohua said with a smile. Sigh, it can't be considered a disturbance. It's rare that fellow Taoist Kai still thinks of I. Zhuo Qingyuan was a bit ashamed. He thought for a moment and asked, I understand the two fellow Taoists' intentions. However, if you ask the alchemist in my Xuanyan school to refine the pill, even if I step forward and say that I want to use it myself, the alchemist will still have to keep 30% of the medicinal pills for himself. As for I, to tell the truth, this mother-child spirit fruit is hard to find. I also want to keep 10%, so I can only return the remaining 60% to the two fellow Taoists. I wonder. When Kai Zhuixia heard this, her face was overjoyed and she promptly said, Fellow Taoist Zhuo is so righteous. How can you only keep 10%? It's better to take 20%. Zhuo Qingyuan shook his head and said, I accept fellow Taoist Kai's kindness. I only need to take 2 of these embryonic breathing pills. The alchemist I know can refine 24 or 30 embryonic breathing pills in one cauldron. This 10% is enough. Then many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Kai Zhuixia cupped her hands in thanks, and then gave Xiaohua a look. You're welcome, you're welcome. I also benefited from the 2 fellow Taoists. Zhuo Qingyuan returned the greeting. Following this, Xiaohua handed over the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhuo Qingyuan looked at it and very cautiously put it away in his storage pouch. But immediately, Zhuo Qingyuan suddenly thought of something and said somewhat hesitantly, But I have to go out on official business in the sect and can only return after a month. At that time, I can handle the matter of the embryonic breathing pills. I wonder if the 2 fellow Taoists say so earlier. Xiaohua unhappily rolled his eyes. At this time, the mother-child spirit fruit had already fallen into someone else's storage pouch. It would be somewhat difficult to get it back. Sure enough, Kai Zhuixia's expression also slightly changed, and she forced a smile and said, We'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhuo's arrangements. We'll only take the embryonic breathing pills. Everything will depend on fellow Taoist Zhuo. But the 2 of you please rest assured. The matter of refining the pills should be completed within half a year. The 2 of you can just come over at that time. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile. Okay, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Zhuo. Xiaohua could only say, I will come to find fellow Taoist Zhuo again after half a year. Then I won't send you off. I still have to make a trip back and properly put away this mother-child spirit fruit. Zhuo Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell and was just about to leave when Xiaohua thought of another matter and said, Oh right, fellow Taoist Zhuo, is fellow Taoist Xiao Mao in the sect? Xiao Mao? Yes, but because of the matter in Jinghua City, he's currently facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes. I'm afraid he won't be able to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhuo Qingyuan looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Oh, I don't want to see fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua smiled and took out that jade pendant from the space and handed it over, saying, This jade pendant is something that I obtained by chance in Yi City. It should be an old item that fellow Taoist Xiao is concerned about. I have no use for it. Please pass it to Xiao Mao, fellow Taoist Zhuo. Jade pendant? Zhuo Qingyuan was stunned and received it very astonishingly. He looked carefully and nodded, saying, It's precisely this jade pendant. This is something that Xiao Mao's mother left behind. It has a special meaning to Xiao Mao, which is why he lost his composure in Yi City. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly considerate. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Farewell. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia cupped their hands and bid farewell to Zhuo Qingyuan. They prepared to turn around and fly away, but they saw Zhuo Qingyuan raise his hand and call out to the two of them again. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Is there something else, fellow Taoist Zhuo? Xiaohua asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so warm-hearted, making I feel very moved. Since fellow Taoist Xiao treats my Xuanyan school's disciples like this, then I should also take out a little something. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile, I also have a message for the two of you. Xiaohua was puzzled, but Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile, please guide us, fellow Taoist Zhuo. This humble Taoist has descended the mountain this time precisely to send a message to a few cultivation aristocratic families. My Xuanyan school is in urgent need of some fire essence flame crystals. If anyone can find sufficient fire essence flame crystals, my Xuanyan school will repay them with an equivalent amount. Chapter 14:14. In the air, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia's figures streaked across the horizon at an extremely fast speed, causing the continuous sea of clouds to tremble. Within the pure white clouds, an azure passageway instantly appeared. When the figures were far away, the wind and clouds surged, and the gap that was created was slowly covered up. As the figures flew extremely far away, they heard Kai Zhuoxia say with a smile, thanks to fellow Taoist Zhuo's dual flying talisman. Otherwise, with eyes flying speed, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to cover half the distance. We definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the rinsing flower sex selection tomorrow. Xiaohua said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Kai, don't be too loud. There seems to be a cultivator with profound magic power ahead. We'll have to slow down. Alas, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is indeed more profound than eyes. I still haven't sensed it. I also have a feeling, so I can't take it seriously. However, for safety's sake, we'd better slow down a bit. In any case, this place is already very close to the rinsing flower sect. We'll definitely arrive before noon tomorrow, right? And that's right. Kai Zhuoxia said, you and I should fly separately. As they spoke, the two of them separated, and their flying speed was clearly much slower. Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a faint white brilliance appeared on the left in front of the two of them. It rapidly flew over their heads. It was an old man wearing white clothes with a slightly green face and a brandy nose. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The old man's faint divine sense swept over the two of them. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed in salute, respectfully standing in midair. The old man seemed to not have seen the two of them at all. His figure didn't stop, and he flew over their heads. In the blink of an eye, he became a black dot, no longer visible. Only after the old man flew far away did Kai Zhuoxia straighten up. She looked in the direction the old man flew and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, your flying speed seems to be not much slower than a Foundation Establishment senior. Xiaohua's expression slightly changed, and he waved his hand, saying, fellow Taoist Kai is too kind. With eyes cultivation, how could I dare to compare with a Foundation Establishment senior? It's really the difference between cloud and mud. Then he smiled and said, by the way, the fire marrow flame crystal that fellow Zhuo mentioned earlier. What exactly is it, and where can I get it? Puffed. Kai Zhuoxia covered her mouth and laughed. I thought fellow Taoist Xiao already knew, so I didn't ask him about it the whole way. Now that we're about to reach Washing Flower Sect, you finally asked? Xiaohua didn't hold back and curled his lips. I have always been the first to ask. However, wasn't there someone who was in a hurry to participate in some selection and wanted to see his sister? That's why he was in a hurry and didn't have a chance to ask. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, thank you for your hard work, Taoist Xiao. Then he sighed, alas, actually, I know that my chances are very small, but I still want to try. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao did not see it? Xuanyan's school only had 2 boys, yet they were already so arrogant. They were only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Then look at fellow Taoist Zhuo Qingyuan. He's not much older than I, but he's already at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's going to send a message to a cultivator aristocratic family, one that's even more powerful than my Kai clan. If this poor Taoist can enter the Rinsing Flower Sect and become a disciple of the Rinsing Flower Sect, then not only will this poor Taoist's cultivation level increase, even my Kai family's status will increase. We won't have to live under the Qingyang Kai family's nose and mouth anymore. Then he looked at Xiao Hua again and persuaded, actually, fellow Taoist Xiao probably understands even more than I that there is a great disparity between a sect and a wandering cultivator. If possible, fellow Taoist Xiao might as well participate in washing flower sect selection this time. I think that with fellow Taoist Zhao's methods, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 3. Xiao Hua's heart stirred when he heard this. Shang Huaming's life and the life of a wandering cultivator for over a year were truly completely different. Right now, although he had the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, and other cultivation methods to cultivate, he was still lacking in the most important foundational cultivation methods and medicinal pills. If he couldn't solve these 2 problems, he could only hover around the 5th layer of qi refining. It was impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. But within a cultivation sect, these 2 problems weren't a problem. As long as he took medicine like usual and cultivated like usual, his cultivation would steadily increase. More importantly, whether it was the dragon transformation art, the nameless mnemonic chant, or even the heaven ascension realm, not only did they not have any conflict with foundational cultivation methods, they even had supplementary effects. If he could enter a cultivation sect, he would definitely have a smooth journey and become outstanding. How is it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what I said wasn't wrong, right? Seeing that Xiao Hua was muttering to himself in silence, Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a brilliant disciple of Rinsing Flower sect in the future and becomes a foundation establishment senior, don't forget my reminder today. Fellow Taoist Kai's cultivation is also profound. Tomorrow, your wish will definitely be fulfilled. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Sai, where did I get my hope from? I only went to Washing Flower sect to cheer for my younger sister. As long as my younger sister can enter Washing Flower sect, as her elder sister, I can be at ease. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly. Kai Zhuoxia repeatedly mentioned Fairy Hong Xia, causing Xiao Hua to be filled with curiosity towards this person whom he had never met before and whose name resounded like thunder in his ears. That's right, fellow Taoist Kai. After talking for so long, I still haven't said anything about this fire essence flame crystal. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also don't know? Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and asked. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and covered her mouth. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. I really don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, I also didn't think that you would know. If fellow Taoist Kai knew where it was, how could Xuanyan school not know? How could the cultivation families in country of Xi not know? Why would they need Zhuoqing Yuan to offer a reward? I just want to know what this fire essence flame crystal is, and what it's used for. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to have already known Xiao Hua's reaction, and didn't care at all. She smiled and said, I also only know that this fire essence flame crystal is an extremely rare fire attribute spirit stone. It's an extremely bewitching red color, and is about the size of a thumb. As for what it's used for, I don't know. However, although I don't know where this fire essence flame crystal is, I've seen it in the ancient records of my Kai family. This fire essence flame crystal is a type of crystal that is even more precious than a top-grade fire crystal. In the past, there was once a cultivator who occasionally obtained a small piece from the magma of Melting Fire Valley. Top-grade fire crystal? Bewitching red color? The size of a thumb? When Xiao Hua heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. His eyes turned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that Kai Zhuoxia's face was also filled with joy. She pointed her finger and said, Quickly look, fellow Taoist Xiao. The mountain range with beautiful flowers over there is where Washing Flower sect is located. Is that so? Xiao Hua also raised his head. Sure enough, far in front of them, there was a continuous mountain range with many gorgeous colors. This color was different from the brilliance of Xuanyan school. It was the color of real flowers. Looking at it from afar, that mountain range looked like a large cluster of bright flowers. Washing Flower sect really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Hua praised and unconsciously increased his speed. The two of them walked for another half a day. The Washing Flower mountain range was already in sight. They saw a large river flowing down from the top of the mountain range. Countless flowers spiraled in the river and flowed down with the river. There was an indescribable poignant beauty to it. Kai Zhuoxia said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where Washing Flower and Sword is done. Let's land. Washing Flower and Sword? Could it be that this is also a place where Washing Flower sect can't fly? Xiaohua said with a smile. And that's right. Although Kai Zhuoxia was a cultivator, her current state of mind was very easily affected by the scene before her eyes. It was very abnormal, and she could only speak in a somewhat mournful voice. Fellow Taoist Kai, is there something wrong? Xiaohua heard the uneasiness in Kai Zhuoxia's tone and asked in a low voice. No, there's nothing wrong. Kai Zhuoxia forced a smile and used her hand to point at the flowers in the river and said, The beautiful flowers only exist on the branches, but they don't last long. The falling petals move with the waves, but perhaps they will remain for a moment. Today the branches are home, but in the future, I don't know where the grave of flowers is. Everyone says that the falling petals are willing, but the flowing water is heartless. However, they don't know that the flowing water is powerless like the branches of flowers to retain the brilliance of the falling petals. It can only do its best to take the falling petals far away, breaking away from the eyes of the secular world and sending the falling petals on their final journey. Kai Zhuoxia's words were inexplicable and incoherent. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and looked at the flowing water, then at Kai Zhuoxia. He really didn't understand what she was saying. Just when Xiaohua wanted to ask Kai Zhuoxia a question, Kai Zhuoxia patted her storage pouch and blinked her already moist eyes. She forced a smile and said, I want to see if my younger sister is here. As she spoke, she used her magic power, and the fiery red messaging talisman flew into the air. However, the messaging talisman's brilliance slightly circled in the air and directly fell down, not flying far away. Oh, could it be that my younger sister didn't come? Kai Zhuoxia was surprised and exclaimed in a low voice. Or, is she somewhere the messaging talisman can't reach? Xiaohua whispered. Maybe. Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Xiaohua smiled and said, How about we talk after crossing the river? Presumably, the Huanhua sect also has people to receive her. When we get there, we can just ask. Kai Zhuoxia turned her head to look. On the other side of the river, among the clouds of flowers, a corner of a four-cornered pavilion could be seen. Forget it. If my younger sister comes, then she comes. If she doesn't, then I can't do anything even if I'm anxious. I can't bear to see the self-righteous faces of those cultivation families. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head and said, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations. This, of course. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile. Immediately, the two of them found a place to cultivate nearby and adjusted their breathing. On the morning of the second day, Kai Zhuoxia and Xiaohua arrived at the location of the four-cornered pavilion. Sure enough, from far away, they saw several male and female children wearing plain white robes respectfully guarding there. When they saw Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia, one of the female children with picturesque features took a few steps forward and cupped her hands in salute, saying, Two fellow Taoists, have you come to participate in my Huanhua sect's selection? Good, she's really a beauty. She's so young and already looks so much more charming than this Kai Zhuoxia. When she grows up, what will happen? Xiaohua looked at the female child, who was only 12 or 13 years old, but had a cultivation level of the fourth layer of qi refining. Unexpectedly, she was about the same as him. Chapter 14:15. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to be used to this. She cupped her hands in return and said, I am Liang's Kai family's Kai Zhuoxia. I came to participate in the selection. Is there anyone else from my Kai family? Liang's Kai family? The girl slightly frowned and thought for a moment before saying, As far as I know, there are only two people from Qingyang's Kai family. I've never heard of any Kai family from Liang. So it's like that. Kai Zhuoxia nodded with a face full of disappointment. This fellow Taoist? Is he also from Liang's Kai family? Did he also come to participate in the selection? The girl ignored Kai Zhuoxia's disappointment and glanced at Xiaohua. Oh, I am Xiaohua. I'm a loose cultivator. I also came to participate in the selection. Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his hands and answered. Loose cultivator? Participate in the selection? The girl stared blankly and said with some surprise. What? Loose cultivators can't participate? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hastily asked. The girl seemed to have realized her own inappropriateness. Her face was a bit red and she repeatedly waved her hands, saying, No, this selection didn't say that loose cultivators were not allowed to participate. It's just that in the previous selections, there were loose cultivators every time. But this time, Because the requirement is the fourth layer of qi refining and above, I really didn't see any loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the first one. I was just a bit surprised. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but he soon understood. Previously, there was no requirement for cultivation. First and second layer qi refining could participate. Loose cultivators generally had low cultivation. The other cultivators who came to participate in the selection certainly didn't have high cultivation. Loose cultivators might have a chance. But this time, the requirement was only the fourth layer of qi refining and above. The disciples from cultivation families were all in the seventh or eighth layer. Moreover, there were disciples like Yun family's Yun Jiecheng who were in the ninth layer of qi refining. Under these circumstances, the chances of a loose cultivator were absolutely slim. Why would a loose cultivator come? I'm afraid I'm going to be rebuffed. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and thought to himself. He said then, I seem to be overestimating myself. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Whether you participate or not is up to you. I have no right to interfere. However, fellow Taoist Xiao isn't the first to participate. Even if you participate, what's the matter? There are other fourth layer qi refining cultivators participating as well. Xiaohua was stunned. That's right. The little girl smiled. All right then, I will also participate. Xiaohua nodded. The little girl raised her hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please follow I. This way, please. As soon as the girl's voice fell, a medium-height cultivator with a somewhat sallow face quickly walked over from behind Xiaohua and the others. A handsome boy beside the girl quickly went up to greet him. Xiaohua only glanced at the cultivator, then followed Kai Zhuoxia behind the little girl and walked towards the pavilion in the four corners. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard the cultivator behind him say, I am Le Chongqi, a loose cultivator. I have come to participate in the washing flower sex selection. Rogue cultivator? Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. The little girl in front of him was also stunned. Just like Xiaohua, she turned her head to look at this 5th-level qi refining loose cultivator. On the contrary, Le Chongqi was calm and collected. When he saw Xiaohua and the little girl turn their heads to look at him, he only smiled and nodded in response. Xiaohua also nodded at him, then turned his head and followed the little girl into the pavilion in the four corners. The pavilion in the four corners looked very small, but as soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Xiaohua was stunned to discover that there were already several tens of male and female cultivators inside. Some of these people were standing and whispering. Some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in cultivation. However, it didn't seem crowded at all. Spatial magic. Xiaohua looked around and secretly praised in his heart, as expected of the washing flower sect. It's just a pavilion in the four corners used to welcome guests. Yet they need to use spatial magic. This grandeur isn't much inferior to Xuanyan's school. Just as Xiaohua was sizing up his surroundings, 2 beautiful women with disdain on their faces quickly walked over. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He looked them up and down in puzzlement. These 2 don't seem to know each other? Could it be that they were subdued by this young master's temperament? Do they want to come up and make friends? Then, I have to hold back a little. I don't want to lose the bearing of a loose cultivator. Kai Zhuoxia. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The female cultivator in front had a mocking smile on her face as she shrieked from afar. So it's Kai Zhuoxia's old acquaintance. Xiaohua's haughty attitude immediately collapsed, and he resumed his lazy expression. Isn't that so? In a small place like Luyang, little sister Zhuoxia's face is still lacking in both qi and blood these past few years, looking like a village girl. How can people still look at her? I remember that when little sister was young, she wasn't like this either. How come after she grew up, she became more and more unbearable? In the future, how can she find a dual cultivation partner? The other woman also laughed and said, if little sister Zhuoxia's matter isn't resolved, how can our Kai family's little sister Hongxia, who is known as Fairy Hongxia, find a marriage alliance? If we don't have a marriage alliance, wouldn't Luyang's Kai family forever be a burden to the village? This woman's words were very harsh, causing Xiaohua to frown. Kai Zhuoxia's face had already turned green, but she still cupped her hands in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Zhuoxia greets elder sister Ingxia and elder sister Yuxia. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. This is the rinsing flower sect. There's no need for the formalities of my Kai family. Kai Yingxia waved her hand and said very casually. Kai Yuxia's beautiful eyes rippled as she glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Little sister Zhuoxia, this little loose cultivator. Why don't you introduce him to elder sister? I'm afraid his cultivation is too shallow, and he doesn't dare to meet people?" Little loose cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Since they exposed Xiaohua as a loose cultivator, then these two people must have heard Yun Jicheng's words. Since they heard Yun Jicheng's words, they must know his name as well. This kind of ridicule was somewhat bullying. How could Kai Zhuoxia not know? She helplessly glanced at Xiaohua and said, "This is fellow Taoist Xiaohua. I met him in Jinghua City. Because of some matters, we traveled together. Hee, little sister Zhuoxia, aren't you going to be secretive? You're already so old, this kind of thing. What's there to be embarrassed about? He's only a loose cultivator. It's nothing. If he comes to our door, the cultivation method of your Liang Kai family can also guarantee him a 7th level qi refining cultivator." Shut up. Xiaohua's face was covered in frost. He took a step forward and coldly berated them. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia were only at the 7th level of qi refining. Xiaohua dared to kill them, so how could he be afraid of these two female cultivators? Rebel. Seeing this, Kai Yingxia's almond-shaped eyes turned vertical. She also berated loudly, "You're only from a branch family of my Liang Kai family. What qualifications do you have to speak so loudly in front of me? Moreover, you haven't entered my Kai family yet. I only need to use my little finger to take your life." Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing this, Kai Zhuoxia immediately pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, "For I's sake, don't take these words to heart." Humph. Xiaohua's gaze was like a knife. It coldly swept across Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces. The two of them were also startled. They never thought that a little loose cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining would have such a frightening gaze. Kai Yuxia also took a step forward and shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs right now?" Ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. "I want to see what tricks you have." Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia implored, placing her body between the two of them. "Who's making such a racket?" With a loud shout, a 10th level qi refining cultivator stepped into the four-cornered pavilion. That cultivator was followed by the loose cultivator, called Lu Chongqi from earlier. Hee, I'll let fellow Taoist know. This is my Kai family's family matter." Seeing this, Kai Yingxia immediately said with a smile. That cultivator coldly said, "I don't care if you're from the Kai family, the Chao family, or the Hua family. This is my Luanhua sect. You're making a racket here. You're losing face for my Luanhua sect. If you say another word, I'll kick you out of the pavilion." Hee, fellow Taoist Mo, they're sisters from the Kai family. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so they've talked a lot. Don't blame them. Yun Jiaocheng appeared out of nowhere and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. "Oh, fellow Taoist Yun." That disciple surnamed Mo saw Yun Jiaocheng's expression soften. He said, "Fellow Taoist, look after them. They're all middle-level qi refining cultivators. Why are they acting like mortal women and causing trouble the moment they see each other?" Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia's faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. They looked like virtuous ladies. Kai Zhuoxia also lowered her head and sighed slightly. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia like this, Xiaohua unconsciously understood. He snorted through his nose and didn't say anything. "Fellow Taoist Lu, feel free to stay here. Wait for a while. When noon comes, we'll go to the selection area together with the other fellow Taoists." That disciple surnamed Mo waved his sleeve and said to the loose cultivator, "Yes, I'll listen to Senior Mo's instructions." Lu Chongqi respectfully bowed and said. That disciple surnamed Mo raised his head and looked at everyone in the pavilion. Then he quickly walked out of the pavilion through another passage. "Fellow Taoist Kai, you've finally come." Yun Jiaocheng had a warm smile on his face as he cupped his hands and said, "My Liang's Kai family didn't send anyone?" Kai Zhuoxia forced a smile and cupped her hands in return. "This." Yun Jiaocheng glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, but didn't answer. Kai Yingxia sneered and said, "It's enough for us two sisters to represent our Kai family. What's the use of sending someone from your Liang's Kai family? They're just there to serve as a foil. It's fine if they don't come." When Kai Zhuoxia heard this, she knew that her younger sister hadn't received news that the Cleansing Flower sect was recruiting disciples. She could only sigh in her heart and ignore the two of them. She walked to the side alone and sat down with her eyes closed. When Yun Zhaocheng saw this, he cupped his hands in salute to Xiaohua. He also walked to a corner and sat down. Xiaohua also smiled. He coldly glanced at Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia, then walked to Kai Zhuoxia's side. He stood with his hands by his side and looked around. Kai Yingxia and Kai Yuxia also glared at Xiaohua fiercely, then walked back to their seats. For a time, there were only a few dozen people whispering in the pavilion. After Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia came in, many other cultivators came one after another. Looking at their appearance, they all came in groups of 2s and 3s. When it was almost noon, there were actually nearly 200 people gathered in the pavilion. Chapter 14:16. Seeing more and more people gathering in the pavilion, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to himself, cultivator aristocratic families really aren't small. Seeing these people in 2s and 3s, they should be from the same aristocratic family or aristocratic families that are on good terms with each other. The most important thing is that these aristocratic family disciples all have cultivations above the 7th level of qi refining. Although this rinsing flower sex requirement is the 4th level of qi refining, disciples with slightly weaker cultivations didn't come. Compared to Tian Qi's group of loose cultivators, they really can't be mentioned in the same breath. Oh, I heard there's also a 4th level qi refining disciple like I who came to participate in the selection. I wonder who it is. Although the cultivators in the pavilion can use magic to check each other's cultivation level, there are still a lot of people. It is impossible for Xiaohua to find the 4th layer qi refining cultivator among them. On the contrary, the 5th layer qi refining loose cultivator, Lu Chongqi, is standing not far from Xiaohua. He is also looking at Xiaohua with interest, seemingly also aware of Xiaohua's identity as a loose cultivator. Seeing Xiaohua looking at him, Lu Chongqi took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, "I'm Lu Chongqi, greetings fellow Taoist Xiao." "Oh, fellow Taoist Lu is too polite." Xiaohua promptly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Does fellow Taoist have any instructions?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Lu Chongqi glanced at Kai Zhuoxia and said in a low voice, "Today, those attending the rinsing flower sex selection are all disciples of cultivator aristocratic families. As for us loose cultivators, there's only the 2 of us. I think that the 2 of us should join hands. Although I'm a few years older and my cultivation is a bit higher, I am willing to advance and retreat together with fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiaohua smiled in his heart and said in a low voice, "Thank you for fellow Taoist Li's intentions, but I have a question for you. Please speak, fellow Taoist Xiao." Lu Chongqi smiled and nodded. "I will tell you everything I know." "Good." Xiaohua clapped and said, "If the 2 of us only have one chance, who does fellow Taoist Li think it should go to?" "This." Lu Chongqi only smiled slightly and said, "There are 3 chances in this selection. If the 2 of us join hands, there won't be only one chance. Of course, I can give up this one and only chance." After hearing these pompous words, Xiaohua became more and more unconvinced. He smiled and shook his head. "I know my own cultivation level very well. I have no intention of passing any selection at all. This time, I only came to accompany a familiar fellow Taoist. I appreciate fellow Taoist Li's kindness." "All right. I wish fellow Taoist Xiao good luck." Lu Chongqi was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands with a smile. When Lu Chongqi looked around to find other people to help him, Kai Zhuoxia opened her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "Loose cultivators are so shameless. If you want to make use of others and make them work for you, just use your mouth." Halfway through, Kai Zhuoxia suddenly realized something. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't blame me. I wasn't talking about you." Xiaohua shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I know." Kai Zhuoxia rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Before today, perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao was still a loose cultivator, but after today, I'm afraid that might not be the case. Others don't know fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power, but I know it clearly. There are almost 200 people in this pavilion. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao can enter the top 10. With a bit of luck, there shouldn't be a problem." Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't answer. He was now in the early stage of the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, and his magic power had greatly increased. If he really used his full strength in a life and death battle, Xiaohua was confident he wouldn't necessarily lose to an 8th layer aura refining cultivator. As for 9th layer aura refining cultivators like Yun Zhaocheng, How many of them were there? While they were talking, a male and a female rinsing flower sect disciples walked into the square pavilion. These two people both had cultivation levels around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. The male had bright eyes and white teeth, extremely handsome, and the female had peach cheeks and starry eyes. In addition to her fine eyebrows, she was truly charming. Everyone only took a glance and secretly praised them in their hearts. Fellow Taoists, the male disciple cupped his hands and said, "Our sect's selection of disciples will now begin. Please follow I." "Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist." Everyone returned the greeting. Immediately after, the male disciple didn't say his name and turned around very indifferently. As for the female disciple, she didn't say a single word and turned around to leave. However, her figure was quite graceful, attracting the gazes of many male cultivators. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxiao walked at the back. Even the loose cultivator Li Chongqi found a seemingly honest aristocratic family disciple to walk in front of them. Kai Zhuoxiao looked at Li Chongqi's back and said in a low voice, "That 7th layer aura refining disciple is from Shao Nan's Cheng clan. He looks mature, but he's actually full of evil tricks. As a fellow loose cultivator, I'm afraid you're in a bit of trouble." Xiaohua snorted through his nose. Loose cultivators struggle in the shadows. What kind of world haven't they seen? If it weren't for the fact that cultivation level growth is a problem, loose cultivators wouldn't necessarily be any worse than cultivator aristocratic families. Kai Zhuoxiao shrugged and didn't continue speaking. After exiting the square pavilion, they saw a boat-shaped magic tool in front of them. It was emitting a faint multicolored brilliance. "Fellow Taoists, please go, I'll send you over." The male cultivator waved his hand. A multicolored brilliance flew out from the magic tool and landed in front of him. It was precisely a path of light formed by the brilliance. This scene was admittedly strange, causing Xiaohua's eyes to brighten. However, the others were, after all, disciples of aristocratic families. They were all knowledgeable, so they weren't too surprised. One by one, they walked onto the path of light. That path of light slowly moved. Everyone didn't need to walk. The path of light sent everyone onto the flying boat. Once everyone boarded the flying boat, the male and female disciples flew onto it. They took out a yellow talisman from their bosoms and stuck it on their bodies. Soon after, they took out a palm-sized jade plate. Using their magic power, they pointed their fingers upwards. That boat-shaped magic tool slowly rose, circled around a bit, then flew towards a certain place in the Huanhua mountain range. The flying boat was very stable. Xiaohua looked to his left and saw that there was no one nearby. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, can't this magic tool only be controlled by people with divine sense? Their cultivation level has to be at least at the peak stage of the aura refining realm. This Huanhua sect disciple is only in the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. I'm afraid he doesn't have divine sense, so how can he control it?" Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, "That's true, but there are far more cultivators below the peak stage of the aura refining realm than there are cultivators above it. There are many things that aren't certain. Moreover, they don't dare to trouble these seniors, so all the cultivation groups came up with their own methods. For example, those who control flying magic tools can refine special yellow talismans. Coupled with enough magic power, they'll be able to use it." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua understood. He had a magic tool from Huan Ling's sect in his space, but he had always been puzzled. He couldn't understand how those two disciples, who were clearly only in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm, could use it. Why couldn't he control it? It seemed like it was a secret technique of their cultivation group. Not long after, the flying boat descended and landed on a large mountain full of colorful flowers. Everyone disembarked from the flying boat and stood in the open space. The male cultivator swept his gaze over everyone again, then said in a clear voice, "This is the back mountain of my Huanhua sect. It's several hundred meters high and has a radius of more than 10 li. For the sake of this selection, I specially placed 3 robin birds in this mountain. Whoever can catch them will pass this selection." Boom! Everyone burst into an uproar and began to discuss in low voices. They'd thought of many methods, but they'd never imagined that they'd be using the method of catching birds. "Shut up!" The female cultivator coldly berated, "You're all disciples of aristocratic families. Why are you so unruly?" When everyone heard her, they immediately shut their mouths. The male cultivator clapped his hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from his storage pouch. He said, This selection will end tomorrow at noon. During this time, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Whoever holds a robin bird in his hand at this time tomorrow will be the winner of this selection. Of course, all of you fellow Taoists are disciples of aristocratic families of cultivators and have a very long relationship with my Huanhua sect. My Huanhua sect also has to consider your safety. These are yellow talismans specially made by my Huanhua sect. Once activated with magic power, you'll be transported to a safe place in my Huanhua sect. Of course, activating these yellow talismans means that you've given up on this selection. Please be careful. As he spoke, the male cultivator waved his hand, and the yellow talismans flew into the hands of Xiaohua and the others, one for each person. Xiaohua cautiously received them. These were life-saving items. I still have 2 points to mention. First, there are only 3 robin birds, and they must be alive. If one dies, there'll be one less chance. Second, the robin birds can't be transported through the transfer formation. All right, fellow Taoists, take care. I'll be back here at this time tomorrow. The male cultivator cupped his hands and boarded the flying boat with the female cultivator. Activating magic power, they flew away and disappeared. After the Huanhua sect disciples left, everyone looked at each other and flew down the mountain in different directions according to their previous agreement. Yun Guicheng wasn't far from Kai Zhuoxia. He glanced at Kai Zhuoxia and walked over with a smile. Fellow Taoist Kai, it's very dangerous here. Fellow Taoist Kai, are you willing to travel with I? Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Yun. I'll look for it myself. Kai Zhuoxia refused just like before. Well, then fellow Taoist Kai, take care of yourself. Yun Guicheng didn't seem surprised. He glanced at Xiao Hua and directly flew down the mountain with his disciples. Fellow Taoist Xiao. After Yun Guicheng flew far away, Kai Zhuoxia turned her head and said, "Shall we also act separately?" Separate? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If there's a robin bird in front of you and me, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think I'll have a chance? Kai Zhuoxia smiled. This is true. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Just like how he wasn't willing to cooperate with Le Chongqi, Kai Zhuoxia was also the same. In front of absolute temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't have any selfish motives. He wouldn't harm Kai Zhuoxia's life, but Kai Zhuoxia absolutely couldn't take the robin bird away in front of him. Well, fellow Taoist Kai is right. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, however, fellow Taoist Kai, please tell me what this robin bird looks like. Hee, I knew that fellow Taoist Xiao might not have seen it before. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and said, this robin bird is a strange bird. It's only the size of a thumb and its entire body is emerald green. Although it can't be classified as a spiritual bird, its flying speed is extremely fast, comparable to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, this isn't the most peculiar part. This robin bird is naturally timid and very sensitive to spiritual aura. As long as a cultivator is cautious, it will immediately run away. And if it can't escape in time, it will even change the color of its body according to the surrounding situation. Chapter 14:17. There's such a strange bird. After listening to Kai Zhuoxia's description of the robin, Xiao Hua's original ambition had already turned into a pool of cold water. First of all, this robin could change its color according to the surrounding environment. This was absolutely not something an aura-refining cultivator without divine sense could casually discover. Not to mention that the robin was only the size of a thumb, and its flight was very fast. Freely shuttling back and forth in this several dozen li mountain range, this kind of difficulty was not much lower than finding a needle in a haystack. After cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Kai Zhuoxia, Xiao Hua was too lazy to fly and slowly walked down on foot. While breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, he secretly calculated. Needless to say, it was really unrealistic for Xiao Hua to catch the robin himself. However, that Huanhua sect disciple had clearly said that there would be no casualties. Moreover, whoever could obtain the robin by noon tomorrow would be the winner of the selection. In other words, Huanhua sect didn't care how you obtained the robin. Xiao Hua didn't have the ability to catch the robin, but he had the ability to snatch it from the hands of others. Apart from those aristocratic family disciples at the 9th and 8th level of aura refining, he temporarily didn't have much certainty. As for the other cultivators at the 7th level of aura refining and below, as long as Xiao Hua was careful and caught them off guard, He had a 70 to 80% certainty. With a plan in mind, Xiaohua also became even more unhurried. Being busy first wasn't being busy. Right now, he should give time to those cultivators who could catch the robin and let them do their best. Only then would it be time for Xiaohua to display his skills. As for Kai Zhuoxia, after leaving Xiaohua, she activated her magic power and flew along a faintly discernible path in the forest for a while. Soon after, she suddenly flew up into the air and looked around. At this time, everyone had already disappeared, and it was extremely quiet. Kai Zhuoxia first looked at the peak where Xiaohua was and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm really sorry. This kind of opportunity is really something that I have been looking forward to for a long time. It's not that I don't want to share it with fellow Taoist, but the revival of my clan is all on my shoulders." While speaking, Kai Zhuoxia clapped her hands, and an old yellow talisman appeared in her hand. She activated her magic power, and a small, faintly visible red-crowned crane was formed from the yellow talisman. That red-crowned crane lightly danced in the air, its two faintly discernible wings flapping from time to time. Kai Zhuoxia's face emitted a happy radiance, and she said to herself, "This spirit-seeking talisman. Although it has been a long time, it can still be used. If I hadn't taken it out on a whim before leaving, wouldn't this trip to Huanhua Sec's trip to be a failure?" While speaking, Kai Zhuoxia clapped her right palm on her chest. Immediately, a drop of blood from her heart flew out from her mouth and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. When the red-crowned crane received the blood from Kai Zhuoxia's heart, a bit of cinnabar immediately appeared on its head. The red color of the cinnabar immediately spread to the red-crowned crane's body. Not long after, the entire red-crowned crane was filled with faint traces of blood, and Kai Zhuoxia's face became even paler. Quick, Kai Zhuoxia recited a spell and tapped the red-crowned crane's head with her hand. The red-crowned crane let out a soft jiao sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very loud in Kai Zhuoxia's ears. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew towards a direction halfway up the mountain. Kai Zhuoxia's face was filled with joy. She performed another spell and followed closely behind. The disciples of aristocratic families were indeed the disciples of aristocratic families. Even a side branch of an aristocratic family like Kai Zhuoxia had tricks that Xiaohua didn't know about, so there was no need to talk about other people in detail. Looking at Yun Guichong from the Yun family, for people from the Yun family had come, but for some reason, only 3 people had appeared. Yun Guichong only said a few words of courtesy to Kai Zhuoxia before he took the 2 of them into the air. Seeing that many disciples of aristocratic families were flying in different directions, the female disciple curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of idiots." "Yun Guichong scolded, "I let you come out this time to broaden your horizons. Why are you so talkative?" "Big brother." The male disciple also smiled and said, "Sister Lan is right. These disciples don't have the profound cultivation of Big Brother. Even if they catch the robin, won't they still be Big Brother's prey?" Haha, Big Brother. Even Yun Feng is speaking for me. Am I right?" Yun Guichong glanced at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. He said in a low voice, "You only know that our Yun family has tricks up our sleeves. How can we not have others? These cultivator aristocratic families may not have disciples with higher cultivation than your Big Brother, but they all have a foundation. Don't underestimate them. Having a high cultivation is the way of the king. Who's afraid of that?" Yun Lan smiled and said, "At worst, Big Brother can go on a killing spree and kill all 200 disciples of aristocratic families. I'd like to see if I can find the robin." "Nonsense. You're bringing disaster to our Yun family." Yun Guichong looked around and scolded her in a low voice. "Hee, I'm just saying. This kind of thing." "I know." Yun Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She looked very charming. "Big Brother, are we going to use our tricks?" Yun Feng asked. "Hee, of course. Our Yun clan is in an advantageous position right now. We can seize a robin bird at lightning speed. Not only can we reduce the sin of killing, but we can also intimidate the other disciples. Maybe we can even get a second robin bird." Yun Jiechong said without hesitation. "Thank you, Big Brother." Yun Lan said with a smile. "Big Brother, can't we get 3? Yun Feng was a little unhappy. "How is that possible? This second one might not even be possible." Before Yun Guichong could say anything, Yun Lan began to lecture Yun Feng. "I know, Sister Lan." Yun Feng stuck out his tongue. He was just a teenager. Yun Lan was very proud. She patted her storage bag and took out a yellow talisman. She handed it to Yun Feng and said with a smile, "Don't flatter me. If there's a second robin, I'll let you have it. Now let's hurry up and help Big Brother get the first robin." "Yes, Sister Lan." Yun Feng immediately became serious. He patted his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He calmly placed it in his hand. Seeing that Yun Lan and Yun Feng were ready, Yun Guicheng patted his hand and took out a magic weapon that looked like a spinning top from his storage bag. With a poof, Yun Guicheng spat a mouthful of life origin energy on the spinning top. The spinning top began to spin. Seeing that the spinning top was moving, Yun Lan and Yun Feng did not dare to be negligent. They activated their magic power and injected it into the yellow talisman. The yellow talisman immediately turned into a shiny thin piece. The two of them opened their mouths and swallowed the thin piece. As soon as the thin piece entered their mouths, their faces gradually turned red, as if they were going to bleed. Then, they looked at each other and bit the tip of their tongues at the same time. A mouthful of blood was spat out and landed on the spinning top. After the spinning top received the 2 mouthfuls of blood essence, it suddenly shone brightly. Then it spun faster and faster. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. Seeing the spinning top's brilliance expand and contract, Yun Guicheng sighed and said, "My Yun family spirit seeker has been useless for many years. Who would have thought that today, instead of searching for spirit beasts, it would only be used to search for robin?" Yun Lan's face was pale, and he looked a little dispirited. He also sighed and said, "According to the family records, when my Yun family was at its peak, we used this spirit seeker to search for spirit beasts protecting the family. This magic weapon requires the blood essence of at least 2 members of the Yun family's direct bloodline. It consumes a lot of vitality. Today, after testing it, it really lives up to its name. 2 cultivators of the 5th level of Qi refining like us can't even activate the spirit seeker." Poof! Yun Guicheng also spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The spinning brilliance made a sizzling sound like boiling oil being poured into boiling water. The brilliance scattered in all directions and turned into many tiny lights. These lights also spun. After a while, these tiny lights suddenly turned into tiny arrowheads. They suddenly gathered together and turned into a slightly larger arrowhead, pointing in one direction. "Let's go." Seeing this, Yun Guicheng's face lit up with joy. He pointed his finger, and the arrowhead turned into a ray of brilliance and shot into the distance. Yun Guicheng, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng also became spirited. They activated their flying talismans and flew down the mountain. The Kai family of Liang did so, the Yun family of Suyan did so, and the other families also used their own methods and shot in different directions. Although the disciple of the Huanhua sect had clearly said that there were only 3 robin birds here, the direction they were heading in was more than 10. As for who was right and who was wrong, only they would know. Throughout the entire mountain, besides Xiao Hua, a 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, who was strolling leisurely, there was another 4th-level Qi refining cultivator on the other side of the mountain. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, and was also sitting on a rock. He coldly looked at the people flying in the air and disappeared. There was not the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. It was as if this selection had nothing to do with him. As for Kai Zhuoxia, after following the red-crowned crane for a few li, the red-crowned crane gradually slowed down. The flapping of its wings also weakened. When she looked at the red-crowned crane again, it was gradually becoming transparent and was about to disappear. Seeing this, Kai Zhuoxia felt a little helpless. She clapped her hand again, and another drop of blood from her heart flew out and landed on the red-crowned crane's head. The red-crowned crane seemed to have taken a blood-replenishing pill. Its wings flapped again, and its head shook slightly. Then, it flew down the mountain and into a slightly dark place. Kai Zhuoxia was secretly delighted. Looking at the situation in the shade, she slapped her storage pouch and took out a few yellow talismans. She was just about to fly down. But at this moment, a few sounds of something breaking through the air rang out not far away. When Kai Zhuoxia turned her head, she saw the rogue cultivator Le Chongqi and the disciple of the Cheng family, Cheng Ming, as well as a few other 7th-level Qi refining cultivators. Oh no! Kai Zhuoxia's heart turned cold when she saw these people. How could a lone wolf fight against these tigers and wolves? In a hurry, Kai Zhuoxia was still a little reluctant. She clenched her teeth and fiercely flew into the forest, quickly chasing after the red-crowned crane. Sure enough, under the dark shade of a tree, a jade-like robin was flapping its small wings and hovering above a withered branch. On that withered branch, there was a jade-like spirit fruit. Kaijwaxia was overjoyed. She didn't care about her figure. She fiercely urged her transcendence energy and flew like a flying sword towards the robin. As she flew, she slapped her storage pouch. Chapter 14:18. The robin's beak was extremely sharp and long. It was hovering in front of an emerald green spirit fruit, piercing its beak deeply into the spirit fruit as if it was sucking the juice inside. There were a few withered branches above the spirit fruit, and between the branches was a tattered spider web. Broken strands of spider silk fluttered in the wind. Just as Kaijwaxia saw the robin and was about to slap her storage bag, she saw a fist-sized, black-haired spider suddenly appear from above the tattered spider web. The spider crawled rapidly along the spider web. When it reached the center of the spider web, which was right above the robin's head, a strand of black spider silk emerged from the spider's abdomen and silently pierced towards the robin. The spider silk was silent and fast. In the blink of an eye, Kaijwaxia had already closed in on the robin's wing. However, at this moment, the robin's body suddenly moved horizontally and dodged the spider's silk. Then, without a pause, it turned into a thin green line and flew in another direction. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Kaijwaxia's hand had just slapped her storage bag. She gritted her teeth. That was Kaijwaxia's only thought. She didn't stop and continued to fly past the spirit fruit. But at the same time, she took out a fireball talisman from her storage bag. With a wave of her hand, she hit the spider and the broken spider web. With a boom, the spider and the spider web were burned to ashes by the fireball. Then, Kaijwaxia sighed and hurriedly flew away in a different direction from the robin. The requirements for her spirit-seeking talisman were very high. Not only did it require cultivation, but it also required blood essence. It could only be used 3 times a day, and Kaijwaxia had to rest for a while before she could use it a second time. Kaijwaxia temporarily retreated, and Luchongqi and Chengming followed her. When they saw the emerald green spirit fruit and the remaining burn marks on the withered branches, Chengming said angrily, "Could it be that someone beat us to it?" Luchongqi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Cheng, this emerald green spirit fruit is the emerald juice fruit that the emerald cicadas like to eat. I'm sure the emerald cicadas were here just now. If there was a fellow Taoist who got it first, he definitely wouldn't have used a fireball talisman. From the looks of it, some spirit beast must have disturbed that fellow Taoist who was trying to capture the emerald cicadas, causing the emerald cicadas to flee." Spirit beast? Chengming's expression didn't change as he whispered, "There aren't any powerful spirit beasts in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect, right?" "Haha, fellow Taoist Cheng, don't worry. How could there be a powerful spirit beast in the mountain behind the rinsing flower sect? The robin only flies fast, it still has a lot of nemesis." Luchongqi had a smile on his face, but a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. "Oh, that's good, that's good." Chengming repeatedly applauded. "I don't want to run into any spirit beasts instead of catching the robin. Fellow Taoist Cheng, the robin has already flown away. Presumably, there are already fellow Taoists chasing after it. Should we hurry up and use our secret skills? Otherwise, there are only 3 robin in this mountain. If one is caught, we'll have one less chance." "Okay, fellow Taoist Lu, please wait a moment," Chengming said and patted his hand to take out a yellow jade slip from his storage bag. He handed it to the disciple behind him and ordered, "You guys spit out a little of your natal true essence." The Cheng family disciple behind Chengming took the jade slip and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The jade slip gradually emitted a yellow brilliance. The brilliance rotated slightly on the jade slip and flickered a few times in the direction the robin had flown before it was annihilated. "Good, it's in that direction." Chengming was overjoyed. He took the jade slip and said with a smile, "The family's spiritual movement is really useful." Luchongqi's face was filled with envy. He smiled and said, "That's right. This is also why I need to rely on you, fellow Taoist Cheng. Please help me get the second robin after you get the first." "Well said, well said. Let's go." Chengming smiled and flicked his sleeves. Everyone chased after him. At the same time, on the other side of the foothills, Yun Jiechong, Yun Lan, and Yun Feng followed the arrow-like brilliance and flew down the mountain. The brilliance was indeed driven by the essence and blood of the three people. It was much more powerful than Kai Zhuoxia's spirit-seeking talisman. After flying for several miles, it did not slow down. It did not stop until it reached the side of a gurgling stream. Then it stopped and froze in midair. Yun Juchong and the others flew over and looked around carefully. With a point of his hand, the brilliance of the spirit-seeking talisman converged and turned back into a spinning top in Yun Juchong's hand. "Big brother." Seeing this, Yunlan said in a low voice, "The spirit-seeking talisman is the most magical. It doesn't move forward when it's within 100 feet of the spiritual beast for fear of disturbing it. I'm afraid that the robin is within 100 feet. Exactly. But this robin is too small. It's only the size of a thumb. We have to be careful when looking for it," Yun Juchong said with a smile. But just as he finished speaking, his expression changed again. He reminded them in a low voice, "Be careful. There seems to be other cultivators in front." Sure enough, on the other side of the stream in front of Yun Juchong, 2 male cultivators were floating in midair and flying forward very slowly. In their hands, they were holding a rare bamboo green-yellow talisman. Because Yun Juchong and the others were very careful to avoid disturbing the robin, and the 2 cultivators were also focused in front of them, they did not realize that there were people behind them. "Big brother." Seeing this, Yunlan panicked. He tugged at Yun Juchong's sleeve and whispered. "Shu." Yun Guichong gestured for Yunlan to be quiet. He pointed at the 2 cultivators in front of him and took out 2 supreme-grade freezing talismans from his robes and handed them over. Then he took out a yellow talisman that was shaped like a palm and pointed in another direction. Then he left on his own. Yunlan and Yunfeng understood that Yun Juchong wanted them to attack the 2 cultivators in front of them from behind. He would go ahead to catch the robin. Thus, Yunlan and Yunfeng also slowly flew up. With the help of the splashing sound of the stream, they slowly flew towards the other side. However, just as they reached the middle of the stream, 2 figures, still shining with an earthy yellow light, suddenly flew out from the stream. The moment these 2 figures appeared, their hands trembled continuously. Fireball talismans and other offensive yellow talismans were thrown out one after another. Oh no! Yunlan was greatly alarmed and did not dare to move forward. His entire body abruptly retreated as well. The yellow talisman in his hand was activated by his magic power and turned into a ball of faint mist. Then it shot towards the cultivator below him. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 yellow talismans of ice and fire collided with each other, producing a very unpleasant sound. This sound was admittedly not very loud, but once the surrounding spiritual energy was disturbed, the robin kingfisher was the most sensitive to turbulent spiritual energy. Sure enough, the 2 cultivators in front could no longer hide their figures and quickly flew forward. One of them even shouted, "Don't run." As the cultivator shouted, the bamboo green-yellow talismans in their hands were thrown out at the same time. The yellow talismans were not thrown towards the robin that was flying between the flowers in front of them. Instead, they were thrown about 3 feet to the left and right of the robin. Once the bamboo green-yellow talismans left their hands, they immediately turned into a ball of flickering light. When they flew to the side of the robin, they turned into 2 net-like balls of light. These 2 balls of light rotated slightly, as if there was a suction force between them. Right on the left and right of the robin, the 2 balls of light suddenly elongated and extended towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the robin was shrouded in the threads of light. The robin was already on guard. When the light threads extended, it had already begun to fly away. However, the light threads seemed to be extremely sticky. As the robin flew, the light threads were also elongated. As more and more light threads were formed, the robin flapped its wings. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly anymore. It was about to be shrouded in the threads of light. Just when the 2 cultivators were ecstatic and wanted to put the robin in the threads of light into their bags, several dazzling lights shot from the air not far away. It was a few sword talismans. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, the sword talismans had already flashed with sword light and looked extremely sharp. Seeing this, the 2 cultivators had no time to control the threads of light. They quickly patted their storage bags and took out a few yellow talismans. They activated their spiritual power and turned into a round and square light curtain, blocking the sword talismans. With a clang, the sword talismans pierced the light curtain, making an ear-piercing sound. Then, with a cautious sound, the light curtain shattered and the sharp swords turned into specks of light and disappeared. But when the sword talismans disappeared, a speck of light suddenly expanded, and a flying sword smaller than the previous sword talismans suddenly appeared. However, the flying sword's flying speed was much faster than the previous few flying swords. This flying sword was formed in front of the two cultivators, so in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of one of the cultivators and directly pierced the cultivator's Taoist robe. Then the cultivator's body shone brightly. The Golden Bell Talisman's defense was effective. Unfortunately, the brilliance was annihilated in a flash, followed by the cultivator's miserable scream. When one of the cultivators died under the mother-child flying sword talisman, half of the light curtain immediately dimmed. The robin sensed the change in the spirit chi first, and immediately flew towards the dimmed half of the light curtain. With its swoosh, the robin rushed out of the light curtain and saw a streak of emerald green following the slight splashes of the water. After a few flashes, it disappeared. When he looked around, he saw a large green hand. It had just flown out of the forest when it immediately fell. Under the large hand, Yun Guicheng's face was ashen. He looked at the people flying towards him from afar and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Without even looking at his face, he quickly flew towards the two cultivators who were blocking Yun Lan and Yun Feng above the stream. Yun Jiecheng had long been annoyed. He slapped his hand and took out a square, flat yellow talisman from his storage bag. He exerted a little force with his left hand and dripped a drop of blood on it. The yellow talisman became even redder after receiving the drop of blood. Chapter 14:19. As for the square yellow talisman in Yun Guicheng's hand, it immediately glowed with an enchanting color after receiving fresh blood. With the activation of Yun Guicheng's magic power, the yellow talisman transformed into the shape of a square flat box. Yun Guicheng had already flown close to Li Yun Peak. He bent his middle finger and flicked the square box twice. Two tiny red light spots flew out from the box. Yun Guicheng pinched the red light spots between his fingers and flicked them as well. The two light spots were like two shooting stars, shooting towards Yun Lan and Yun Feng's opponents at lightning speed. The light spots were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the bodies of the two people. The two people were fighting with the two disciples of the Yun family, and did not notice it at all. What was even stranger was that after the two light spots entered their bodies, their movements were not affected at all. It was exactly the same as before. At this moment, seeing the light spots enter the bodies of the two cultivators, Yun Guicheng's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He turned around and chased in the direction where the robin kingfisher disappeared. At the same time, he formed a strange incantation gesture in his hand and attacked in the direction of the two cultivators. Something strange happened. As Yun Guicheng released the incantation gesture, the two cultivators suddenly showed an extremely painful expression on their faces. Then fear appeared in their eyes. They immediately wanted to fly up. At the same time, they slapped their storage bags, wanting to take out the yellow talisman given by the Huanhua sect to escape. Unfortunately, just as the two cultivators slapped their storage bags, their arms stiffened and they could not move at all. Yun Feng and Yun Lan, who were opposite them, were overjoyed. They threw out the yellow talismans in their hands. In the blink of an eye, several icicle talismans pierced the bodies of the two cultivators. A few rays of light were annihilated, and the icicles pierced their bodies into pieces. Humph! Yun Lan and Yun Feng snorted coldly. They flew forward and took their storage bags. Then, they followed Yun Guicheng's back and chased after him. At the same time, the four cultivators who had just sent out the mother-child sword talismans arrived. The one in the lead was a bearded man of about the 8th level of chi refining. He wore an earthen yellow Taoist robe and held a round, glittering sphere in his hand. The three cultivators behind him were also about the 7th level, each holding a yellow talisman. The four of them looked at Yun Guicheng's flying figure and turned to the cultivator, who almost caught the robin just now. At this moment, the cultivator had already retrieved the yellow talisman that could emit golden threads. He even held the storage pouch of the cultivator, who was killed just now, in his hand. His eyes looked at the four people who were already close by, and he sneered. Howling Cloud Mahist Clan's Emoyong, I know. This cultivator had already lost 3 of his companions. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to seize the kingfisher, he unconsciously began to think of retreating. So what if you know that I am from the Mahist clan? The bearded cultivator in the lead, Mo Yang, sneered. I will kill all of you. Do you think that the He clan can still find trouble with the Mahist clan? As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3 disciples behind him all channeled their magic power. Their hands glowed faintly as they struck towards the remaining He clan disciple. Forget it, the He clan disciple sighed. He knew that since the rules were set by the Rinsing Flower sect, and that they did not care about life and death, if the He clan were to find trouble with the Mahist clan, it would naturally be a humiliation to the Rinsing Flower sect. How could the Rinsing Flower sect let this matter rest? The 3 dead He clan disciples had died in vain. As he sighed, the He clan disciple channeled his magic power into the yellow talisman in his hand. The yellow talisman immediately transformed into a blue light shield that enveloped the He clan disciple. Then a sky-blue brilliance overflowed and spun rapidly. Immediately, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings was sucked in by this rotation, forming a gust of wind. When the gust of wind passed, the He clan disciple's body had already disappeared from the spot. Humph, this bastard got away with it, Mo Yang said hatefully. It's a pity that I do not have the puppet talisman of the Yun clan. Otherwise, how could I have let you escape with your life? Second brother, what should we do? Should we chase after the Yun clan? Or should we look for other robin birds? Mo Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. Yun Guiao's cultivation level is very high. Furthermore, he is at the 9th level of qi refining. With the help of the yellow talisman and blood essence, he can already control low-level magic weapons. We are still inferior to him. Let's look for other robin birds first. As he spoke, he held the shiny ball in his hand in front of his chest. When he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the ball immediately shone brightly. After a moment, a tranquil scene appeared in the ball. A robin bird was actually flying freely among a large number of strange flowers. Where is this? Mo Yang saw this and his face lit up with joy. He cast a spell on the ball, and the image of the robin bird rapidly shrank, revealing the surrounding terrain. It's at the back of the mountain. A Mahist disciple beside him shouted anxiously. Quick, second brother. There are a few groups of cultivators rushing over there. Another disciple pointed with his finger. Indeed, there were 4 groups of cultivators flying in the air around the robin bird. They were all flying towards the flowers. Humph, Mo Yang snorted coldly. He cast a spell, and the light of the ball was extinguished, returning it to an ordinary-looking ball. Let's go, they are only at the 7th level of qi refining. How dare they fight with the Mahist clan? Mo Yang waved his hand, and the 4 of them immediately flew towards the flowers at the back of the mountain. Xiaohua was lying on the grass with a grass root in his mouth. He crossed one leg over the other and slowly swayed. His eyes were looking at the slowly drifting clouds in the sky. He seemed to be very satisfied. A scream came from far to his left. It sounded very mournful. 22. Xiaohua's expression did not change. He counted in his heart. It's only been 4 hours and 22 people have already died. Don't they know? Right now, the robin bird is like a hot chestnut that can't be touched at all. Unless you have a spirit storage pouch and can hide the robin bird inside without others noticing, you will only be attacked by a group of people. Even if you have a spirit storage pouch, it still won't work. When you catch it, it's impossible for no one to see it unless you secretly put it into a spirit storage pouch. However, immediately after, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Since he knew about this principle, the others naturally also knew about it. For someone as smart as Kai Zhuoxia, she naturally knew about this principle. However, how could she look on helplessly as someone else captured the robin? Perhaps no matter how profound their cultivation was, they would still have to do something. All right, there they. I'll hide first and cultivate for a night. I'll wait for them to kill each other during the night. I'll think about it again tomorrow at noon. Xiaohua thought. He got up from the ground and looked left and right. He found a hidden place, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Of course, Xiaohua was not the only smart and patient person. On the mountain behind the Huanhua sect, there were nearly 20 people scattered everywhere. They coldly watched and quietly waited for the right time. Dusk gradually enveloped the entire mountain peak, and the stars in the night sky gradually revealed themselves. Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. He took out the demonic spear and displayed the 360 moves of the Tong Tian staff technique from beginning to end. He stretched his muscles and bones and secretly laughed. The weight of this spear seems to be a bit lighter, and the length is also not suitable. If it was twice as long, it would be about right. This staff technique of mine, I don't know where I learned it from. It seems that I have never seen it in the cultivation world of the country of Shi. If I didn't remember this staff technique and occasionally use it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for me to think of it. That's not right. I remember in Jinghua City, when I went to the west of the city, I also displayed some movement techniques. Those moves don't seem to be within this staff technique. Could it be that I still know some other moves? Xiaohua suddenly realized, but what kind of moves are they? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua used his hands and feet to gesture for a while, but he still couldn't remember. Xiaohua unconsciously smiled bitterly. He looked at the bright stars in the sky and sighed. He sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy of the Huanhua sect's back mountain was abundant. It far surpassed all the places Xiaohua had cultivated in before. Therefore, Xiaohua's cultivation progress in one night was also considerable. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body, the reverse light in Xiaohua's space quietly rotated. Xiaohua also opened his eyes. Mother! Mother! Faintly, there seemed to be a voice in Xiaohua's heart. Who? The two flames in Xiaohua's eyes flashed and disappeared. His face revealed an extremely shocked expression. However, when he frowned and carefully listened, his ears only heard the mountain wind and the trembling of the flowers. Where was there any other movement? Did I mishear? Xiaohua's brows slightly relaxed. Presumably, it has nothing to do with me. After all, no one would ask me what mother I called. Just as he was thinking, another scream rang out. This time, it wasn't too far from Xiaohua's location. How many is this? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the scream. He thought to himself, last night, the screams didn't stop. I'm afraid a lot of aristocratic children died. Where's Kaizhuxia? Is she still alive? However, it seems that it's still early. I'm not in a hurry. Let's go take a look first. If there's really a chance, it won't be too late to talk about it. Xiaohua made up his mind. He carefully concealed his figure and flew towards the location of the scream. However, Xiaohua was admittedly careful. But just as he approached the location of the scream, a voice came from behind him. It's this guy. I just saw that the robin was caught by this guy. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He turned his head and saw a graceful female cultivator gradually appear in the air. Kaixia? Invisibility talisman. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He had only faintly heard of such a high-level yellow talisman. You brat, hurry up and hand over the robin. At the same time, two silhouettes appeared above Xiaohua's head like Kaixia. One was Kaixia, and the other was a tall and fat cultivator roughly around the 6th level of qi condensation. Chapter 1420. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and he secretly cursed in his heart. As soon as they met, Kaixia threw the whereabouts of the kingfisher to him, and these three people surrounded him in a triangular formation. Was there even a need to say their intentions? Thus, Xiaohua didn't answer. He waved his hand, and a large stack of fireball talismans flew towards Kaixia and that fat cultivator. His figure turned around, and he quickly flew towards Kaixia. Courting death. Kaixia and the fat cultivator both sneered. They clapped their hands, and their respective freezing talismans, icicle talismans, and defensive yellow talismans all flew forward. Rumble, a burst of noise sounded. The two people who were caught off guard were hit by the top-grade fireball talismans refined by Xiaohua, and they were practically unable to stand steadily in midair. Taking advantage of the fireball talismans exploding behind him, Xiaohua also raised his hand, and a few fireball talismans smashed towards Kaixia. Kaixia moved earlier than Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua attacked Kaixia's yellow talismans were also shot out. However, what surprised Kaixia was that although her yellow talismans were fast, they were actually not as fast as Xiaohua's flying speed. Xiaohua actually used a figure she had never seen before to miraculously dodge the yellow talismans in midair, and instead used a pile of fireball talismans to smash towards her? Just as Kaixia was stunned, Xiaohua's fireball talismans had already followed and exploded around Kaixia. A wave of heat attacked, and several huge forces attacked from all directions, blowing away the defensive yellow talismans around Kaixia's body, causing them to brighten and darken, as if they were about to collapse. Strange. This guy's fireball talismans are actually this powerful? Kai Yingsha said in shock. And his flying speed. Ah! Flying speed. Just as Kai Yingsha thought of Xiao Hua's flying speed, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling would last forever. Kai Yingsha didn't hesitate to slap her storage pouch, wanting to take out the teleportation yellow talisman. However, just as her hand was about to touch the storage pouch, a burst of sharp pain actually came from her back. She didn't dare to believe it, and saw that Xiao Hua had already approached her from behind and unknowingly pierced through her defensive yellow talisman. You. Kai Yingsha only said one word, and then her vision turned black, and her figure fell from midair. Yingxia. Not far away, Kai Yingsha had just stabilized her body when she saw Kai Yingsha fall from the sky. Xiao Hua was standing steadily where Kai Yingsha was standing just now, holding Kai Yingsha's storage pouch in his hand. Little thief, hand over your life. Kai Yingsha shouted. Ignoring the reaction of the fat cultivator beside her, she urged her magic power and flew towards Xiao Hua. When the fat cultivator saw this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He took out a jade-like Dharma artifact from his storage bag and chased after them. Xiao Hua looked on coldly. Ignoring him, he turned and flew away. Although his speed wasn't fast, it was still comparable to the 8th level of qi refining. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Kai Yingsha and the fat cultivator's sight. Xiao Hua, Kai Yingsha shouted. I swear that I won't let you go. I swear that I won't let the Kai family of Liang go. Kai Yingsha saw that she couldn't catch up with them, so she could only threaten them and fly to the place where Kai Yingsha's body fell. Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be impatient. Let's first see how fellow Taoist Kai died. The fat cultivator said in a low voice. This Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi refining. How could he kill fellow Taoist Kai who was at the 7th level of qi refining? Kai Yingsha's face revealed a sad expression. She picked up Kai Yingsha's smashed body and examined it from top to bottom. She said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Gao, my sister, didn't seem to be killed by Xiao Hua using magic power. There are no traces of yellow talismans on her body. Huh, that's strange. The cultivator surnamed Gao was even more puzzled. He thought for a moment and said, Then I'll have to ask fellow Taoist Kai to take a closer look. Are there any fatal injuries? Kai Yingsha listened and carefully examined the body again. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Kai Yingsha cried out in alarm. Here, following Kai Yingsha's cry, the cultivator surnamed Gao, whose back was facing her, turned his head. His gaze fell on Kai Yingsha's exposed back. There was a jet-black wound. It looked very small, much smaller than a baby's little mouth. Stab wound. Devil tool? How is this possible? The cultivator surnamed Gao was shocked and said in disbelief. But at the same time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned his head and shouted, Who? Who? Kai Yingsha was also shocked. She followed the cultivator surnamed Gao's gaze, but there was nothing behind him. There was only the mountain breeze and the fragrance of flowers. There's no one? Kai Yingsha looked at the cultivator surnamed Gao with some inquiry. Cough cough. The cultivator surnamed Gao awkwardly said, I was a bit suspicious. While the cultivator surnamed Gao was coughing, Kai Yingsha's eyes revealed a kind of horror. She stared straight behind the cultivator surnamed Gao, as if she was looking at a malicious spirit. A pitch-black spear tip slowly appeared behind the cultivator surnamed Gao's back, slowly stabbing towards his back. That cultivator surnamed Gao also seemed to have realized something. Just as he was about to turn around again, Xiao Hua's tall and thin figure appeared behind him. The tip of the demonic spear in his hand also fiercely pierced the cultivator surnamed Gao's back. The cultivator surnamed Gao was worthy of being a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator from a cultivation family. At the same time the devil spear tip was curled up with black light, he actually waved his hand, and through the yellow talismans he had just been on guard at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua didn't panic in the slightest. He urged his magic power, and his figure disappeared again. At the same time, he used his movement technique to dodge the yellow talismans without using any magic power. Invisibility. Body. Talisman. Kai Yingsha said word by word from her mouth, You're a 4th-layer qi refining cultivator. How can you use an invisibility talisman that only 6th-layer qi refining cultivators can use? When she saw that Xiaohua had actually hidden himself and dodged the yellow talismans, she became even more nervous. She was very puzzled in her heart. This invisibility talisman can't use magic power when it's invisibility. Once magic power is used, the invisibility effect will disappear. This guy, how can he still dodge the yellow talismans when he's invisible? With a plop, the fat cultivator surnamed Gao's corpse also fell next to Kaiyusha. Kaiyusha's mind raced. She reached out and tore off the corpse's storage pouch. At the same time, she took out her own yellow teleportation talisman and sent out her magic power without any hesitation. It was only after Kaiyusha and Kaiyingsha's figures disappeared that Xiaohua's figure gradually revealed himself. This is bad. I'm still inexperienced. That cultivator surnamed Gao was clearly bluffing. Why couldn't I hold myself back? If I had taken a few more steps, wouldn't I have gotten rid of him and Kaiyusha together? Now that I've missed Kaiyusha, it'll be troublesome. Soon after, Xiaohua frowned and patted his forehead. A dim yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Looking at the yellow talisman that was almost devoid of heaven and earth spiritual energy, Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Alas, this invisibility talisman is really good. It's a pity that I can't exchange it in EG. As for this, it seems like I can only use it once or twice. At the same time, on the north side of the foothills, in a place where the sun was shining brightly, a robin was struggling in midair. Near it, a 3-foot square cage was faintly discernible. Below the cage, a middle-aged cultivator with a white face and no beard was forming hand seals and doing his best to send magic power into the cage. Around the middle-aged cultivator, there were already several corpses lying in disarray. Wang! Pa! A large green hand first flew out from a nearby cave and then patted the cage in midair. Under the enormous force of the large green hand, the cage immediately turned into specks of fluorescence and disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Soon after, the robin regained its freedom and flew up like a green ray of light, preparing to escape. But at this moment, the big green hand suddenly spread open and its 5 fingers separated. A rotating mass of air was released from the big hand and instantly enveloped an area of about 10 feet around it. Although the robin was fast, it only flew to the edge of the 10-feet radius before the large hand's rotating mass of chi enveloped the robin. Boom! The large green hand slowly patted down. When it got close to the robin, it suddenly clenched like a clenched fist. Okay! A clear voice came from within the cave. Then, the figures of Yun Guicheng, Yun Lan and Yun Feng flew out of the cave. As soon as Yun Guicheng came out of the cave, he immediately patted his storage bag. Several sword talismans flew into the air and headed in 5 different directions. The sword talismans faintly shone with a cold light, and the sword light was fluctuating. Fellow cultivators, the robin has been taken by the Yun family. I hope that you won't fall out with I. Yun Guicheng formed a seal in his hand and said coldly, "There are still 2 more robin birds in this mountain that have not been caught. You'd better focus on them." After a long while, several figures quickly flew out from the directions pointed by the sword talismans and flew in 2 different directions. Looking at the cultivation of these people, they were all around the 8th or 9th level. When the figures disappeared, Yun Guicheng's face showed joy. He formed a seal in his hand, and the large green hand flew back. When the large hand opened, it was the unconscious robin. Yun Guicheng pasted a yellow talisman on the robin's body. Only then did he fall and stumble. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. As Yun Guicheng suffered from the backlash of his magic power, the large green hand quickly shrank and turned into a green-yellow talisman that fell into Yun Guicheng's hand. "Congratulations, big brother." Yun Lan and Yun Feng smiled and cupped their hands. "Don't be careless. As long as the disciples of the Huanhua sect don't appear, everything will change." Yun Guicheng placed the robin in his arms and took out an elixir to consume. Only then did his face slowly relax. How do we deal with this person? Yun Lan looked at the cultivator who had just fainted and asked softly, "Let him wake up slowly?" Yun Feng smiled and said, "I'm afraid this guy has no chance. Wake up slowly." Yun Guicheng glanced at Yun Feng and then at the cultivator who had fallen on the ground. He said coldly, "Since we have a grudge, when will we kill him?" "Yun Feng, you're too childish." "Yes, I understand," Yun Feng said in panic. Chapter 1421. Beside a small waterfall formed by a stream, an emerald green spirit fruit was growing among the vines on the mountain wall. Suddenly, an emerald green shadow flew out of the forest and approached the spirit fruit in the blink of an eye. When the shadow stopped, it turned out to be a thumb-sized robin. The robin seemed to have been disturbed a lot this day and night. It no longer dared to go forward and suck the juice of the spirit fruit, as if it was familiar with the way it used to. Instead, it stopped about a foot away from the spirit fruit and stayed still. After a moment, seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, the robin was relieved. It flapped its wings and was about to pierce its beak into the emerald fruit when a 10-feet-wide net suddenly shot out from the stone wall between the vines beside the emerald fruit, trapping both the emerald fruit and the robin within. Ha ha! A wild laugh came from above the stone wall where the waterfall was. It was Cheng Ming who had set up the ambush. Behind him, Li Chengqi also revealed his figure with a smile. However, the Cheng clan disciples who had been following behind them were nowhere to be seen. They must have lost their lives in the hunt last night. Cheng Ming's face was full of wild laughter. He gave a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Taoist Lu is wise. Instead of looking for the robin, you only looked for the rare emerald juice fruit and set up an ambush next to the fruit to lure the robin into the trap. Fellow Taoist Lu is really smart. Fellow Taoist Cheng is too kind. It was only when I saw fellow Taoist Cheng's death last night that I had the idea. This is also fellow Taoist Cheng's blessing." Li Chengqi cupped his hands and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Lu, please put away this net spirit talisman. If you didn't have this spirit talisman, I'm afraid even if the robin fell into the trap, I wouldn't be able to deal with it." Cheng Ming laughed. "Yes, I will put it away right away." As Li Chengqi spoke, he had already flown into the air. He slapped a yellow talisman on his forehead. Then he made a gesture. The net covering the robin flashed with a red brilliance and gradually shrank. It slowly turned into a net of 1 foot in size and flew into Li Chengqi's hand at this moment. A figure like a flying sword rushed out of the waterfall, splashing water everywhere. Looking at the fluttering Taoist robe and black hair like clouds, it was Kai Zhuoxia who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Kai Zhuoxia had used the spirit-seeking talisman 3 times yesterday, but all of them had failed. She had been snatched away by others, so like Li Chengqi, she thought of other ways to find the emerald juice fruit beside the waterfall. Unfortunately, she did not have a net spirit talisman, so she could only lie in ambush and wait for the emerald juice fruit to come to her. She was aware of Cheng Ming and Li Chengqi's arrangements, but her cultivation was far inferior to theirs, so she didn't dare to make a move. She waited for them to succeed before she dared to take the risk and charge out. "Who is it?" Upon seeing Kai Zhuoxia's figure fly out, Cheng Ming, who had long been prepared, sneered. He held a large number of yellow talismans in his hand and smashed them down like hailstones. Of course, Kai Zhuoxia was well prepared to take advantage of the situation. She also threw out several yellow talismans to block Cheng Ming's attack. Her other hand reached out to grab the net that was close at hand. Hee. There was another sneer. A sword light flew out from under Kai Zhuoxia's body. At the same time, a cultivator covered in earthy yellow brilliance emerged from the ground. Kai Zhuoxia was shocked. She thought she was the first to arrive. She didn't see anyone here except for Cheng Ming and Li Chengqi, so she didn't have any defense against the ground. The flying sword talisman was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Kai Zhuoxia's abdomen, forcing her to stop reaching out to grab the net. She could only roll herself up and fly to the side. The flying sword talisman brushed past Kai Zhuoxia's Taoist robe, shattering the iron cloak talisman and flying straight into the air. That was close. Kai Zhuoxia's back was covered in cold sweat. She was just about to stabilize her unbalanced body when Li Chengqi, who was in midair, revealed a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, an extremely fine brilliance quietly flew toward Kai Zhuoxia's glabella. Black iron needle? Kai Zhuoxia's heart sank. This black iron needle was a low-level magic tool driven by Foundation establishment cultivators using their divine thoughts. It was extremely sharp and could break through defenses. With Kai Zhuoxia's cultivation, not to mention that the iron cloak talisman was broken, even if her defenses were intact, it wouldn't be easy for her to dodge it. And not to mention that she was now leaning in midair. Sigh, Kai Zhuoxia let out a sigh from the bottom of her heart. She slightly urged her transcendence energy and activated the transmission yellow talisman in her hand. A ray of light emitted from her hand, and Kai Zhuosha's figure disappeared in midair. However, what happened next was completely out of Kai Zhuosha's expectations. Just as Kai Zhuosha's figure disappeared, the black iron needle that was flying towards Kai Zhuosha suddenly changed its direction. With a sharp turn, it rapidly pierced towards the cultivator who used the Earth Escape talisman. Lu Chongqi's black iron needle was actually attacking this cultivator, and not Kai Zhuosha. Not only was Kai Zhuosha fooled, that cultivator was also fooled. He was prepared to use one hand to grab the net, and the other to attack Lu Chongqi. Unfortunately, that black iron needle suddenly changed its direction, and he had no time to dodge. With a cheap sound, the black iron needle pierced through his defensive yellow talisman and directly pierced through his Daoist robe, piercing right into his heart. Ah! A wave of unbearable pain came from this cultivator's body. The cultivator cried out in grief, and his entire body went limp. He fell from midair and couldn't be more dead. Humph! Lu Chongqi let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, the black iron needle flew out of the cultivator's corpse, flashed through the air, and landed in his hand. Great magical power. Chengming also flew over at this time with a look of horror on his face and praised again. I wouldn't dare. Lu Chongqi's face regained its smile. He made a hand seal with his other hand, and the net floating in midair flew into his hand. Lu Chongqi didn't even look at it. He only looked around as if he was guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Ha ha, fellow Daoist Lu, don't look. Just based on the black iron needle that fellow Daoist can control as a foundation establishment cultivator, who would dare to come forward? Chengming laughed and said, quickly take out the robin. I will stick a spirit suppression talisman on it. Yes, that's exactly what I should do, Lu Chongqi said and put away the net, revealing the motionless robin inside. However, he didn't directly hand the robin to Chengming. Instead, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag and stuck it on the robin. Chengming saw this and said, fellow Daoist Lu is really meticulous. Thank you very much. Quickly give the robin to I. Unexpectedly, Lu Chongqi bared his teeth and laughed. He put the robin into his arms and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cheng, you're wrong. This robin was captured by I. Why should I give it to fellow Daoist? You? Chengming flew into a rage and jumped up. You're going back on your word. Didn't we already make an oath? The first robin is I's and the second is fellow Daoists? Lu Chongqi wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cheng, you're wrong. Fellow Daoist, please take a look. It was I who came up with the idea to search for the jade fruit, right? This net spirit talisman is I's, right? It was also I who killed one of the two cultivators who coveted the robin and repelled the other, right? Tell me, what right do you have to want this robin? But the spirit used to find this jade fruit is my Chen clan's, right? Chengming's face turned red and he said anxiously, besides, you also made an oath with I. My Chen clan's disciple protected you last night, and even lost his life. Hee, fellow Daoist Cheng. Do you believe such a childish trick like making an oath? Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed his finger. The black iron needle spun in the air and stopped in front of Chengming's forehead. He said, fellow Daoist Cheng, although your cultivation is at the 7th level of qi refinement, I'm afraid you don't have any power to resist this black iron needle. I won't take your life for the sake of your Chen clan's disciple's life last night. Consider yesterday's oath worthy. Haha, Chengming was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the black iron needle and said, you're only a 5th level qi refinement itinerant cultivator. Even if you have some secret skill to control the black iron needle, can you sneak attack a 7th level qi refinement cultivator? Can you kill a 7th level cultivator who's already prepared? If fellow Daoist Cheng doesn't believe me, you can try. Lu Chongqi sneered. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Chengming actually raised his head and laughed. He shook his head slightly and said, itinerant cultivators, oh itinerant cultivators. As expected, they're all foolishly arrogant itinerant cultivators. Don't think you're invincible just because you can use the black iron needle. Right, fellow Daoist Lu, do you still remember the oath you made yesterday? Seeing Chengming's abnormal behavior, Lu Chongqi was stunned and his heart trembled. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I've long forgotten. If fellow Daoist wants to know, think about it yourself. Then he looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. I have to stay away for a while and wait for the Huanhua sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Chung, farewell. If you violate this oath, your spirit will no longer be at the mercy of others. You'll have to work like an ox or a horse for 100 years. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you still remember? Chung Ming sneered and slapped his hand. He took out a fist-sized, strange-looking bell from his storage bag. You. Chung Ming was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chung Ming activate his magic power and shake the bell slightly. Ding, ding, ding. There was a soft sound. It was very ordinary, but the sound of the bell was like a bolt from the blue in Lu Chongqi's ears. His heart was about to swell. What made Lu Chongqi the most nervous was that with the sound of the bell, he felt like his body was about to float. Lu Chongqi knew that this was definitely not his body floating. When he thought of Chung Ming's oath, he suddenly realized that this feeling of floating was probably the precursor to his soul leaving his body. You. When did you do this? Lu Chongqi calmed down in horror and asked in a low voice. There's no time at all. I'll just strike fellow Taoist Li's palm when I'm making the vow. Chung Ming was obviously confident and said with a smile, Of course, if fellow Taoist Li keeps your oath, this puppet talisman will lose its effect after noon and won't affect you in the slightest. Chapter 1422. How could Lu Chongqi believe that? He shook his head with a wry smile. I have been scheming for a long time, but it's all for someone else. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're wrong. You're acting according to our plan yesterday. Chung Ming corrected him. Forget it. I'll return the robin to you now. Please let I go. Lu Chongqi lowered his head and pleaded. No need, fellow Taoist Lu. Since fellow Taoist likes to hold the robin bird, you can always hold it for this poor Taoist. Chung Ming sneered. This poor Taoist is very relieved to leave the robin bird with you. Who is it? Lu Chongqi felt a chill in his heart. He pointed his finger, and the black iron needle flew toward the air to Chung Ming's left. Chung Ming was startled when he saw Lu Chongqi move. He was about to ring the spirit-summoning bell when he saw the black iron needle flying to the side instead of between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned and his head involuntarily tilted slightly. However, when Chung Ming saw that there was nothing in the air to his left, he cursed in his heart. However, when he turned to look at Lu Chongqi was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. However, when Chung Ming saw Lu Chongqi's appearance clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lu Chongqi was already holding the robin in his hand, and his thumb was the yellow talisman on the robin. Fellow Taoist Lu, why are you doing this? Chung Ming steadied his mind and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Lu wants to abide by yesterday's oath, I will remove the puppet talisman and return fellow Taoist Lu to your freedom. How about that? Lu Chongqi stared at Chung Ming for a long while, then sneered. Fellow Taoist Chung, you must know that if this humble Taoist removes the yellow talisman on the robin bird, it will immediately escape. Even if this humble Taoist uses a little bit of strength, the robin bird will be crushed to death by this humble Taoist. Can this reckless robin bird let fellow Taoist Chung join the Huanhua sect? Fellow Taoist Lu wants to test Ai's family's puppet technique? Chung Ming laughed. No, I want to see if fellow Taoist or I is faster. Fellow Taoist Lu, didn't I just say? As long as you return the robin to I will remove the puppet talisman. Chung Ming said in a low voice. Yes, I do not dare to be careless when facing fellow Taoist Cheng's Haiqing prefecture. Lu Chongqi nodded and said, however, I hope that fellow Taoist Cheng will do as I say. Isn't it just removing your puppet talisman? What do you want I to do? Chung Ming was puzzled. Don't play dumb. Lu Chongqi sneered and pointed at the soul-absorbing bell in Chung Ming's hand. If I don't have this bell in my hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, right? Chung Ming's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, this soul-absorbing bell is an heirloom of the Chung clan. How can I give it to you? I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. If you don't let I feel at ease, I won't return the robin to you. If you want to delay, I'm not afraid. When the time comes, I'll hold the robin in my hand and be a disciple of the Huanhua sect. I don't believe that the Huanhua sect can't break your Chung clan's puppet technique. Lu Chongqi said confidently. Oh, okay. Chung Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. How do you want to get the soul-absorbing bell? Fellow Taoist Chung and I will each put our things on the ground. We'll each go around and pick up the things on the ground at the same time. What do you think, fellow Taoist Cheng? Le Chongqi must have thought it through and said immediately, "Okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Le says." Cheng Ming's face was distorted, but he could only grit his teeth and agree firmly. Cheng Ming put the soul-absorbing bell at his feet, and Le Chongqi also put the robin with the yellow talisman at his feet. "Okay, fellow Taoist Cheng, I'll start counting. After each count, we'll each take a step around the circle." Le Chongqi said. "Please." 1. Lu Chongqi shouted, and the two of them each took a step away from their original positions. 2, 3, 4. After Lu Chongqi counted 10 times, the two of them were already far away from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin. Seeing that they were about the same distance from the soul-absorbing bell and the robin, Lu Chongqi couldn't hold back anymore. When he shouted 11, he flew up and pounced on the soul-absorbing bell. Cheng Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he watched Le Chongqi fly up. As he flew towards the robin, he clapped his hand, and a bell that looked exactly like the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Lu Chongqi, who was flying in the air, didn't panic when he saw Cheng Ming. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When he saw the other soul-absorbing bell, his body shook violently. He stopped in place and said in a trembling voice, You used a fake soul-absorbing bell to trick I? No way." Cheng Ming shook his head and sneered. "There are 2 soul-absorbing bells in the Cheng family." As he said that, the soul-absorbing bell in his hand shook without hesitation. The feeling of floating appeared in Lu Chongqi's mind again. Lu Chongqi knew that if he felt that he was flying, his soul would be taken away by the soul-absorbing bell, and he would become an unconscious puppet. In an instant, Lu Chongqi made a decision. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and suddenly cast a spell that he had been holding in his hand for a long time, hitting somewhere far away. Just after he cast the spell, Lu Chongqi's face was as white as a sheet. His other hand backhanded and hit his own forehead. But the moment Lu Chongqi hit his forehead, a strange splendor suddenly appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. It turned out that Lu Chongqi's gaze was on the robin with the yellow talisman stuck on it beside Cheng Ming. It actually floated in the air, when Lu Chongqi saw it, Cheng Ming naturally noticed it too. He shouted and stabbed an ice thorn talisman at the top of the robin's head. Chi! As if a layer of paper was pierced, a tall and thin figure emerged in the air. It was Xiao Hua with the robin in his hand. "How dare you?" Cheng Ming was unable to restrain his anger. He channeled all the transcendence energy in his body and shot out the yellow talisman in his hand. He wanted to kill this little 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, who had used the invisibility talisman to sneak up on him while he was fighting with Le Chongqi. However, Xiao Hua's eyes were full of mockery when he saw the yellow talismans flying toward him. He also used his magic power to activate the flight talisman. His whole body flew into the air at a speed that Cheng Ming couldn't even imagine. Cheng Ming was horrified. Just as he was about to activate the flight talisman, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Before he could turn his head, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. A slender black iron needle pierced through his chest and chased after Xiao Hua from afar. Cheng Ming looked at his chest in disbelief. A drop of blood was oozing out of the wound. As early as when Le Chongqi cast the spell with all his might before his death, Cheng Ming thought that it might be the black iron needle that flew away just now. However, because of Xiao Hua's sudden appearance and taking away the robin, Cheng Ming lost his vigilance. He didn't expect that. Lu Chongqi's all-out attack would be so sharp that he, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was the only sentence Cheng Ming could think of before he died. Xiao Hua had become the fisherman. He flew in the air at top speed, always paying attention to the movements behind him. When he saw Cheng Ming stabbed to death by the black iron needle, his figure also stopped. Seeing the black iron needle fly past him, he only grabbed it with his hand and caught it in the hollow of his palm. The black iron needle was heavy in his hand. The entire needle was black, and the tip of the needle flashed with a sharp light. "Good stuff," Xiao Hua praised in his heart. He stored it in his space. Immediately, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. His figure suddenly flew down and took Le Chongqi and Cheng Kong's storage pouches, as well as the 2 soul-absorbing bells. When he landed on the ground again, he raised his hand and looked at the robin with a yellow talisman stuck on it. He drew back his mouth and laughed out loud. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua laughed foolishly. Looking at the robin, it was as if he could see his bright future in the rinsing flower sect. Just as he was about to put the robin into his bosom, at this moment, a voice came from the air. If it were me, I would obediently put this robin on the ground and quickly flee far away. Only this way can I still preserve my life. Xiaohua found this voice very unfamiliar. He frowned and sneered. Which fellow Taoist is this? So arrogant? However, when he saw the cultivator flying in the air, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. He saw a 16-year-old youth in a pure white Taoist robe. His facial features were picturesque. Flying in the air, he looked like the legendary Golden Boy. Unfortunately, this youth was only at the 4th layer of qi refining. No matter what, it was impossible for Xiaohua to feel threatened. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist has the confidence to kill I before I can crush this robin to death? Xiaohua sneered. Seeing that fellow Taoist is also at the 4th layer of qi refining just like I won't care about your rudeness. You'd better get out of here quickly. Pfft. The youth laughed out loud and said, fellow Taoist is indeed a 4th layer cultivator like I. These words are exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't think that fellow Taoist would actually beat me to it. Fellow Taoist must have lost his mind, right? Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to him. He activated his magic power and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a divine sense was released from the youth's back. It swept past Xiaohua's body with incomparable speed and immediately locked onto Xiaohua. Foundation Establishment Cultivator? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His eyes widened as he looked at the youth's back in disbelief. Over there was an old man wearing white clothes. His face was slightly green and he had a brandy nose. He slowly flew out. Ah! Xiaohua's heart chilled. This Foundation Establishment old man was precisely the one he and Kai Zhuoxia saw on their way to the Rinsing Flower sect. Greetings, senior. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and promptly bowed in greeting. And I didn't think that the last robin would actually be obtained by you. The old man's tone was indifferent as he said, seeing that you have the same cultivation as Tong, this old man won't take your life. Take the robin and bring it over. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.